Hey everyone, Mike Settele here, and as you can see, I've got a very complicated setup for this video. We are going to take practice SAT number 4 under very special conditions so that we can learn some valuable lessons from this test. So a couple things before we get into this video. If you have never taken practice SAT number 4 in the Bluebook app, do not watch this video. I'm going to spoil the entire thing. I also don't think you really want to watch this video if you're trying to review individual questions from that practice test just to kind of see what you did wrong. That would be a case where you'd want to go to my website, and if you go to my resource library, which is linked all over the place, and click the practice test button, it'll take you somewhere here where you can then select test 4 and just pick your module. So reading module 1, just since that's the first one. And if you click all questions, you will see the full list of questions for that module, along with some information about each question. And the best part, the link to my YouTube explanation of that particular question. So that's easier if you're just trying to review the test for the first time. That way you can target just the questions that you got wrong, that you bookmarked, stuff like that. This is SAT 4 in grind mode. We are going to go through every single question with fine detail, really just try to examine our process as much as possible. That's why I've basically turned the timer off for this module. I turned on testing accommodations. I gave myself more than double time on both sections, meaning, yes, there'll be a timer, but it's so long and it really won't affect us. So basically, I'm checking these boxes to also give myself the ability to pause it whenever I need to and all that. So this is really not timed at all. If you want the timed pacing version, watching me take this test for the first time, then head on over to the description here and you'll see a link to the walkthrough of this test in the description. That's much better for trying to understand pacing. But I'd also say that if you're struggling to pace yourself through any of the modules on the test, there might be some very subtle things that you can do to move faster. And even though this video is really going to slow us down, you need to do things in a slow way before you can do them in a fast way. I assure you that everything we do to solve the questions in this video is going to be the same stuff I do on the real SAT. Just slow down so that you can understand my thought process very, very clearly. As you practice following those same steps yourself, you're going to be able to move faster. And the way we're going to try to understand those steps is another feature that I recently added to my SAT resource library, this strategy trainer. It is going to allow us to look at all the different question types and step by step go through how we would solve each one. So we'll open that up as we get there. But if you do want to do an experiment like this on your own, that's fine. My main thing though is make sure as you're checking off all these accommodations, you do not check off this box for raised line drawings. It will give you a completely different test. You never want to check that box. It applies to almost no one. So do not ever check that box when you're doing a test in Bluebook. But otherwise, let's get started. Even if you're mostly curious about how I handle the hard modules, I highly recommend that you watch how I do the first modules as well, because I do want to make sure you understand how these strategies work on simpler questions so that we can get those habits down, get those processes down for when we need them on the harder stuff. So without any further ado, let's start off on test 4, and we'll start with reading module 1. Okay, so you will see that we have way more time than usual. I promise I'm not going to take a full 2 hours for this module, but we are going to go slow. So at least this gives us the ability to really think about each thing that we're doing on the test. So let's do a couple things first. Let's make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see a little bit better. And also remember our first step, the first instruction we always want to follow when we get to a reading module is we want to find the first grammar question, okay? We don't want to start with vocab just because it's first. Grammar is better to start with. I have videos on that. The main reason, though, is that those are going to be easy questions that we can move through pretty quickly, especially if we've memorized the rules in the process. And that'll allow us to kind of build our confidence and also just to lock in a lot of good points. So even on the first module, you want to do this. And the way we do this is we find question 15. And it's usually going to be a grammar question. In this case, it is. We know that because it says standard English conventions, basically. But let's make sure 14 isn't grammar. And it is, okay, let's make sure 13 isn't grammar. Okay, that's a passage. So here is our first question. Okay, so if you are ever interested in doing this experiment on your own, I recommend using my strategy training mode here. So that way we can kind of follow the steps. And this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to select grammar. And it gives us the main strategy for those questions. Okay, so we're gonna follow this. And again, this is what I would do on the real test. It's just we're going to really slow it down. So the main strategy for grammar is to predict the rule. We have to read the answer choices first, okay? Don't look at that passage. You don't know what you want. We want to read the choices first, and we want to make note of what's changing in those answer choices, and then use it to decide which grammar rule is being tested. You should only read the paragraph when you have a clear task, right? If we just read a paragraph, it's just words. But if we look at those choices, they're going to tell us things to care about. So let's do that. As I look at the choices, I notice right away that what's changing? Well, it's the punctuation. And lucky for us, we've got a little thing about punctuation here. So what do? Pay attention to sentence structure, independent sentences and dependent clauses specifically. Check answers according to their priority. So we have a list here already. So are there any periods, semicolons, colons, or commas and conjunctions? Well, I see a colon right here, okay? Choice B. So this would be the first thing I would look at. And it's not in my strategy trainer because I don't want to give everything away, but you need to memorize what a colon does. A colon has a sentence before and maybe a sentence after. So at the very least, we can test this particular punctuation mark by looking for a sentence up to the word rawls. So I'm going to read the word up to rawls. And I'm just going to see, does that sound like a sentence? So let's do that. It's basically this part here. So let's highlight it. Let's do yellow. Known for her massive photorealistic paintings of African-American figures floating or swimming in pools, Khalida Garcia Rawls. Well, that sounds like it just kind of stopped in the middle of a thought. So that does not seem like a sentence to me. So that means then that, boom, that choice is wrong, right? It needs to have a sentence beforehand. We have some options for a colon about what can come after. We'll probably talk about that on harder questions later. But for now, it fails the test. So I'm supposed to check colons first, and I did, and it doesn't work. Is there anything else that's in this list? No. I see a dash, though, and a dash is in priority number 2, right? So dashes, apostrophes, question marks, appositives, these are things that we want to check next. So let's check the dash. How do we check a dash? Well, there's 2 main rules for dashes, right? One, the one that you probably are most familiar with, is that if you have 2 dashes, they act as kind of like an insertion. We're interrupting our sentence. But I don't see a second dash anywhere here. So this is a single dash. And a single dash is the same as a colon. So there'd be no difference between A and B here. They'd both be wrong for the same reason. We don't have a sentence before that dash. We can have stuff after the dash. It could be a sentence. It could be an extra clause. But it's got to be a full, complete sentence beforehand. And it's not. So there we go. We can get rid of that too. And now we basically are deciding if we need a comma, right? And commas are last, unless they're paired with a conjunction, because commas are just kind of all over the place. There's lots of things they can do. So let me actually clear out this highlighting. And basically, I see a bunch of commas, right? I see a comma here. There's another comma here. So as I'm reading this, I would try to figure out what all the commas do, including this potential comma in choice C. So this is where you have to be comfortable with the English language and the structure of sentences, but we're still thinking about that. What are independent sentences? What are my dependent clauses? Oh, why can't I highlight that? There we go. That's what I wanted to do. We're trying to figure out how this sentence is built. So, known for her massive photorealistic paintings of African-American figures floating or swimming in pools. Okay, I can hear, because of experience, that this whole thing is an extra clause that's kind of tacked on at the beginning of the sentence. Then it says, Khalida Garcia Rawls was the logical choice to design the book cover for Ta-Nehisi Coates' The Water Dancer. Then there's another comma, and what does it do? A novel about an African-American man who can travel great distances through water. Well, this comma is also adding on an extra clause, this time at the end, so that also is extra. So now I have my main sentence here, and it's basically everything in between those commas, right? Khalida Garcia Rawls was the logical choice to design the book cover for Ta-Nehisi Coates' The Water Dancer. To me, that also sounds like a full sentence, right? It reads like a complete thought. And then the question is, why would I want to put some sort of break, a comma, in the middle of that thought? I don't think I want to here, right? Because it sounds like it's all just flowing. A comma is a pause or a break, and there's no real break there. There's no pause. But also, if I started doing that, I could think about, well, then maybe I'm interrupting this thought. Maybe I am adding some extra clause, but what would it be, right? That might start to change all the other pieces of this sentence. And really, this whole thing has to flow together. Khalida Garcia Rawls was the logical choice. That's all kind of stuff that's got to stay together in order for this to be a sentence. So throwing in a comma here doesn't make sense. So that means I'm going to go with D. And yeah, that's the right answer. I'll be fully transparent with you guys. I taught this test a bunch of times. I've taken this test a bunch of times. I have the answer key right here. So I'm going to talk to you through the answers and how I would come to them if I were seeing the question for the first time. But I'm also going to confirm the answer here on my other computer. So that way we don't have to worry about waiting till the end to know if we're right. D is the answer here. All right, let's move on. Okay, so same question, right? Predict the rule. Read the answer choices first and what's changing. And again, it looks like punctuation, right? I have this comma in A. I have a period in D. Yeah, B and C are kind of changing in other ways, but the punctuation thing kind of jumps out to me. And right at the top, what's one of the first punctuation mark I need to check? It's a period. And that's what we've got in choice D. Right? So what now? We have to hopefully have memorized this. What is it we're testing with a period? What is our way of understanding if a period is right? We're going to think if I have a sentence before and a sentence after. So we're going to read up to the word walls and ask ourselves, is that a sentence? So in 2010, archaeologist Noel Hidalgo Tan was visiting the 12th century temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia when he noticed markings of red paint on the temple walls. Does that sound like a sentence? Yes. Specifically, I can kind of eliminate this in 2010 part, but everything up to walls, and I'll kind of half highlight, is a sentence, right? So that all feels like a sentence, so check. And then what about after? So starting with now. With the help of digital imaging techniques, he discovered the markings to be part of an elaborate mural containing over 200 paintings. Well, as a whole, that also sounds like a sentence to me, but if I'm being really particular about the punctuation and the way that this thing is built, I'm going to look at this comma as well and try to understand what it's doing. And to me, it's pretty clear. It's adding on an extra clause. But it's this part at the end that actually makes up the second sentence. So yes, this part in the middle is an extra clause, including the word with. But I still need a period to separate this from the blue, right? So the pink almost doesn't matter. I can kind of ignore that. What matters is I have a blue sentence and a yellow sentence, and there are only so many ways in English that we're allowed to join two sentences together. A period is technically separating them, but it still allows two sentences, right? Semicolons are another way of having two sentences. Commas and conjunctions can do that as well. But we don't have any of those other options here. So I'm stuck. I've got to pick D. There is no other way to do it. And just to be clear, it is almost impossible for the SAT to give you multiple of these options at once and make one of them correct and the others wrong, right? They're all kind of doing the same thing. So we are kind of forced sometimes to pick like one of these because it's the only one that does the job we need. A comma by itself is not enough to connect two sentences. So A is wrong. And so, what is so? So is a conjunction, right? So the comma plus the conjunction would be allowed to join two sentences, but A is just the comma. C is just the conjunction. So those don't work. And then B is nothing at all, right? We got to do something to join the blue and the yellow. The blue and the yellow are two sentences. They need to be, depending on how you want to think about it, joined or separated. It doesn't matter that the yellow sentence starts with an extra clause. It also happens to be that pink is an extra clause that could have ended the blue sentence. That would have been a perfectly valid option. But then right here, after the pink sentence is over, the pink clause is over, we would have needed something like a period to separate the blue and the yellow. Somewhere in this thing, the blue and the yellow need to be separated. Only choice D allows us to do that. So there we go. I am convinced that that's the right answer. And sure enough, it is. It is the right answer. So choice D. And notice, same process we used for number 14. And this is what we're going to see is this grammar process. We want to see the repetition. We want to be able to think through it the same way every time. So let's go to 16. Well, what's changing, right? Look at the choices. It's punctuation, but this time it's more specific punctuation. It's not any of this stuff, right? Periods, semicolons, colons. It's apostrophes, right? So apostrophes are kind of like their own world. They have their own rules. So when I think of apostrophes, the first thing I'm always thinking about is, do I need an apostrophe on a word? I don't care where it goes, right? So I can see that grains in A and grains in B are spelled differently because the apostrophe is in a different place. I don't care about that yet. I just care, does it need an apostrophe at all? Or do we want to pick something more like D where grains has no apostrophe, right? I also like to, when I see these apostrophe questions with multiple apostrophes in different places, I like to kind of work from the back to the front. Usually that's the most kind of logical way to do it. And especially because we know what an apostrophe is supposed to do. It shows possession on words like properties and grains. It's those nouns, right? So Let's read the sentence and kind of just get a full sense of what's going on. Chang Dang and her colleagues at the University of Washington recently ran simulations to determine the extent to which individual snow grains' physical properties affect the amount of light reflecting off a snowy surface. So focusing first on the word physical properties, do the physical properties have effect? No. That question doesn't even make sense, right? But that's the question I'm asking myself. That's the question you should ask for apostrophes, is to test if an apostrophe is there. You ask, does it have it? Do the properties have effect? Well, effect is a verb with an A, right? So you can't have a verb. It doesn't even make sense to ask the question. So that tells me that both A and C are wrong because properties can't have an apostrophe S or an S apostrophe. Again, I don't care where it is, that apostrophe. It shouldn't be there at all, is the point. So that leaves us with now B and D, where now we have the same choice, but on a different word. Does the word grains need an apostrophe or not? So again, we kind of ask the same question. Do the snow grains have physical properties? Yes, this time the answer is yes. So that means yes, we do need an apostrophe because the apostrophe is showing possession on the word grains of the physical properties. So now I know that yes, choice B is right. I need an apostrophe in one spot, but not in the other. And again, if you know what an apostrophe does, if you've memorized that, then this is just part of our process of recognizing that that's what the question's about and taking it one step at a time, right? One step at a time. And notice that for this question, we didn't even need to think about whether the apostrophe comes before or after the S. On other questions, we might, but not on this one. And so why do more work worrying about where it goes if process of elimination kind of just forces it in that spot? Just to be clear, though, the reason we want it to be after the S here is that grains is a plural. And so there are multiple grains that have physical properties. So if it were a single grain of snow, then we would do something more like A, where the grains has the S after the apostrophe, because it'd be one grain, but just does not apply here. All right, so, and again, I can confirm that is the answer. Let's move on. Again, same question, right? I'm not gonna look at the passage, right? What is changing? Okay, well, what's changing is the punctuation again, right? I can see it, and I see in choice C, I have one of my top priority punctuation marks, a semicolon. I've memorized what a semicolon does. It is used to join two sentences together. So again, I can't keep coming back to these same rules, right? I need to look for sentences. So let's take a look. The Mission 66 initiative, which was approved by Congress in 1956, represented a major investment in the infrastructure of overburdened national parks. Yeah, that sounds like a sentence. And I hear it because I'm also paying, again, attention to these commas that even though they're not changing, they help me understand the sentence, right? Which was approved by Congress in 1956 is extra. I know that because there's two commas surrounding it. So it's kind of telling me I'm interrupting, plus the word which is usually kind of an extra clause word. So the real sentence here is the Mission 66 initiative represented a major investment in the infrastructure of overburdened national parks. That sounds like a sentence. That sounds good. Okay. Then we read the next part. Is that a sentence? It prioritized physical improvements to the park's roads, utilities, employee housing, and visitor facilities while also establishing educational programming for the public. Yeah, that's a sentence as well. It's a completely separate sentence, and this time I'm going to highlight the whole thing. Even though there's commas, why are these commas not affecting the structure in the same way that the commas were in the first part? Well, because these commas are here for a list. The commas around the pink are there to insert that piece as an interruption into the sentence. It really doesn't matter. Either way, I got to pick C here because that's the only way that I have available to me to join two sentences together. The yellow and the blue need to be joined, separated by some punctuation mark that allows two sentences to be separated. So we have in choice A conjunction, but not with the comma. We need them both, so that doesn't work. In choice D, we have the comma, but no conjunction, so that's not going to work. And then B has nothing, so that's not going to work either. So that's C. And just to be clear, there's a reason we're prioritizing things like periods, semicolons. They have special rules. And we can already see on this test that we've used commas in lots of different ways. And that's what makes them so tricky, right? So all the commas here, they're not telling me that employee housing is an extra thing because it has commas on either side. It's just part of a list. And so the context really matters. Here, having 2 commas told me the pink part was an extra piece that I could remove from the sentence and just kind of ignore. But if we go back, right, to number 14, what did we have here? Again, we had 2 commas, right? One after pools, one after dancer. And so if we follow the same rule as we just did, right, 2 commas means the thing in between is extra. But that's not what I said here, right? Here, the 2 commas had the main sentence in between them, and there was an extra piece before and an extra piece after. So even within one SAT, you're going to see multiple different comma rules at play. And there is no set like thing that the comma always means. That's what makes comma so tricky. That's why we save them for last, is they have to really depend on the context. So let's start with punctuation marks that have much more clear-cut rules. And then we can kind of work our way through the commas. But all along, I'm still thinking about commas as I go through these things because they do affect the structure. And so it's good to start thinking, even when the comma doesn't seem to matter, what is it doing there, right? We're going to need that when we get to harder questions. Let's move on to 18. Okay, now what's changing here? Well, I don't see any punctuation, but I see verbs. So this is a new rule that we haven't encountered yet, right? And the verb process is very important. So this is why the strategy trainer kind of says it's very important to stick to this order. Check each of the verb rules in this order. And I have lessons on all these rules. I'll kind of try to explain the essentials as we go through. But the first rule we need to check is for a verb agreement. This involves verbs being singular or plural. And so this is something that there's different ways to do it, but essentially what you really want to do is memorize the singular verbs and memorize the plural verbs. So I've done that. And so for me, I know, let's see, I'm going to do this. Let's tack this on here. What if I did this? Perfect. Let's do what these choices are, right? So choice A is a singular verb, was. Choice B is the plural verb were. Choice C is the plural verb are. And choice D is the plural verb have been. So I'm doing all of that before I even read the passage here. Because there's a special rule with the agreement, or I should say a special strategy that we can use with verb agreement, which is that if 3 of the choices can be categorized as one thing and the other remaining choice is something different, then it's probably the case that this one is right. So this is what I sometimes call the 3 versus 1 strategy, right? We have 3 plural and 1 singular. Means the singular one is pretty confidently going to be right. Now, I'm still going to check it, but this is a useful thing, okay? Now, to be also clear about some stuff about the experience of taking an SAT, I almost never use this feature of writing notes. I usually have my physical scratch paper with a pencil and I'm writing on there for stuff. This I would probably just do in my head, but the point is, I don't really like this note-taking thing. I just already have enough windows open here, so I didn't want to burden you with more of them. So there we go. But let's now look at this and actually see if we can prove why we need a singular verb here. The progressive era in the United States witnessed the rise of numerous Black women's clubs, local organizations that advocated for racial and gender equality. Now, to be honest, we didn't need that sentence at all, because if it's verb agreement, where's my, there we go. If it's verb agreement, then we can kind of ignore the sentence before the blank because, well, the verb that matters in this blank, there's nothing in the first sentence that can affect it really. So we're really just looking at the sentence. Among the club's leaders was Josephine St. Pierre Ruffin, founder of the Women's Era Club of Boston. So why do we need a singular verb when we're dealing with something like among the club's leaders, which is plural? Well, because in a way, this is kind of a weird sentence where the subject of the verb is actually after the verb itself. That's rare. It doesn't really happen very often, but it can happen. And so that's what's happening, right? So it's Josephine St. Pierre Ruffin was among the club's leaders is really what we're trying to say, but they tried to make this hard by kind of flipping things around. Now, I think this is not a particularly hard question because we have this strategy that we can follow, the 3 versus 1 strategy, and it works really, really well. But, I think some people might get it wrong because they see the word leaders and they get kind of locked in that that's plural. And so they pick one of these plural verbs for whatever reason. And this is why the process really matters, especially for verbs. If we are thinking about the rule, or if we're thinking about the wrong rule, we are much more likely to get it wrong. If we don't think about the 3 versus 1 strategy, then we are much more likely to get it wrong as well. So the process, the ordering of how we think about these things does really, really matter. I'm always categorizing my choices as singular or plural first before I get into what the actual grammar is. Now, there might be exceptions to this strategy where it doesn't quite work, but my main advice with this strategy trainer is stick to the plan for as much as you can. And then when things get weird or hard, then, break the rules a little bit. Try to figure it out from there. But we're going to stick to the plan as much as we can. Certainly in this first module, we're going to be on plan for quite a lot of it. So just to confirm, 18, choice A is the answer. Cool. All right, moving on. Ooh, okay, what's this one? This one's got some long choices. That might seem scary. But again, we're going to do the same thing. Before we start looking at this sentence, let's see what we got. Now, some of you might skip down to this modifiers rule here, because modifiers, the big indicator that this rule is what matters is we have long answer choices with big changes in the word order. So these are definitely long answer choices for sure. But the word order isn't changing, right? It's the same words every time. What is changing is the punctuation again, right? So this is not a modifiers question. This is another punctuation question. So let's follow the same steps we've been doing. Let's check them according to their priority. Are there any periods, semicolons, colons, or commas in conjunctions? So if I look at A, I see maybe a comma and a conjunction here with and, but that is part of a list. Squid, octopus, cuttlefish. So it's not behaving the same way as like a period or a semicolon would. So we can ignore that. And plus it's in every choice, right? See how it's the same in every choice? So literally it doesn't matter. But if we continue, we see, okay, cephalopods, just a bunch of commas and dashes. C, okay, comma, ooh, what's that right there? Ooh, I didn't mean to pick it. I meant to highlight it, right? We've got a colon right after the word include. So again, I have a thing I can test, right? Is if there is a complete sentence before that colon, then it could be right. So let's just read up to the colon and see how it sounds. Does it sound like a sentence? Eli Eisenberg, a genetics expert at Tel Aviv University in Israel, recently discovered that cephalopods, ocean dwellers that include... No, we can't just stop there. That doesn't make any sense, right? We haven't finished a thought, right? So now I know that the colon doesn't work. It doesn't fit there. So we can get rid of it. And in choice D, right, I don't see any of those high priority punctuation marks. So look, it happens sometimes that we check those and they fail and we get rid of a choice, and that's good. At least we're getting through the choices in some sort of order. Now, if I continue with this order, the next thing I want to maybe check is dashes, right? So I see choices B and D have that. And I'm thinking about what the difference is between those choices. I'm basically ignoring A, and I'm looking at the differences. And the main difference, right, is what's in the dash. And if I have two dashes, I know that that's essentially an extra clause, some sort of interruption. So I'm trying to think what the sentence would be, right? So in choice B, this stuff between the dashes, I'm going to highlight in pink. That's the extra stuff. In D, it's a little bit longer. Well, it's a lot longer. That whole stuff is extra. Meaning, okay, then the cephalopods in either case is maybe part of the main sentence. So I'm kind of going to go back here and start to think about where is my sentence? And again, I'm thinking about commas that aren't underlined, right? I see a comma here, here after Israel. So what's going on? Eli Eisenberg, a genetic expert at Tel Aviv University in Israel, recently discovered that cephalopods, blah, blah, blah. Well, again, I have an extra clause. And this one is pretty traditional. It's separated by two commas from the main sentence, and it's there to insert extra information about Eli Eisenberg. But I can also use this to find the main sentence, right? So here, I can see that cephalopods is going to be part of that main sentence, at least in both choices. Then, if I'm looking at choice B and I'm interrupting that sentence with a dash, then presumably I'm returning to it afterwards. So let's see what's up. Let's see how this might work. I'm going to actually try D first because it removes more stuff. So let's just see how this sounds if we kind of find the sentence without the pink here. So it would say something like this. Eli Eisenberg recently discovered that cephalopods have a special genetic ability called RNA editing that confers evolutionary advantages, right? So it kind of picks up over here. And to me, that sounded fine. It sounded like a sentence. It sounded like a coherent thought. So, okay, that sounds like D could be right. Let's try B. Eli Eisenberg recently discovered that cephalopods that include the squid, the octopus, and the cuttlefish have a special genetic ability called RNA editing that confers evolutionary advantages. Well, that doesn't sound terrible. I like the shorter version, but I'd love to be able to prove this longer version and be wrong, right? Because it still feels like maybe I'm talking about the cephalopods as the squid, the octopus, and the cuttlefish. That maybe makes sense. But this is where it's really helpful to start really thinking about the complicated stuff that's going on, or the subtle things that are going on in questions. This is definitely about the dash, but it's also about commas. And so right here, let's put it in blue, we have another comma that needs to be accounted for in choice B, right? I can understand the comma after squid and the comma after octopus. Those commas are part of the list. But what's the comma doing after cuttlefish? It would be doing the same thing that the comma after Eisenberg is doing, or the comma after Israel. It's telling me where there's a break in the sentence. Do I need a break there? Do I need to break that piece off in some way? If I did, then what would happen? Would that mean that suddenly this whole piece at the end is also extra? If that's the case, then what's the sentence now? Eli Eisenberg recently discovered that cephalopods that include the squid, the octopus, and the cuttlefish. What did they do, right? There's no action there. So now I'm discovering that because of this comma, B doesn't make sense either. This piece here at the end needs to be part of the main thought, the main sentence. So B is close. I think many of you would eliminate it just because you're like, this is too wordy. I don't like this list here. It belongs with the ocean dwellers, right? It's just defining what a cephalopod is. But there's another reason it's wrong. It is this little comma here at the end. So it seems like D is going to be the answer. I like the dash. I like that it groups the ocean dwellers with some ocean dwellers that I guess would be considered cephalopods. I like the way it breaks out this piece of the sentence. I could go back to A and kind of see what's going on there, because the thing with a double dash is it kind of does the same thing as a double comma, right? We actually see that in the sentence itself with the genetics expert part, right? Is two dashes tell us extra information. So why couldn't I use commas instead to do the same thing? Well, I could, right? That's what A is doing. I have cephalopods, has a comma instead of a dash, so that works. But again, look, if we keep going, we see the commas that tell us the list, and then at the end, there's no comma, right? So again, it's almost like the opposite problem of B, is we would want there to be something after cuttlefish to show us where our extra clause ends. But because there's nothing there, it doesn't end, meaning that this part with the have is going to, again, be part of this extra clause, and then we lose it in the main sentence, and it just doesn't work. So this also fails. This is a great example where a lot of you would have done a lot less thinking than I just did, but you still would have gotten to the same place because you understand what a dash does, and D just kind of feels right. And that's okay. But the point of this grind mode video here is we're really trying to prove everything. And if we're being thorough, then A and C have other reasons they're wrong. And it's good to kind of look at those reasons. But let's move on. This is definitely the answer here. And we can look at number 20, which is still grammar. No punctuation to speak of here. So this looks like verbs, right? To be is a verb. So what do we need to do? Let's think about agreement again. So if I do the same thing I did before and try to come up with a sense of the singulars and plurals, right? I have a problem. Choice A, being, is not singular or plural. It doesn't really have that property. Neither does to be. It doesn't really have that property. And same with C. And so the problem is that all of these are not really verbs that can be completely classified as definitively singular or definitively plural. And this is something that it takes practice to know that. But because none of these really have that property, then it's not about agreement. So I can move on to the next rule, to and ing. And the reason it's called the to and ing rule is basically, well, we have choices with a to and an ing. Being has an ing, right? So this probably is what we're talking about. So what is this to and ing about? It's about sentence structure. So as I read this thing, I'm going to try to understand the structure. And already I can see that they're messing with me a little bit by kind of doing things like the double dash again to insert some extra information in the sentence. So as I'm reading, I might ignore that and kind of see if I can get a shorter version of this sentence. So let's try it without that. A model created by biologist Luis Valente predicts that the rate of speciation on an isolated island located approximately 5,000 kilometers from the nearest mainland will be triple the rate of speciation on an island only 500 kilometers from the mainland. That's where my gut is taking me. The good thing about the to and ing rule is in a lot of cases, our gut will be right. It just kind of leads us to a particular choice. There is only one verb that makes sense in the sentence to produce a logical sentence. Now, there are some other tricks, though, that I can use. And this is where practice can help. This sentence is longer than it needs to be. So I cut out the to double dash piece because I can tell from the punctuation that is extra. But there's other extra stuff here, even though there's no commas. And so this is where, again, practice makes perfect. But I know that I don't really need to know that the model is created by Luis Valente. So let's kill that as well. A model, right? So a model predicts the rate of speciation on an isolated island. How about located approximately 5,000 kilometers from the nearest mainland? That also seems kind of extra. Let's get rid of that too. And then now I can kind of hear it even better. A model predicts that the rate of speciation on an isolated island will be triple the rate of speciation on an island only 500 kilometers from the mainland. And even this I could maybe shorten a little bit, right? Triple the rate of speciation on, how about another island, right? I have to kind of reword it a little bit, but maybe here is where I'd try some of these other choices and see how they sound and just make sure they're wrong. Make sure they're wrong. So a model predicts that the rate of speciation on an isolated island being tripled the rate of speciation on a different island. I can just hear that doesn't make sense. That doesn't work. Let's try B. A model predicts that the rate of speciation on an isolated island to be triple the rate of speciation on another island. Again, no, it just sounds bad. It doesn't sound like a complete sentence. Something's off. A model predicts that the rate of speciation on an isolated island to have been triple the rate of speciation on a different island. Again, no, it just sounds weird. D sounds right. And there are grammatical reasons for that. I don't want to get into them because I don't think it really matters. This is a rule where once we've eliminated the agreement rule, we know that that's not at play. We know that the to and ing rule is a place where a lot of times our instincts will be right. How does it sound? That's helpful. But I do want to point one thing out, which is if we trim this sentence a little too much, we might come up with a different answer. So to be clear, D is the answer here. But if I treat it a little bit differently, let's get rid of this word that. Let's highlight it in blue so that we can see it's a little different, right? So let's read all the yellow, but let's do it without that word that. A model predicts the rate of speciation on an isolated island will be triple the rate of speciation on a different island. Doesn't sound terrible. I think that's okay. But if I were to bring back choice B, right, I think we'd still have a contender. A model predicts the rate of speciation on an isolated island to be triple the rate of speciation on a different island. It's not the most eloquent way to say it, but I think that suddenly would be correct. And this is why it can be tricky sometimes to start shortening sentences when we're doing it not based on punctuation, but based on what we think of as extra descriptive clauses. That takes practice, because if you cut out too much, you might end up with a different answer. But I don't think it's going to happen that often. So this is a case where, I just want to show you a potential trap, but I think most of us are going to avoid it here. Just for clarity though, the SAT does consider this to be a hard question. So I think there is evidence that some people are going to fall for that trap, or maybe just get lost in this question completely. All right, let's look at number 21. And here we have a transition question. So this is going to change how we start thinking about them. So let's switch this to transitions. And we have a bit of a process here. So first step is we want to use dumb summary. So translate the transition words in the choices into their simpler dumb summary categories. Most transitions will fall into 4 main categories: but, and, so, and for example. And in the trainer here, I put some very common examples of each of those so that you have something to go on. But this is not a finite list. There are definitely ones that I didn't put here because they're more rare. There are also different categories. So let's just start by doing the best we can with the words we've got. So I'm going to do another one of these and give a little note place. So choice A, by contrast, we can actually see that is in my list here for but. So it's a but word. Choice B, likewise, is in my list as well for and. And then choice C, besides, that is not in this list, but it is an and word. It's a little bit more rare, but it is an and word. And then D is one that doesn't fit in any of these categories. In fact, it's very hard to define. So we'll come back to it. But for now, let's just put it as a question mark. The benefit of doing this is that sometimes we're going to be able to eliminate some choices pretty confidently because of what their categories are. So it's right here. It says this in my trainer. Remember that if 2 choices fall into the same category, it's very unlikely that either of them is right. You can usually cross them both out. So there are exceptions, but they're rare. But right now it tells me it's probably not B and it's probably not C. So if I'm thinking about my process, right, in fact, I do know the definition of it, but it's still weird enough that I don't want to think about in fact. I want to think about by contrast. I want to think about but, because that's a clear idea. So now when I go to step 2, I'm going to read the passage looking for strong words that indicate the relationship between the sentences on either side of the blank. And very important, substitute our dumb summary transition word into the blank. And we're going to pick the one that makes the most sense. So we're just going to put but right in here, right? That's what we're going to do. We're going to put but right into this particular blank. So let's shrink this. Award-winning travel writer Linda Watanabe McFerrin considers the background research she conducts on destinations featured in her travel books to be its own reward. But McFerrin admits to finding the research phase of her work just as fascinating and engaging as exploring a location in person. This is a contrast? I don't think so, right? If I'm looking for strong words, I see a few, right? It's rewarding, right? She considers the research rewarding. And then what does the second sentence say? She admits to finding the research fascinating and engaging, right? These are positive ideas in both cases, and they're both about the research. So that's not a contrast. We're not saying it's bad in either of these sentences. We're saying it's good in both. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense, leading me to just kind of by process of elimination pick in fact, even if I don't really know what it means. But I study and I do know what it means, and it means that we're going to add emphasis. Which makes sense, right? Because the sentences are kind of saying the same thing, right? They're both adding the same idea of that she's interested in the research phase as well. So it's emphasizing, the second sentence is emphasizing that it's a reward to be researching that says in the first sentence. So to me, that's kind of obvious. But I think I'm also very thankful that I was able to get rid of B and C because of this rule that, if they're two of them are the same, we can eliminate them both. Mostly because I don't know, maybe I would have been tempted by B and C, because if we are continuing to say the same positive idea, I might be tempted to kind of use an and word to do that. But this strategy really helped me out. And to be clear, on the SAT, in order to succeed at these transition questions, you need to memorize the definitions of as many transition words as possible. These ones for sure, you need to memorize without the trainer helping you, but also some ones that are not listed there. I do have videos on that, so make sure that you learn those words so you can be just as quick as I am at crossing out choices and knowing what you're dealing with. All right, let's look at, and just to be clear, this is the answer to this one. So 21 is D. Let's look at 22, and we get our first outline question. So let's update our trainer. Let's switch over to the outlines. The College Board calls these the rhetorical synthesis questions. Some people call them the student note questions. Doesn't really matter. I call them outlines because it's an outline, right? So what's our process here? First is follow instructions. Read the question first. It will give you explicit instructions about the goal the answer choice needs to accomplish. So let's do that. The student wants to introduce the novel The Holder of the World to an audience already familiar with Bharati Mukherjee. Which choice most effectively uses relevant information from the notes to accomplish his goals? That last question part is always the same. It's this part we care about. And let's look at some key words here, right? So we have to introduce the novel. So that's one thing. We also have to make sure the audience is familiar with this person. So that's kind of like two things. So let's see. I'd love the choice to in some way relate back. And so now we're doing step 2. Cross out any choices that do not accomplish these goals. There will be strong words in the choices that connect with the instructions in the questions. Let's see what we get. Choice A. Bharati Mukherjee's settings include both 20th century United States and 17th century India. Well, it certainly doesn't introduce the novel, right? They don't mention it at all. So, no. B. In addition to her novel The Holder of the World, which was published in 1993, Indian-born author Bharati Mukherjee wrote other novels and short stories. Well, it does mention the novel, right? So, okay, that's something. Is it introducing it? It's just kind of mentioning the title. I don't know if that's an introduction, but okay, fine, maybe. My biggest problem, though, is this really introducing this to an audience already familiar with her? I don't think so, right? Because what are we saying? We're saying what she did, right? She's an author, Indian-born author who wrote other novels and short stories. Surely someone who's familiar with her would know that. That's like the first line of her Wikipedia entry, I'm sure. So no, this is introducing it to an audience unfamiliar with Bharati Mukherjee. So no, this does not work. Let's look at C. Bharati Mukherjee's novel, The Holder of the World, centers around two women, one living in 20th century United States and the other in 17th century India. So it definitely talks about the novel, and it's definitely doing it in a way that I feel like introduces it, right? It's giving me the background. What is the novel about? It's also talking about Bharati Mukherjee. But notice the only thing it says about her is her name, right? So it's assuming that I already know who she is and what she does, right? It's not giving me any background of information on her. So ironically, I really like choice C because of what it doesn't say. It doesn't say anything about Bharati Mukherjee's background. So that's kind of weird to think. You want a choice that leaves stuff out, but that's what we were instructed to do. So I'm already liking C, but of course, you got to read D, you got to be sure. The Holder of the World was not the only novel written by Indian-born author Bharati Mukherjee. So it does mention the novel, it does mention the person. It kind of tells me she's Indian-born, though. That doesn't, again, feel like something that someone who's familiar with her would need to be told. So that feels, again, wrong. And also, I just don't think that this is an introduction. So I do not like this choice either. I think it's just mentioning the title of the novel. I really like that C is giving me information about it. So this feels pretty much like a clear answer to me. And C, yes, is the answer to this one. Notice what we didn't do. We didn't go to these bullet points, right? We didn't look at them. That would have been step 3. Maybe we'll get there in this module, but it's very common on these student note questions, these outline questions, that we don't even get to the outline. That's very common, so don't be surprised. Let's look at the next one. Same process, follow instructions. Student wants to present the study and its findings. Well, the strongest word to me is findings, right? The study, you can mention all sorts of things about it, but the findings are specific, right? What did they learn from the study? So let's see if we can match that, right? So let's look for strong words that talk about the findings in these choices. In 2021, Chimsami Taran studied pterosaur jaw bones and was initially unsure if the bones belonged to juveniles or adults. Okay, well, it tells me what the study was, but what did she find? She was originally unsure about it, but what was the end, right? So this doesn't tell me any findings. B, pterosaur jaw bones located in the Sahara Desert were the focus of the study. Again, this presents the study, but does it tell me the findings? No. What did you find in the desert? C, in a 2021 study, this person used advanced microscope techniques to analyze the jaw bones of pterosaurs, flying reptiles that existed millions of years ago. This is what we would call the methodology, okay? She used certain techniques. So this would be the methodology. That is something that they could have asked for. I've seen them ask for that, but that is not what they're asking for here. So there's no findings. This is just telling me the process that she used to conduct the study. I need more, right? So let's look at D. Hopefully this is right. In a 2021 study, this person determined that pterosaur jaw, determined that pterosaur jaw bones located in the Sahara Desert had few growth lines relative to the bones of fully grown pterosaurs and thus belonged to juveniles, right? Perfect. Strong words filter. We found a strong word in the choice that connects with the instructions in the question. What you find is what you determine. Basically saying the same thing, just using different words. Perfect fit, definitely the answer, no doubt here. Let's move on. 24, same process. We're getting very repetitive, which is good. We like repetitive. The student wants to introduce Samuel Selvin and his novel to a new audience. So introduce, so Selvin and the novel, and then new audience, maybe as a separate goal. I don't know, but let's try to hit all these ideas. In 1956, Trinidadian author Samuel Selvin published one of his most celebrated novels, The Lonely Londoners, which is about a group of men who emigrate from the Caribbean to Great Britain after World War II. So it mentions Selvin, that's good. It mentions the novel, right? And is it to someone, a new audience? Yeah, I mean, I learn who he is. He's a Trinidadian author. I learn about the novel. This seems pretty good. Let's keep it. I mean, let's see what else we got. B, Samuel Selvin, so mentions him, wrote the novel Moses Ascending after he wrote The Lonely Londoners. Well, who cares is basically it, right? Is this introducing him? No, I don't know anything about him. I just know he wrote 2 books. Is it introducing, and plus, if I'm a new audience, I need to know more than that, right? I mean, give me something, right? And plus, this isn't really introducing the book. It's just mentioning the title. Give me the background, like we saw in that other question. So this one fails. The Lonely Londoners, a celebrated novel that was published in 1956, depicts post-World War II Caribbean migration from the perspective of a Trinidadian author. Okay, which Trinidadian author? You got to tell me, right? You got to introduce Samuel Selvin. You didn't do that. D, some of the characters who appear in Samuel Selvin's Moses Ascending also appear in The Lovely Londoners. Again, you're not telling me anything. I'm new. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what this book is, right? You got to give me some background here. So who is Samuel Selden? Tell me more than just his name and 2 books he wrote. What's so special? So again, this fails. And I think maybe if the choices were in a different order, right? If D were first, maybe I'd keep it around a little bit. But I think then once I would get to what ends up being choice A, I would see that that's a much better introduction than the others. There's nothing here that's like contradicting. Sometimes that's kind of where step 3 comes in, is if we get 2 answers that accomplish the goal, but they say different facts, they provide different information, then that's something that we could go check in the lines, but I just don't see that here. So to confirm, yes, this is the correct answer here, choice A. All right, a lot of these outlines, this is rare. The student wants to emphasize a similarity between the 2 sea turtle species. Now, similarity is a strong word. Emphasize is not a strong word. We're going to see that word emphasize in passages as well. It is not a strong word. As soon as you mention something, you have emphasized it. So by just writing it down, you've emphasized it. It's much more specific to emphasize a similarity. So that's our strong word. Let's focus on that. Among the 7 species of sea turtle is the olive ridley sea turtle, which can be found in the Atlantic Ocean. Well, what is it similar to? Nothing. I didn't say. There's only 1 turtle there. B, the Kemp's Ridley sea turtle is referred to as this, and while the olive ridley sea turtle is referred to as this. So this has got a problem here. The word while is a contrast word. It's a difference word, not a similarity word. Plus, yeah, they have different names. Both, I love that already, the Kemp's Ridley sea turtle and the olive ridley sea turtle can be found in the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, that seems like a similarity. Okay, let's keep that. D, the Kemp's Ridley sea turtle and the olive ridley sea turtle are different species. Well, different is not a similarity. So there you go. It's C, no doubt, right? And again, let me just confirm. Yep, there we go. Easy. Hopefully we're seeing this rhythm. These outline questions are great for this. This is a really good rhythm we can get. The student wants to summarize the study. Okay. I already don't like this question because that's a very vague goal, right? The last one, we had a very clear goal, similarity. This one is more vague. So that scares me, right? It might be easy, but let's see what we get. For a 2019 study, researchers from the UK and Germany collected data on auks' attempts to land at cliffside nesting sites in different wind conditions. Without knowing anything, right? That seems like a summary of the study, maybe, right? They collected data, they looked at different nesting sites, different wind conditions, there's auks. Okay, maybe. Let's look at B. Emily Shepard and her colleagues wanted to know the extent to which wind affected auk success in landing at cliffside nesting sites, so they conducted a study. Well, I like A better, because if we're summarizing the study, then maybe tell me a little bit more about the study itself, right? So at least A is telling me that they were looking at different nesting sites, different wind conditions, right? It's telling me what the study involved. It involved this procedure. B is maybe telling me the hypothesis, or not even, right? They just wanted to know something. They didn't even make a prediction. So I think B is falling short. I think A is a better summary because it's talking about what they measured rather than just saying there was a study. So let's get rid of B. C, knowing that auks often need multiple attempts to land at their cliffside nesting sites, Emily Shepard studied the bird's success rate, which was only around 20% in some conditions. Okay, maybe. I'd love it if you told me more about those conditions, right? Because then it might be more of a summary of the result. Is this telling me anything more about the study? This maybe seems to fail for the same reason B fails, that it's not telling me how the study worked. I'll keep it though, maybe. Let's look at D. Emily Shepard's 2019 study of auks' success in landing at cliffside nesting sites showed that as wind conditions intensified, the bird's success rate decreased. Okay, this is the one I'm leaning to, mostly because it does talk about the study. It tells us what they were measuring, the success at different sites, and it kind of gives me a conclusion, right? As wind conditions intensified, the bird's success rate decreased. My hesitancy here is that, summarize the study is very vague, and there's maybe many ways of summarizing a study. So is this the way they want? Or is that just my opinion of what I think I would want, right? I got to be careful with that. So this is where probably I would go to step 3. And I would just want to make sure, is choice D accurate with the data, right? It might be that it sounds really good as a summary, but if it's presenting the data or the study incorrectly, then it's wrong. So we've got to go to step 3 here. So if multiple answers seem to accomplish the goal, find a wedge that separates them, meaning what makes them different, right? It will likely be that only one choice includes the correct facts. Check the student notes bulleted outline to verify the facts. So the wedge, I think, is that this one has like a conclusion and A doesn't. B is kind of a half conclusion. So let's see what this says. So in 2019, Emily Shepard and colleagues in the UK and Germany studied the effect of wind on auk success in landing at cliffside nesting sites. Okay. They found as wind conditions intensified, the birds needed more attempts in order to make a successful landing. Okay, that literally is pretty much what I highlighted in blue down here. It's slightly differently worded, but it's pretty much the same, right? As wind conditions intensified, the success rate decreased. So they needed more attempts. It was to make a successful landing. Their success rate decreased. Okay. Then when the wind was still, almost 100% of landing attempts were successful. In the strong breeze, approximately 40% were successful. And near gale conditions, only around 20% were successful. So now I see this 20% is what we talked about here. But notice that's not really summarizing the study. It's just one point of the study. There's more stuff, right? And plus you didn't tell me what the conditions were, even though we know what they are. So I don't like C anymore. And if there's anything wrong with A, it's hard to find, right? Are they landing at cliffside nesting sites? Yes. Are there different wind conditions? Yes. But I guess D says the same thing and tells me the findings. So D is the answer. I personally don't like this question because choice D, to me, I think that they should have been more clear about the goal. I think that this should have said, like the previous question, the student wants to summarize the study and its findings, in which case, to me, choice D would be definitively right, without any doubt. But this would be one, maybe if I took the test, I'd mark for review because I don't know. It feels like I'm using my opinion a little bit, and that's something we want to avoid. You'll see very rarely in this strategy trainer do we ever see that we're going with our gut, looking at our opinions. All right, one more of these. A student wants to introduce Paradise to an audience unfamiliar with the novel and its author. So we're introducing Paradise and unfamiliar. So let's see. Abdul Razak Gurna, who wrote Paradise and later was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature, was born in Zanzibar in East Africa and currently lives in the United Kingdom. Honestly, this feels like it's not introducing Paradise. This feels like it's introducing the author. So I don't love it, but maybe I'll keep it because it does mention the book. So let's see. B, many readers have singled out Abdul Razak Gurna's 1994 book, Paradise, a historical novel about colonial East Africa, for praise. Okay, but who is this guy or girl? I don't know, right? I mean, I'd love to have some more information about the person like I do here, because if we're unfamiliar with them, then it would be good to have some information. So this is maybe more about the readers. Again, I feel like I'm not seeing any strong words in choice B here that really match up with that idea of being unfamiliar or anything. So I don't like that. C, a much praised historical novel about colonial East Africa, Paradise, was written by this person, winner of the 2021 Nobel Prize in Literature. So is it introducing Paradise? Yes, certainly more than A is. Am I unfamiliar with those things? Well, it's telling me a little bit about the book. It's about colonial East Africa, and it's telling me a little about the person. He won the prize. So that seems pretty good. Let's look at D. Paradise is a historical novel about events that occurred in colonial East Africa, Abdul Razak Gurna's homeland. Well, is it really? It's maybe introducing it. I mean, I like the introduction in C better. It feels more detailed, I guess. I'm getting the year of the book as well. And do I really know who this person is? In fact, I don't even know. It doesn't even say in D that this person wrote the book, right? The only reason we know that is from the bullets or just reading the other choices. So yeah. And this is why we don't read the bullets at all, is we don't want to bias ourselves with information. We want to pretend like we're reading this for the first time. We're the teacher reading the student's book report, and we're trying to see if they told us the story the right way, if they told us the information we need. And D, if I didn't know that this person was the author, I wouldn't know it, but I need to know that. And so C is better. Like if I'm comparing A and C, my wedge is that A seems to be introducing the author and C seems to be introducing the book. And since my instruction was to introduce the book, Let's do that. Choice C, and that is the answer. Whew, all right. I told you this would be grind mode. We're almost there, right? Now let's go to the fun stuff. Let's go to question 1, right? This is what we would do on a normal test, is we go through the grammar, transitions, and outlines, and then end up at the end. And now we're going to switch to vocabulary. And here we start by reading the paragraph, right? So we're switching a little bit from what we've done in the past. Read the paragraph, look for strong words that relate to the blank or underline, pay attention to connotations, repetitions, and contrasts. So let's read and just kind of see. And I use that highlighting feature when I take the real test, so we're going to do it here as well. Although, already we have a contrast, right? Although critics believe that customers would never agree to pay to pick their own produce on farms, such concerns didn't blank Booker T. Whatley's efforts to promote the practice. So promote, that's kind of its own little strong word. Never, right? Here's a not word, right? Didn't. So we got some contrast there. Thanks in part to Whatley's determined advocacy, okay, farms that allow visitors to pick their own apples, pumpkins, and other produce can be found throughout the United States. Okay, so my dumb summary is I'd like to come up with my own simple word for the blank. As much as possible, steal the strong words from the paragraph. Watch out for twisted relationships such as negative words right before the blank. Well, I have one of those, right? So let's really make sure we do this right, okay? So we have something like, what do we know about Whatley, right? Whatley promoted this thing, right? He's promoted, he's determined, so it seems positive, right? Now, the blank is saying such concerns didn't blank, right? So didn't stop him, right? Because the although is telling us like critics said he's going to fail, but then we have the word although, so but Whatley thinks he's going to do it, right? He's determined, so he's going to succeed. So I'm trying to steal a word somewhere, but I'm having trouble doing it in this case. It doesn't always work, but I do think I have a pretty good sense of what needs to go in this blank. Although critics believe that customers would never agree to pay to pick their own produce on farms, such concerns didn't. How about something like stop? This is my dumb summary. Stop Booker T. Whatley's efforts to promote the practice, right? So it kept him going. He was determined. He kept doing it. So the word didn't here is kind of we need almost like a double negative, right? He didn't stop means he did keep going, right? You see the difference? And that's what they're trying to mess with us on. Maybe some of you don't think that that's going to be typically particularly hard, but at the very least now make a match, right? Pick the choice that best matches your dumb summary. If you don't know definitions, go with your gut and move on. So I have studied my vocab. I know that hinder means stop, to hold back. Enhance means to make better, to improve. Misrepresent means to basically lie about something. And aggravate means to kind of annoy or bother or irritate. So these don't make sense. If that's the problem that you have with these vocab questions, then you got to study some vocab words. But the process is the same whether we know the words or not. So let's make sure we're emphasizing that as we go. There we go. So there you go. That is the answer. And definitively, choice B. Same process, right? So strong words, let's read the paragraph. The artisans of the guild in Benin City, Nigeria, typically blank the bronze and brass casting techniques that have been passed down through their families since the 13th century. But they don't strictly observe every tradition. For example, guild members now use air conditioning motors instead of handheld bellows to heat their forges. Okay, so they don't strictly observe every tradition. Right there, they're contrasting, right? So let's be really simple about this. They typically do one thing, but they don't observe it. So just use the but as a clear kind of case. Ooh, what do I want to do? I want to do this. So they typically, how about we say something like observe the traditions, right? The techniques that have been passed down. Let's lowercase that. So I'm filling in the blank, and they say, but they don't strictly observe, right? You can see the contrast. And here I'm being really lazy with my dumb summary because I literally am just stealing the word observe. So let's see if there's something that kind of means that. Experiment with? No, that means to kind of play around with, right? To try. Adhere means stick to. So they typically stick to the traditions, but they don't strictly stick to every tradition, right? That feels like it could work. Improve on? No, they're not improving anything. And grapple with means kind of, again, like to kind of debate almost. To grapple means literally physically, like to kind of, try to grab onto it. So if we thought about like an idea, it just wouldn't make sense. They're not struggling with this, right? So yeah, this is another example where to me, the dumb summary is pretty obvious if you know the strategy. And then even if you're not super great with definitions, you can turn your dumb summary into a question. Does experiment mean observe? Does adhere mean observe? And hopefully you kind of get yourself to a yes on B and a no on the other choices. Observe can also mean to see, but observe isn't observing a tradition or observing a ritual means like following it. So adhere to, stick to, follow, it all fits. But this is great. Try as best you can to do this kind of lazy stealing that I did here. It makes it easier when they get harder. All right, so number 2 is B. Let's look at number 3. More hard words. This is tough for a first module. Set in a world where science fiction tropes exist as everyday realities, Charles Yu's 2010 novel How to Live Safely in a Science Fictional Universe traces a time traveler's quest to find his father. Because the journey at the novel's center is so blank, here we go. With the protagonist ricocheting chaotically across time, the reader often wonders whether the pair will ever be reunited. I can tell from practice that we have a repetition. With is going to tell me I'm about to add on, I'm about to kind of define this blank. And how do they define it? Ricocheting chaotically, right? They're giving me the definition of this blank. So what is it? It's something like the journey at the novel center is so chaotic, right? So does something mean chaotic? Haphazard, right? Premeditated means you thought about it beforehand. Inspirational, you're inspired. Fruitless means pointless. So yeah, I mean, haphazard means chaotic. It's a dead-on synonym. So this is a perfect example of how we should be reading these things, right? It's not just reading the passage. You're looking for strong words. You're paying attention. Are they giving you positive and negative connotations? Are they setting up sentences that repeat the same idea or contrast ideas? Not everything's going to do that, but the more you see it, the easier it'll be to come up with your own simple word. And the more you can steal that word from the sentence itself, the easier it's going to be, right? It's all about keeping your brain on a lower setting so that way you can navigate this stuff in a way that's not going to take up too much time or effort. And again, this is all stuff that I would take literally 10, 20 seconds on if this was the real test. I'm really slowing it down for your benefit, but this is stuff that with practice you can get really fast at. All right, another one of these. In a 2019 study, this person and colleagues found that the single-celled protozoan whatever not only uses strategies to escape irritating stimuli, but also switches strategies when fails. So one thing I noticed for you guys is not only, but also this feels like some contrasts. It's a little trickier than that. It's actually saying that it does both of these things. It's not negative, it's positive in a way. It's just a kind of way of building sentences in English, not only, but also. It does two things. And it uses the strategies to escape irritating stimuli, and it switches strategies when one fails. Just a weird way of saying this, but let's continue. This evidence of protozoans sophisticatedly, that's a strong word, changing their minds demonstrates that single-celled organisms may not be limited to blank behaviors. So we have another negative word right before the blank. So let's think about this, right? So what are we saying? Okay, they sophisticatedly change minds, or they behave sophisticatedly. Okay, sophisticated behavior. Let's type it like that. Behavior. So they are not limited to, well, if I'm trying to steal here, right, this feels like a contrast. They do sophisticated things, so they're not limited to, how about unsophisticated things, right? They can do the sophisticated stuff, meaning they can do more than just the unsophisticated stuff. So unsophisticated is me doing what I said here, right? We're going to steal the strong words from the paragraph, but notice this one I had to change because we had a contrast. So I had to manipulate it slightly, but very slightly, right? So what means unsophisticated? Rudimentary. Aggressive means angry, evolving means changing, advantageous means beneficial, rudimentary means basic, simple, unsophisticated. Perfect. Very easy. But notice what they're doing. They're trying to twist up this sentence so we kind of lose track. Are we repeating the same thing, or are we switching and contrasting? Cool. All right. Next one. A lot of tough words in this first module. I think this is unusual. Okay. Some economic historians blank that late 19th century and early 20th century households in the United States experienced an economy of scale when it came to food purchases. They assumed, boom, that large households spent less on food per person than did small households. Economists Trevin Logan showed, however, that a close look at the available data disproves this supposition. So yes, there's a but. But it's after the part we care about. So why did I get so excited about this word? Because I know, again, I'm looking for connotations, repetitions, and contrasts. This is a repetition. The most common way they show a repetition on these questions is they'll use a colon to show that two parts of a sentence mean the same thing, or we're basically defining what we just said or explaining what we just said. We said in the grammar section that a dash, a single dash, is the same as a colon. So I know that that dash is telling me we're about to repeat what we just said. And notice the structure is very similar. Some economic historians blank, they assumed, right? And it goes even further. Some economic historians assumed that late 19th century and early 20th century households experienced an economy of scale. They assumed that large households spent less on food than small, right? Economy of scale means size. Scale is size, right? So my dumb summary here is really simple. It's just assumed, right? Some economic historians assumed, and then it says later they assumed. So we're repeating ourselves. And surmised means guessed, means assumed. So there you go. Contrived means you're kind of like almost like not telling the truth. So that doesn't really work. Question, they're not unsure. They're assuming it. They're not necessarily completely sure, but they're making a guess, and they're not sad. They're not regretting anything. So yeah, perfect fit. So this is, again, though, if you don't know what surmised means, you might have to just go with your gut and move on. But my hope is if you can come up with the dumb summary and be like, okay, I know I'm looking for a word that means assumed, then maybe looking at these choices, you can hopefully at least get rid of C and D and maybe guess between the other two. And that's better than nothing. But maybe in the back of your mind somewhere, you have some sort of sense of what one of these words means. And you're like, okay, I'm pretty sure surmised is closer to assumed. And so you can get it right that way. All right. Now we have still a vocab question, but it's one that is this different style where we have a underline instead of a blank. But it basically behaves the same way. We still want to try to look for strong words in here, see if we can come up with almost like our own word for the blank, but then we've got some choices here as well. So I don't care where the book is from or whatever. Here, Fabry and Busman are telling Miss Glory why their company manufactures robots. Fabry, one robot can replace 2.5 workmen. One robot can replace 2.5 workmen. The human machine, Miss Glory, was terribly imperfect. It had to be removed sooner or later. It was too expensive. It was not effective. It no longer answers the requirements of modern engineering. Nature has no idea of keeping pace with modern labor. So I see some repetition here. It was not effective. So how about it's no longer, I don't know, effective with, at, right? Here's the thing about filling these blanks and using dumb summaries is you're not trying to write the best sentence. So don't try to hold yourself to some high standard of like, what would I say if I were writing an essay? We're just trying to capture the meaning. So if we can kind of steal something that's there, all the better, right? So it's not effective at the requirements of modern engineering. So effective, explains, no. Rebut means to say something is bad, right? So it's to disagree with it. It no longer defends the requirements of modern engineering. I don't think that makes any sense. To fulfill a goal is to accomplish it. To be effective at a goal would be kind of accomplishing it as well. So I feel like that fits, right? And we can plug it in and see. It was not effective. It no longer fulfills the requirements. Yeah, you fulfill requirements, right? So that feels right. Explains, it's hard for me to disprove it, but D is such a better fit. And this kind of gets to step 3 here, right? Is like, go with your gut and move on. Even if you do know all the words, sometimes you have 2 that you can kind of fit. I'd say 1 is probably going to fit better, and just trust that instinct and move on. All right, so yes, and I can confirm that yes, D is the answer here. So let's move to 7. And finally, we have a passage. So let's switch to that. This is the fun part. Look at how much information we get on passages here. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do that people often neglect is we need to follow instructions. Read the question. What do they want us to do, right? So sometimes it's a very bland instruction, but here it's very specific. Why would a helicopter built for Earth be unable to fly on Mars? So why is unable to fly on Mars? I'm going to read this passage with that in mind. If it doesn't answer that question, I don't really care. But also as I read, I'm going to focus on adjectives and verbs. We're going to look for strong words again. Nouns typically are not as important. So adjectives and verbs, descriptions. Main ideas are repeated ideas. Relationships matter. The strongest word in any passage is but. So this isn't just one thing to think about as we go through the passage. It's a few things. And sometimes one will be more helpful for you than others. But the point of that step 2 is to start to focus you on the stuff that matters. So let's see what we got. In 2014, Amelia Kwan and her team at NASA set out to build a helicopter capable of flying on Mars. Because Mars's atmosphere is only 1% as dense as Earth's, the air of Mars would not provide enough resistance to the rotating blades of a standard helicopter for the aircraft to stay aloft. So we're talking about the atmosphere. We're talking about the air, right? The problem is there's not enough resistance, right? For 5 years, the Kwan's team tested designs in a lab that mimicked Mars's atmospheric conditions. The craft the team ultimately designed can fly on Mars because its blades are longer and rotate faster than those of a helicopter the same size built for Earth. So notice I didn't highlight anything in the last sentence. Why would a helicopter built for Earth be able to fly on Mars? The answer is basically the air is different, right? So I don't necessarily want to get into the solution of how they got it to fly. I'm more interested in why it didn't fly in the first place. So maybe this matters, but remember, the passages don't run away once you finish reading them. You can always go back. So now we're moving on to step 3. And this is the main skill for the passages that anyone can practice. And I hope this trainer helps you guys do that. We want to come up with a dumb summary to filter through these choices. So get rid of answers that don't match your dumb summary. Some common dumb summaries are. This is not a limited list, but it's meant to get you started. So let's see if we can write a dumb summary here. Let's do this. Boom. So my dumb summary, if I can make it fit one of these, that'd be great, right? So my dumb summary is, I guess, why would a helicopter built for Earth be unable to fly on Mars? So I guess something like the air matters, right? The air or the atmosphere matters, right? So I'm kind of sticking with this first one here, right? It's the air, it's the atmosphere. That's what matters. So if there's something that says that it's about the air, then that's what I'm going with, right? So choice A, because Mars and Earth have different atmospheric conditions. Is that saying the air matters? Yes, the atmosphere matters. They have different atmospheres. So it seems pretty good. B, because the blades of helicopters built for Earth are too large to work on Mars. Does that say the air matters? No, so I don't like it. Plus, this is giving me a specific thing I can go test, right? The blades of helicopters built for Earth are too large. So Earth blades are too large. Well, they did talk about that down here. What did they say? The craft team ultimately designed can fly on Mars because the blades are longer. So the Mars blades are longer. This is saying the Earth blades are longer, right? No, it's just the opposite. So a couple reasons it's wrong, but there you go. C, because the gravity of Mars is much weaker than the gravity on Earth. Well, did they talk about gravity at all? No, it's not about the gravity. No. Because helicopters built for Earth are too small to handle the conditions on Mars. So this is a comparison. And this gets to step 4, which I didn't really think too much about for this one, but one thing at a time, right? But there are different things that the answer choices can have, different kinds of strong words that might indicate potential traps, or at least things that we can think about, right? And so B was also a comparison. So that's why we went and checked that comparison. So D is talking about the size of the helicopter. But remember what they said is if we're talking about the helicopters, that they're the same size, right? So the size of the helicopter is not the issue. The size of the blades might be the issue, but really what's the issue is like we said, the air is what matters. The air is what matters. So this is just not important. It's A. A is the thing. And it's also not just that A is the best answer here. B, C, and D are all wrong. And that's a key piece too for these questions. We're not just finding the best answer. One will be provably right. The other 3 will be provably wrong. We say that they're the same size helicopter. So the one being small or large doesn't really matter. So there you go, choice A, and that's the answer. Let's keep going. Next one here. So same thing. Start by following the instructions. This one has a very vague instruction, right? What's the main idea? So short passage, good. But think of the same things, right? Think of strong words, verbs and adjectives, not nouns. Main ideas are repeated ideas, right? Let's see what we got. In West Africa, Jalis have traditionally been keepers of information about family history and records of important events. They have often served as teachers and advisors too. So they have information, they are teachers, advisors, so they seem smart. New technologies may have changed some aspects of the role today, but Jalis continue to be valued for knowing, and protecting their people's stories, right? So main ideas are repeated ideas. That's all this stuff in blue is about knowing things. And We have a little bit of a but here, but what's the main idea of the text? My dumb summary, let's do it here. My dumb summary is Jolly's, I don't know, maybe this is a version of the X is good thing. Jolly's know stuff. That's kind of my dumb summary, my main idea. Let's see. Even though there have been some changes in their role, Jollies continue to preserve their community's histories. Well, preserve, right? So that's nice. And they did kind of work in the but a little bit, right? They continue to be valued despite some aspects of their role changing, right? So changed a little bit, right? So maybe. Let's see what else we got. B, although Jollies have many roles, many of them like teaching best. Well, I don't know what they like, right? So let's talk about this. Because here, if we go to our trap answer wedges, there's one right here. Beliefs. Do we actually know what a character believes, wants, desires, hopes, intends, or thinks? Do we know what they like doing? No, we know what they do. We do not know what they like to do. So that strong word in B is enough for me to start to be suspicious. C, Jollies have been entertaining the people with their communities for centuries, within their communities. No, because this has nothing to do with knowing stuff. They're not entertainers. They know stuff. No. Technology can now do some of the things Jollies used to be responsible for. So Jollies used to be responsible, right? So that says that they don't know stuff anymore, right? It's missing the main idea. This is saying they're bad, right? So if we go back to my potential dumb summaries here, right? X is good, right? Mine was more specific, but I still think it still has that positive quality, right? Look at D. This seems to be saying the Jollies are bad, right? That they used to do stuff, but not so much anymore. So it's the wrong connotation. A is right? They continue to preserve, that's positive, their community's histories. And yes, their role has changed. That wasn't something I cared so much about when I saw it in the passage, but notice it's around the word but, the contrast word that we need to pay attention to. So seems good, and yes, A is the answer. Moving on. All right. 100-year-old book. So let's take a look. Main idea again. So, yep, follow instructions, main idea. Now we can read. And same thing, strong words. It's adapted from Call of the Wild. Buck is a sled dog living with John Thornton in Yukon, Canada. Thornton alone held Buck. Okay. The rest of mankind, so I like this as alone. The rest of mankind was as nothing. Chance travelers might praise or pet him, but let's do red. He was cold under it all, and from a too demonstrative a man. Whoa, what is this saying? But he was cold under it all, and from a too demonstrative man, he would get up and walk away. Okay. When Thornton's partners Hans and Pete arrived on the long-expected raft, Buck refused to notice them. So refused to notice. Thornton held Buck alone, right? So he would walk away. So main ideas are repeated ideas. Till he learned they were close to Thornton. After that, he would tolerate them in a passive sort of way, accepting favors from them as though he favored them by accepting. So it seems like the dog only likes this one guy, right? He's ignoring other people. He's walking away from other people. When he finally does like other people, he's barely liking them. So, right? So let's talk about our main idea. Main idea, let's get it in there. So dumb summary is... Here I'm going to kind of move away from those ones that are there because sometimes there's strong words that are kind of specific to the passage, right? This is the thing with passages is we don't have specific words to memorize or to kind of always focus on. It really depends on context. But here, my dumb summary is basically that the dog, only likes Thornton, right? So let's see. Let's see if anything kind of says that. Buck has become less social since he began living with Thornton. Okay. So that sounds kind of like being alone, stuff like that. But the word since is standing out to me because we have to think of our trap answers, and time is one of them. Right now, notice the word since is not in that list, but that doesn't mean these are the only words that remind me of time. Since means that time has passed, that there's a difference based on time passing. But no, this isn't about time passing. This is just describing the dog as the dog always is, right? He's only likes this one guy. If he does slowly start to accept other people, it's kind of in a passive sort of way, as they say. So no, this is wrong. Buck mistrusts humans and does his best to avoid him. Well, that's very close to being true. Mistrust is a strong word, right? Does he mistrust humans? Well, he seems to walk away from them. I don't know if that's the same as mistrusting them. Plus, he likes one guy, Thornton, right? Thornton alone held Buck, right? Meaning not held like cuddled, held as in like held his affection, right? And so the rest of mankind was as nothing. So he does like at least one human. So maybe I'll keep that, but it's a little too strong, right? C, Buck has been especially well liked by most of Thornton's friends. So here the most obvious thing for me that I don't like is the word most. That gets into quantity. And look, it's right there, number 2 in our list. We are not quantifying how many friends like and do not like the dog. So no, it's not about the quantity of the friends one way or another. Buck holds Thornton in higher regard than any other person. Now look, from a trap answer point of view, right? We're trying to separate choices, right? Let's kind of look at these, right? B is essentially saying, the dog, I'm going to say hates everybody, right? That's what B is saying. D is saying the dog likes one person more. Now, they're both kind of quantifying. They're both kind of comparing, right? So we are seeing that we have some of our classic wedges in both choices. But first of all, D, I think we can prove more because it does say that he seems to like this one guy. But also, B is more of a quantifier, right? It's basically the number of people that the dog likes is 0. And D, the number of people the dog likes is 1. So 0 is very limiting, right? 1, you got a little bit of wiggle room there, right? And so I am nervous about this particular comparison, higher regard than any other person. But can we prove that? Yes, Thornton alone held Buck. The rest of mankind was as nothing, right? So we do have evidence. And that's the thing with these wedges, right? These are not necessarily, look at what I say here. Certain kinds of strong words indicate potential traps. You can never eliminate an answer just because of one of these words. But they're always words and ideas that we need to think about. And sometimes the passage allows us to justify them. So there we go. D is good. D is the answer here. All right. Let's move on. How many more? All right, we're almost done, guys. 10. And I promise when we get to the hard passage, the hard section, we will move faster. But let's take care of this first. So these are actually really good questions because the following this process is really simple, right? The question is telling us to illustrate the claim. And look at that passage, nice and short, right? So the strong words are also very obvious. I don't care where the book is from. So Souls, Black Folk is a 1903 book by W.B. Du Bois. In the book, Du Bois suggests that upon hearing Black folk songs, he felt an intuitive and sometimes unexpected sense of cultural recognition. So I'm going to treat those as 2 separate strong words, 2 separate ideas. And basically now, I don't even need a dumb summary. That is my dumb summary, right? I need a choice that talks about it being intuitive and unexpected. So the best thing about these illustrate the claim passages is the dumb summary is basically handed to you. Now, though, we need to think, okay, can I look at matches, right? Can I make matches with this? So A, Black folk music still remains as the singular spiritual heritage of the nation and the greatest gift of the Negro people. Is it saying that it's intuitive and unexpected? No, it's just a random fact. Ever since I was a child, these songs have stirred me strangely. Ooh, strangely. Well, if something is strange, it's maybe unexpected. They came out of the South unknown to me, one by one, and yet at once I knew them as of me and of mine. That's a little hard to understand, but knowing something versus, not knowing it, right? So there's these 2 ideas, right? Intuitive means you know something without having to look it up in a book, right? It's intuitive. You just know it. So maybe, let's keep going though. Let's see what else we got. Caricature has sought, again, to spoil the quaint beauty of the music and has filled the air with many debased melodies, which vulgar ears scarce know from the real. Sounds very bad. But the true Negro folk song still lives in the hearts of those who have heard them truly sung and in the hearts of the Negro people. Okay, well, maybe like living in the hearts is a little bit of intuition. But is there anything unexpected here? I don't think so. Maybe I'll keep it, but I like B better. It feels like it hits the unexpected part a little more strongly. D, the songs are indeed the siftings of centuries. The music is far more ancient than the words, and in it we can trace here and there signs of development. To me, it has nothing to do with anything. So yeah. So here, this is a real test. I'm picking B. I've got a dead-on hit. Strangely unexpected. That is dead on, right? If something is strange, it's not what the normal is. It's something it's not expected. So that's perfect. And then, yeah, for the intuitive part, maybe I've got to stretch it a little bit, but I don't think it's that ridiculous. It's just that it's not like a one-to-one word. It's more just like the entire idea of that sentence is hitting the idea of it being intuitive. It's something that I don't really know, and yet I do know them, right? It's intuition. So that is the answer. Perfect. All right, graphs and charts. The same rules are going to apply. It does not matter that we have a different kind of question, right? So follow the instructions. Which choice most effectively uses data from the graph to complete the example? So, right, there's a blank down here. We're going to fill it in. So for these, right, strong words, read the passage. So I stick to that. I don't start reading this chart because it doesn't mean anything to me without the passage. So let's look at the passage and see what we get here. So these people surveyed small-scale farmers in 3 locations in Ondo State, Nigeria, which has mountainous terrain in the north, an urbanized center, and coastal terrain in the south, to learn more about their practices, like the types of crops they mainly cultivated. In some regions, female farmers were found to be especially prominent in the cultivation of specific types of crops, and even constituted the majority of farmers who cultivated those crops. For instance, so female majority, right? That's what we're looking for. So the whole thing, those 2 words are ones that matter. Female, majority. So majority, notice, is a quantifier word, right? So, it has a specific meaning. But okay, now we could go here and we could start to look at the graph and maybe kind of guess our answer, right? Notice it says percentage of Ondo State small-scale farmers who are female. So it's talking about these are already female. We have the female farmers as a percentage of total. And for something to be majority, it needs to be more than half. So already it probably is going to be either the non-root vegetables in South Ondo or the non-root vegetables in North Ondo. But let's look at the choices and just see. Most of the farmers who mainly cultivated cereals and most of the farmers who mainly cultivated non-root vegetables in South Ondo were women. So South Ondo is right here. So follow instructions. These are just about instructions. Most of the farmers who mainly cultivated cereals. So that's this one. No, that's only 35%. So that's not most. Most means 50% or more. So no, that's just not true. More women in Central Ondo mainly cultivated root crops than mainly cultivated cereals. So that is, first of all, not true. Cultivated root crops, so that's this, and that's not more than cereals, so no. But also that wouldn't matter. Who cares? You need to show me that's a majority. I don't care if it's. I'm not comparing these 2 things. Which one's over 50%? Most of the farmers who mainly cultivated non-root vegetables in North and South Ondo were women. So South, North, non-root vegetables. And yeah, that's exactly what we pointed out. So that seems pretty good. Let's look at D, though, just to be sure. A relatively equal proportion of women across the 3 regions of Ondo mainly cultivated cereals. I mean, that might be true, right? That's the gray bar here, but who cares? Again, I need it to be a majority, right? So accomplish the goal. Whether or not these are providing true statements about the graph is irrelevant, right? The passage is telling me to look for a specific kind of fact. So I didn't even really need a dumb summary here. These 2 highlighted words were my dumb summary, female majority. So that's really it. But essentially, just kind of follow the instructions. All right, two more. And again, I promise that is the answer there. 12, okay. All right, now for these, right, if we go back to reading the instructions here are basically finish the story, right? Get to the end and tell me what comes next, right? So these are, to me, also main idea questions where we're summarizing everything, but in a way we're building towards something. So it's maybe slightly different than main idea, but I'm still thinking of it the same way. Let's read the passage. Let's focus on adjectives and verbs and look for main ideas, repeated ideas, stuff like that. Scholars have noted that F. Scott Fitzgerald's writings were likely influenced in part by his marriage to Zelda Fitzgerald, but many don't recognize Zelda as a writer in her own right. Indeed, Zelda authored several works herself, such as the novel Save Me the Waltz and numerous short stories. Thus, those who primarily view Zelda as an inspiration for F. Scott's writings, okay, well look, let's focus on the but, right? I say it right here, strongest word in any passage is but, so focus on that, right? Scholars have noted that F. Scott Fitzgerald's writings were influenced in part by Zelda, but many don't recognize Zelda as a writer in her own right. So it's about Zelda, right? Zelda's the important person here, right? So those who primarily view Zelda as an inspiration for F. Scott's writings, let's just copy this basically, right? So my dumb summary here is essentially Zelda matters, right? It's about Zelda, right? So those who primarily view Zelda as an inspiration for F. Scott's writings, if I want to get more specific here, ignore Zelda's own importance, something like that, right? I mean, it kind of just says it here. So let's see if we have a choice that sounds like that, right? They overlook the many other factors that motivated F. Scott to write. Well, is it saying Zelda matters? No, it's saying F. Scott matters. Is this saying it? Risk misrepresenting the full range of Zelda's contributions to literature. Yes, so this is a little twisted, right? But to misrepresent is to lie about or to get something wrong. So is this saying that Zelda is important? Yes, right? Because, well, the way I wrote it here, ignore is misrepresent, right? So they're misrepresenting her own importance, her own contributions, right? They're missing that she's important. So I like this one. Let's look at C. May draw inaccurate conclusions about how F. Scott and Zelda viewed each other's works. Well, do we know what they thought of each other, right? Do we know, where is it? Here, beliefs. Do we know what they thought of each other? That's not really the point of this passage, right? I don't really care. So no. They tend to read the works of F. Scott and Zelda in an overly autobiographical light. So overly is kind of a comparison word, I guess, right? It also seems bad. We're not really comparing the two. I know the passage is about both of them, but we're trying to say Zelda is important, right? This is kind of equating them in some way. I don't like this. Who cares how we read them? It doesn't matter. What matters is that she contributed. And B is saying that. It's getting a little weird with the way it's kind of using this negative word, but it's saying it's bad to misrepresent her contributions, right? If we just think of her as F. Scott's muse, then we're missing the point that she was also an important writer. So here, B is the answer. I don't think this is a hard question, so I would hope you wouldn't get it wrong. But notice, like, at the end of the day, if we're thinking about our dumb summaries and we're thinking about main ideas as repeated ideas, the main character of this passage is Zelda, right? The main character of choice B is Zelda. The main character of choice A is F. Scott. The main character of choice D is F. Scott, right? So only choice B really has Zelda as the main character. So something to think about. One more. Yes, one more. Okay, same thing. Logically completes the text, and you can see there's a lot of science stuff here, but let's focus on what kind of, again, comes up as we read. Herbivorous sauropod dinosaurs could grow more than 100 feet long and weigh up to 80 tons, and some researchers have attributed the evolution of sauropods to such massive sizes to increased plant production resulting from high levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide during the Mesozoic era. My advice is let that wash over you. There's a lot there. Don't waste your brain, because look at the next word. However, right? The strongest word in any passage is but. That's a but. That's a big but. Right? So maybe everything I just said doesn't matter. Let's see what they say, right? So, however, but there is no evidence of significant spikes in carbon dioxide levels. So no evidence of the carbon dioxide coinciding with relevant periods in sauropod evolution, such as when the first large sauropods appeared, when several sauropod lineages underwent further evolution toward gigantism, or when sauropods reached their maximum known sizes, suggesting that. This is such an easy dumb summary, right? This is basically going to say carbon dioxide doesn't matter, right? We're stealing a classic dumb summary type, right? Now notice, if we were to summarize the passage, the first half of this passage says that they do think carbon dioxide matters. But this is why you got to be patient and kind of look and see which kinds of strong words are going to matter more as you get through the passage. If you see a however, then it probably means we're about to discount everything we just said. So why bother trying to summarize this first part and memorize it when we're about to just say it's wrong? So they're much more clear here. So carbon dioxide doesn't matter. That's our dumb summary. So let's see if we find something that says that. A, fluctuations in atmospheric carbon dioxide affected different sauropod lineages differently. No, this is saying carbon dioxide matters, right? This is saying carbon dioxide matters because it affected them differently. No, I don't want that. B, the evolution of larger body sizes in sauropods did not depend on increased atmospheric carbon dioxide. That's a fancy way of saying carbon dioxide doesn't matter. Yeah, it did not depend on it, right? Oop, did not depend. This seems pretty good. I like this, but of course we should read everything. C, atmospheric carbon dioxide was higher when the largest known sauropods lived than it was when the sauropods appeared. Okay, so if it was higher when they were bigger, and we're trying to determine its purpose, right? Aren't we now just saying that carbon dioxide matters? That the more carbon dioxide there was, the bigger they got? No, the whole point is we're saying it doesn't matter, right? So again, this is just another way of saying it matters. I don't care. D, sauropods probably would not have evolved to such immense sizes if atmospheric carbon dioxide had been even slightly higher. Well, this one is a little confusing to hear, but this is why we keep dumb summaries, right? Regardless of the relationship here, it's saying carbon dioxide matters, right? If it's higher, then that says it matters. I love B here. It's just a fancy way of saying my very dumb summary. Carbon dioxide doesn't matter, right? The evolution of these things did not depend on increased atmospheric carbon dioxide. It didn't matter. So that is perfect. And this is the benefit of a dumb summary, right? There's a lot of science in here, but most of it doesn't matter. So we can, by dumbing it down, we can kind of see through the complicated science more easily. And, when we get to the hard module, that is going to matter even more. So it's very, very important that we get this strategy down, this process down when the questions are easier. And we're going to take a break before we get to the hard module. But I will say, as a piece of advice, when you're studying, a lot of people make the mistake of focusing on hard questions only in the question bank. And I just want to do all the hard questions. Well, this is a medium question, by the way, but this is why we need to do the easy and medium ones as well, is the habits that we form, taking the time to do these dumb summaries and try to fit these kinds of patterns and strategies on the easy and medium ones. Those are the same habits that we're going to use when they get harder. So I'm going to do this exact same stuff in the hard module. And of course, I'm going to still go slow, but the reason I'm able to do it very well in the hard module is because I'm forcing myself to do it here. So take that as a lesson when you're studying, is you really want to grind it out. You can't just do the hard stuff. You got to do the easy stuff and learn the habits, learn the procedures, and hopefully, this strategy training mode will help you do that. But let's take a break before we get into the hard module. All right, so now we are in the hard module, module 2. I know it's the hard one because, I can see there's some hard words to start us off, but also I know I got everything right in the first module because I've been looking at my answer key the entire time. But we're going to do the same thing the second time around. We're still going to use this training mode to make sure that we understand what's going on. So let's start with grammar because that's where we're supposed to start no matter the module. Let's find that first grammar question. This time, I hope that the process is starting to already feel like it's a bit of a habit. But obviously, we're going to need to do more deep thinking because the questions are probably going to be harder. So right away, I see we got to deal with a kind of a little complication. Is normally question 15 is a grammar question, but it's not a grammar question here. So we got to find the first one. So 16, also not grammar. All right, 17, thank God, is. So there you go. And let's follow our process, right? So we're reading these answer choices first. I'm not reading the passage. Choices first. And what's changing? And we can see the punctuation is changing, right? So we got some commas coming and going, and we've got a semicolon. So if I'm looking at my punctuation rules, semicolons are top of the list. So let's focus first on choices C and D. And this is where maybe a deeper understanding of the potential rules is going to help me out. I know that regardless of whether I pick C or D here, the word rather is behaving as an extra word, okay? So I'm gonna ignore it for right now. Let's put it in pink so we really recognize what's going on. It's an extra word. So if I'm testing semicolons and looking for complete sentences, I'm gonna ignore this extra word that I know doesn't really affect whether or not it's a sentence. I don't wanna listen to it in a place and start to make a decision about where it goes because C and D are very different. They're putting the rather in a different sentence, essentially. So let's take a look at these sentences, ignoring the rather. To humans, it does not appear that the golden orb-weave spider uses camouflage to capture its prey. Is that a sentence? Yes. Specifically, we can see we have a little bit of an intro clause here, but if we go kind of deep into the blank with the word prey, we will see that we have a sentence. So sentence 1, check, right? So let's check to see if we have sentence 2. And again, I'm ignoring the word rather, so I'm starting here with the word the. The brightly colored arachnid seems to wait conspicuously in the center of its large circular web for insects to approach. Yes, that is also a sentence, and notice there's no punctuation in there, so that whole thing is just one sentence. So there are 2 sentences, There are only a few ways to join or separate two complete sentences: periods, semicolons, colons, commas, and conjunctions. Those are the only ones, and colons even are a little bit of they're a little iffy there. But regardless, that means it can't be A or B, because even though comma plus conjunction is a valid way to join sentences, rather is not a conjunction. When we say conjunction, we're basically talking about three words: and, but, and so. There are others. Maybe you've heard of fanboys, but rather is not a fanboy. So we can get rid of A and B. Now, to be clear, there are times sometimes when a word like rather can be surrounded by commas like this and still work. So it's not always wrong. But in this case, right, we didn't really even think about the word rather. We thought about the semicolon, and we're forced into picking a semicolon choice. So now, what is the difference between these two? Well, the word rather is either in the first sentence in yellow, right? So let me actually change this now. So this would be yellow, and this would have it in the blue sentence, right? So the word pray is yellow no matter what. But basically what's happening is if we put the rather before the semicolon, then it's with the yellow. If we put the rather after the semicolon, then it's with the blue. Now, another way to kind of work with this is to almost use some of the stuff we've used for the transition questions, which is to dumb summarize the word rather as a but, right? It's not in the list, but it's a but word. So we're going to basically do the same thing here. And so essentially what I'm doing is kind of a dumb summary. Let me kind of type here and show you. So I'm trying to figure out where this but goes, right? So if I chose choice C, then the sentences would basically be like this. But to humans, it does not appear that the spider uses camouflage. Hate that word. I can never spell it. The brightly colored arachnid seems to wait. Let's just keep it with that, right? Simple. So why would I put the word but in the front? Well, that's the thing with the word rather. That's why it's technically not a conjunction. Is unlike a word like but, it has to be at the point where the sentences meet. The word rather can kind of float throughout a sentence. So right now, if I picked choice C, I would be floating I could basically move that word rather to where it actually is. No matter where it is in a sentence, it's always acting as if it is a but at the beginning of the sentence. So there's no reason for us to put a but there. So if I did choice D, things change a little bit, right? To humans, it does not appear that the spider uses camouflage. Hate spelling that word. But the arachnid seems to wait in its web, right? So it does not appear to use camouflage to catch its prey, but instead, rather, it seems to wait in the middle of its web. So yeah, there's not a great contrast there, but it's contrasting the two different ways we might imagine this spider catching something, right? So that's why choice D is right, is we really want the but to be in that other place. And that's pretty typical. I think most people are going to pick D here because this is maybe where you would typically see the word rather, is after a semicolon with a comma before it. But I will warn you, that is not the only place it can go. C could have been right. Another version of this question, C is going to be right. So we got to be careful. It's all dependent on the context. But notice we started with something simple. We know what semicolons do. Stick to that. So yes, D is the answer here. Moving on. Okay, same thing. Now we're looking again at the choices first. What kind of things are changing? Well, these don't seem to be punctuation changes. These seem to be verb changes, right? So how do we deal with that? Well, first we have to think about agreement. Let's try to categorize all these choices as singular or plural, and let's see how that goes. So let's open up a little thing here. So choice A, studies, I know from memory is singular. He studies the book. B, has been studying, also singular, right? He has been studying late into the night. And C, will study. Okay, well, that one's a little tricky. That one is going to be both, right? I could say he will study later, or I can say they will study later, okay? And either one, whether it's one person we're talking about or multiple people, will study is not going to change. So that's both. D, on the other hand, is a singular verb. So what does that mean? Well, it means that it's probably not an agreement question, okay? Because if we have an agreement question almost all the time, it'll be the case that every single choice can be definitively characterized as either singular or plural and not both. So some tenses in English, like the future tense, are not ones that have this property of being singular or plural. So the fact that even one choice here is not singular or plural definitively, choice C, tells me it's probably not the agreement rule. Moving on, it's probably not the to and ing rule either, because I really don't see the things I want to see, right? I see studying, but they're attached to other kind of verbs that normally we wouldn't see for the to and ing rule. Normally we'd have like something like to studies or to study, and then we'd have a choice like studying kind of on its own or having studied, something like that, where the ing is kind of like the first word in the choice. So I'm not seeing that either, which means this is probably a past, present, future question. Meaning, when does the studying take place? This is a case where we can probably just look at the sentence and kind of feel it out based on clues in the sentence. So Bonnie Barati of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, something data about Saturn's rings collected by the Cassini spacecraft when she made an interesting discovery. So right there is the clue, right? The tiny moons embedded between and within Saturn's rings are shaped by the buildup of ring material on the moon's surfaces. So Bonnie Barati was studying the data when she made an interesting discovery, right? If we just read this first part, let's just stop here, right? If I just read this, any of the choices could be correct, right? Bonnie Barati of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory studies data about Saturn's rings. That is grammatically correct if I'm just looking at the pink. Bonnie Barati of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory has been studying data about Saturn's rings. That could be correct. Bonnie Barati of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory will study data about Saturn's rings. All of those things are fine. There's nothing telling me that one of those is right or wrong. And that's the real trick with these past, present, future questions is something else in the sentence will tell us the correct tense. We shouldn't make assumptions. There's usually going to be a clue. And so if we continue to read, which with any SAT grammar question, we always want to make sure we read to the end of that sentence. Certain rules, we really need to make sure we do that. And this is one of them. So we got to make sure we keep reading. And when we do, we see that they're telling us that the ordering of events here, right? She was studying these rings when she made, past tense, an interesting discovery. When I read that full thing, it's obvious that D is the right answer because I speak English and choosing the tense of the verb is something that comes automatically, right? I literally do that every time I open my mouth. I'm not thinking, when does this sentence I want to say take place? You just have an intuitive understanding. So this is a good rule. Even a slightly harder question, we're going to have a good instincts for the past, present, future rule. But we still need to go through the process of double checking. Is it agreement? Is it the to and ing? Because if we accidentally think a question is about past, present, future when it's not, we will fall for a trap and make a mistake. Let's see, that might come up later in the section. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. But even though I might have been able to get this question right by just reading it kind of more casually, I'm still going through this process. I don't want to fall for a trap. All right, next one. Okay, same deal, right? We see what's changing. Before we look at the passage, I see a period, right? So that is top of my punctuation list. So let's just see, do I have two sentences? On July 23rd, 1854, a clipper ship called the Flying Cloud entered San Francisco Bay. Okay, so yep, that is a sentence. Having left New York Harbor under the guidance of Captain Josiah Perkins Creasy and his wife, Navigator Eleanor Creasy, a mere 89 days and 8 hours earlier, the celebrated ship set a record that would stand for 135 years. So, oh boy, lots of commas. But if you're looking for sentences, right, because that's kind of our task, right, find independent clauses. If we're looking for them, well, then there's one right here. And yeah, there's a lot of distance between these two things. The yellow sentence and the blue sentence have a lot of extra stuff in between, but none of it matters. We have to separate these two sentences using valid punctuation. The only way to do that is the period, right? And is a conjunction, but it needs the comma in order to work. Comma needs a conjunction in order to work. And then D is nothing, right? So B is the only thing that works. But you can see why if you didn't think through this process and didn't kind of assume B is right to start and kind of test that one first, you might think of something like C as being right. Because if I just kept reading, it would sound totally fine to say, a clipper ship called the Flying Cloud entered San Francisco Bay, having left New York Harbor under the guidance of Captain Josiah Perkins Creasy. That's a valid sentence. You could say that. But that's not what we have here, right? And this is another case where, like I said before, if you are just stopping your reading wherever you feel bored or feel like you understand enough, you are going to stop too short in a lot of cases, especially we're in the hard module. We know they're going to try to trick us. So this is the kind of question you cannot get wrong. if you follow the procedure, it's a guaranteed correct answer, right? I mean, this is a clear sentence. The celebrated ship set a record that would stand for 135 years. Clear sentence. We got 2 sentences. You got to punctuate them correctly. Moving on. All right. What's changing? Looks like verbs. All right, so let's go through our procedure. Let's look at singulars and plurals. Let me make a little type list here for us. So A, has enhanced is singular. Are enhancing is plural. C, have enhanced is plural. And D, enhance is plural. And generally, you can tell because the singular verbs will end in S, but if you really need to, you can make simple sentences. You can say something like, he enhance his resume. No, that sounds terrible. They enhance their resumes. Yeah, they enhance. That makes more sense. But I would say if you really want to master the grammar, you have to move away from that and get to the point where you can just memorize them. But now that I've memorized them, it's pretty easy, right? This is a 3 versus 1 strategy situation. All 4 of the choices can be categorized as definitively singular or plural. One of them is different, so it's probably A. And then as I'm looking through, I'm going to see if I can find a singular subject to back that up, just to make sure. But let's see, it should be there. Bengali author Toru Dutt's A Sheaf Gleaned in French Fields, a volume of English translations of French poems. So that's just an extra clause. That can't be the subject. Has enhanced scholars' understanding of the transnational and multilingual context in which Dutt lived and worked. So this is my subject. A sheaf gleaned in French fields has enhanced scholars' understanding of the contexts, right? So to me, that's obvious. I'm good at finding these. But regardless, I would still always start from the strategy and just see, because if there's one that's different from the other 3, it's kind of a win, an easy win. But also there's a lot of other things that people could think are the subject that are plural, right? What if you just thought of fields by itself? That's plural. What about translations or poems, scholars, contexts, right? There's a lot of plural things. And that's not a coincidence. They know that a lot of people who just read this sentence and try to sound out the right answer are going to hear a plural subject where there isn't one and pick a plural. But because we have this little strategy, we have a huge advantage. So this is a big win for us. They do break this 3 versus 1 rule occasionally, but it's very rare. And so start from it, assuming it's going to work, and then deal with the times it doesn't. Let's move on. Okay, same thing. What's changing? Well, I see a period. So top of my list, let's give it a shot. And here I'm going to get rid of all this, because if I'm looking at periods, none of this matters, because this sentence is over. This sentence is not affecting the next sentences. So right here, archaeologist Leila Neme recently traveled to Hegra to study its ancient tombs. Yeah, sounds like a sentence to me, so okay. Built into the rocky outcrops of a vast desert, these burial chambers seem to blend seamlessly with nature. Well, here's another sentence. And we keep seeing the same trap, right? They give us 2 sentences. They put the blank on an extra clause that could attach to either sentence. But doesn't matter what that extra clause is doing. What matters is we have 2 sentences and we have to find a way to separate them. And the period, again, is the only way to do it, right? We got a comma with no conjunction. We got a conjunction with no comma. We got nothing at all. All of these fail. But notice, if we just read this and just went with our gut, I think something like B or D would sound pretty good. Archaeologist Leila Neme recently traveled to Hegra to study its ancient tombs, built into the rocky outcrops of a vast desert. Right? It's a descriptive clause describing the tombs. But it can also be a descriptive clause describing the tombs leading into when we mention them again as these burial chambers, right? So it's a very common trap. They're going to do this on every SAT, where you get this clause that could either end the first sentence or begin the second, and you don't get to choose which it does. The question, the choices have chosen for you. So yes, I can confirm choice A is right. Moving on. All right, punctuation is changing, but I don't see any of our big ones here. Periods, semicolons, colons, commas, and conjunctions. I don't see any of that. So that we can skip. I don't see any dashes. I don't see any apostrophes. I don't see any question marks. This is where studying helps. Appositives. That's what this is. And a positive is a situation where you have like an extra clause that gets inserted in the sentence. And so sometimes that clause gets comma, sometimes it doesn't. So in my brain, because I've studied and memorized appositives, I know the rule. Okay, so there's 2 situations. We're going to use basically the way you typically write is with 2 commas. And what you do is you introduce some sort of term, and then you pause to define the term before returning to your sentence. That's how you write. It's totally correct to do that, but that's not the only way to do the same thing. A lot of times what we're going to do instead is we're going to attach the definition to the beginning of the term, in which case, I should have typed it, we use 0 commas. So that's essentially what we're deciding here is, okay, what's the term, what's the definition? So just looking at the choices, the term is kind of like the thing I would be looking up, the thing I would be typing into Wikipedia. So chin, however you say that, feels like my term, okay? And then who is she, her, him, whatever? They are a critic, right? So the critic is going to be my definition. So definition comes before the term, right? Think of it like this, right? What am I looking up on Wikipedia? What am I going to Google? If I wanted to learn about this person, what am I typing in? I'm not typing in critic because I'm going to get lots of different critics. I'm going to type in chin, and that is going to get me maybe a Wikipedia page with their picture and a bunch of stuff about them, their birth date or whatever. And the first sentence of that Wikipedia article is probably going to say that they're a film critic. So that's the definition. So right now it seems like C is the answer. Because if I'm following the rule, well, definition comes first, then the term. So no commas. But commas are tricky. Commas can have lots of different purposes. So let's see if there's any other reason we might need a comma here. So this is a long sentence. In 1937, Chinese-American screen actor Anna May Wong, who had portrayed numerous villains and secondary characters but never a heroine, so that's an extra clause, finally got a starring role in Paramount Pictures' Daughter of Shanghai. A film, oh my gosh, there's another appositive within this appositive. A film that critic Stina Chim claims expanded the range of possibilities for Asian images on screen. So the main sentence, just to really clarify it, is here, and it picks up here. And then, here's, oh my God, I didn't even realize this was gonna happen. This is awesome. So what do we have here right after this? Why is this comma here? Because we have a term, right? The name of the movie, Daughter of Shanghai. And then we have a definition. What is it? It's a film that this person claims expanded the range of possibilities for Asian images on screen. I mean, that is the 2 comma situation. Now, why do we only see 1 comma there? Well, because the second comma is the period, right? The sentence ends. But there you go. You get both things in one shot. That's awesome. But I'm sticking with C, right? Because I don't want any commas around this person's name. So B is wrong. A is wrong, right? I don't want those commas. I'm following the rule. I trust the rule. And then why would I put a comma after her name and only 1 spot? Like, that doesn't make sense either. Remember, think about what a comma does, is it breaks off part of a sentence. Now, I know why people are going to pick something like D or B here, right? Because you're looking at this comma and you're saying, oh, it's a quote. In order to use a quote, you have to put a comma before a quote. That's a rule. I learned that rule. My English teacher taught me that rule. Okay, well, where is that rule in my list of rules? Period, semicolons, colons, commas and conjunctions. Dashes, apostrophes, question marks, appositives. Save commas for last. Do I mention quotations anywhere in this list? No, because it's not a rule. That's on the SAT at least. And you don't need a comma here because this is not like a novel where they're like, John said blah, blah, blah. Then Becky responded blah, blah, blah. If we had those kinds of quotes, then yes, we would need to use commas. But when the quote is just kind of a continuation, right? Again, think about what a comma does. Is it separates out, it breaks off a piece of the sentence. But when this quote is part of the flow of the sentence, you don't use commas. This is actually something you should learn before you go to college. Because when you're quoting things in your papers for college, very rarely should you be quoting in a way that uses commas. You should be integrating quotes into your own words the same way this does. I love this question. This is awesome just because of the way it works. So C is the answer, no doubt. But I didn't even realize that it has both versions of an appositive in one question. We're only tested on this one, the bottom one, but still. All right, what do we got here? We've got more punctuation, and I see already I got a semicolon there. So let's go to semicolons. Okay, we have a sentence before or after. So let's try C first because I see that semicolon is moved up. Right, so we're looking for a sentence. The Arctic Alpine Botanic Garden in Norway and the Jardim Botanico of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil are 2 of many botanical gardens around the world dedicated to growing diverse plant species. Yes, that's a sentence, so that works. Now what's after it? Both native and non-native, fostering scientific research. Whoa! Another semicolon? And educating the public about plant conservation. So what's going on here? Wait a minute, what is all this? Well, this is an exception. But notice it's an exception to the rule that we're kind of discovering as we encounter it. This doesn't surprise me. I'm just faking my surprise. Now, if we tried to apply the normal semicolon rule to this pink semicolon, we'd have a problem, right? Because if I look at this piece after it, that is not a complete sentence. And educating the public about plant conservation. There's no real verb there, really. Who's educating the public, right? We need some, the action, the subject, they're not there. This is not a sentence that could stand alone. So obviously now the semicolon is not being used in a traditional way, but that doesn't really bother me because there is a secondary, rare, but it does come up in the SAT, rule for semicolons. And that is that they can be used for complicated lists. Complicated lists, basically where the list items already contain commas for other reasons. Then we're going to use the semicolon to separate those items in the list. So let's clear this out. I now know that that's what's happening because this feels like the last item in a list, right? That's what that semicolon is. So we got to find the other two items. So it already seems like I'm probably not going to pick A or D because I probably need the semicolon here. So let's try to find it. So they're dedicated to, okay, maybe it's this, right? They're dedicated to educating the public, right? So they're dedicated to a few things. Growing diverse plant species, that's item number 1. Fostering scientific research, that's item number 2. And educating the public about plant conservation. So we can see the list. The breakdown of the page is really helpful here for really showing us. Growing, fostering, educating. So there's my list. So I need a semicolon to separate the yellow from the blue in the same way that we have a semicolon separating the blue from the pink. So that's going to get rid of A and D. But now the question is, what does this both native and non-native do, right? So species is part of the yellow. That's not in any doubt. So then the question is kind of like that question with the rather before, right? Is the both native and non-native, because it's on the left side of this semicolon, is that part of the yellow? Or if it's on the right side of the semicolon, is it now part of the blue? Right, so I have an easy choice, right? So growing diverse plant species, both native and non-native. I guess you can have native and non-native species of plants. That seems right. Can you have native and non-native scientific research? I don't know, that sounds kind of racist, so I don't think so. So this feels right? We're picking B because it makes sense to have native and non-native plants, right? And so that's it, that's the whole choice, right? So notice that this was an exception, right? Normally we have a very clear rule for semicolons, and I had to kind of adjust that rule, but it doesn't bother me. I've memorized what a semicolon does. I know that this complicated list thing is on the table, and as I'm checking the normal semicolon rule, I very quickly discover that this is the exception because there's another semicolon somewhere else. So one of the great things about this exception is you're gonna figure it out in the moment. It's nothing you have to really worry about. You'll see it as long as you always read the full sentence. I guess that's it for this one. This is great. It's a great example of like why we're in the hard module, right? We're still following the same rules, the same procedures, but you're gonna see more exceptions. And just to be clear, why are we using semicolons to separate list items when we usually use commas? Well, it's because the yellow item has a comma in it that is adding on this little extra clause in the yellow. And so if we used more commas to then separate the items in the list, the reader would get confused. What's an extra clause? What's an item in the list? It just gets messy. And so by using semicolons, it gets visually easier to see the 3 items in the list, and we can add on extra clauses to each of those items using commas if we want to. All right, let's move on. All right, that was B. Yep, just confirming that I'm right because, there's always a chance I'm wrong. And now we're on to transitions. So let's go to transitions. Oop, misclicked. So we remember the procedure here, right? We got to translate these things. So let's do that with a little text thing here. So A, therefore, is so. That's in the list. Likewise is and. We saw that one before. However, you should know is but. However is not a hard word, but there you go. And for instance is for example. So this is cool because all the items are in the list and where all 4 of our main categories are represented. So now what do? We're going to read the passage looking for strong words that indicate the relationship between the sentences on either side of the blank. Okay. I'm also going to kind of move this blank in front of the today just to make it kind of like we did with the rather question, a little bit more usable with these words. So let's see what we got. The Babylonian king Hammurabi achieved much during his 40-year reign. He conquered all of Mesopotamia and built Babylon into one of the most powerful cities of the ancient world. So he achieved a lot. He was powerful. He conquered. He's great. So positive. Today, he is mainly remembered for a code of laws inscribed on a 7-foot block of stone, the Code of Hammurabi. Okay, it feels like a but, right? He achieved much. He conquered all of Mesopotamia and turned Babylon into one of the most powerful cities in the ancient world. But today, he's mainly remembered for a code of laws. I know it's not like positive and negative, but just kind of like feel it out, right? I mean, you conquered half the world, but all you're remembered for is a block of stone. That's kind of sad, right? I mean, I don't know. It's definitely a contrast. Let's leave it at that. So yeah, this feels like an easy but. And notice again, I'm moving the blank to the front where I would normally put the word but, because you can't put but in the middle of a sentence. So that's weird, but that's how they're trying to make these harder, is by making it harder for us to use these kind of simple words. But we have a move that we can use to kind of come back at them. So yeah, however, easy answer here. It just feels intuitive. You could try the others, but I'm not going to waste your time. Let's keep moving. All right. Same thing, same procedure. Let's add our little thing. Specifically in my list, for example, thus is so. C, regardless, is but. I think that's in the list. Yes, it is. And similarly is and. So again, everything's represented here. That's pretty cool. But let's see what we got. In her poetry collection, Thomas and Beulah, Rita Dove interweaves the titular character's personal stories with broader historical narratives. She places Thomas's journey from the American South to the Midwest in the early 1900s within the larger context of the Great Migration. So already I'm seeing she interweaves the characters, and then here's a specific character, okay? Dove sets events from Beulah's personal life against the backdrop of the U.S. Civil Rights Movement. So many of you are going to maybe gravitate towards A, but let's put that in there, right? Let's put in, for example, right? In her poetry, she interweaves the character's stories with broader historical narratives. She places Thomas's journey from the American South to the Midwest in the early 1900s within the larger context of the Great Migration. For example, Dove sets events from Beulah's personal life against the backdrop of the U.S. Civil Rights Movement. No, Beulah is not an example of Thomas. These are two different characters. We know that because the title is called Thomas and Beulah, so they're different people. So if we put, for example, in this blank, we're making a weird kind of transition, right? We're saying Beulah is an example of Thomas. They're both examples of interweaving the characters with the narratives, right? So that's the trap they're setting. Is our task here, our instruction is to, I should say it this way, our task is not to come up with the main idea of the passage. The main idea of this passage is we have a claim and two examples of that claim, right? So this is a paragraph about examples. So you'd think, well, then I should pick the for example choice, but no, because we're not summarizing the passage. We are filling a very specific place of that passage, right? There's a spot, and what's happening at that spot is our task, right? So it's also not a so, right? Thomas's journey from the American South to the Midwest in the early 1900s within the larger context of the Great Migration. She places Thomas's journey in the larger context. So she sets events from Beulah's personal life against the backdrop of the U.S. Civil Rights Movement. No, Thomas's story has nothing to do with Beulah's. He's not like causing Beulah to do anything. And again, most people are going to think that this is kind of like a but we're not contrasting the two. We're saying that they're similar. We're saying that they're both examples of interweaving these things. So yes, they have different stories, but it's not a but situation. I wonder though, how many people are going to still think that sounds pretty good, right? She places Thomas's journey from the American South to the Midwest in the early 1900s within the larger context of the Great Migration. But Dove sets events from Beulah's personal life against the backdrop of the U.S. Civil Rights Movement. I don't think it sounds terrible, but I think we go back to the first paragraph or the first sentence and kind of interweave that one in there, right? Her poetry, in this poetry collection, Rita Dove interweaves the titular character's personal stories with broader historical narratives. She places Thomas's journey within the context of the Great Migration. Similarly, and she sets events from Beulah's personal life against the backdrop of the US civil rights movement. It's two examples. They're both working together to support the larger point. I think this is one of those traps that if you fall for it, I think hopefully you learn not to fall for it. So it's definitely part of my process here, is I'm aware that this is a potential thing to do, but I'm hoping also that just by having simpler versions of these words, we can understand that relationship a little bit easier than if we were also juggling like, well, what does regardless mean? What does specifically mean? That kind of stuff. So yeah, I can confirm D is the answer here. Moving on. All right, same procedure. Let's keep it going. All right, we might need to hustle. This is going to be a longer passage or a longer section. So we got but, we got so, we got and hey, we got and again. So already it's probably the case that C and D are wrong because they both mean the same thing. And remember that if two choices fall in the same category, it's very unlikely that either of them is right. It can happen, but it's unlikely. So already I'm basically just deciding, is this a but or a so? And those are very different transitions. So let's just try the but. But is a really easy thing to hear sometimes. When designing costumes for film, American artist Sudarat Larlarb typically custom fits the garments to each actor. But for the film Sunshine, in which astronauts must reignite a dying sun, she designed a golden spacesuit that had a factory reproduce it in a few standard sizes. So standard is a strong word, especially when we talk about being custom. Lacking a tailor-made quality, the final creations reflected the ungainliness of actual spacesuits, right? So let's focus on those strong words. She typically custom fits the garments for each actor. But in this film, she designed one that was factory reproduced. Yeah, that's a but, right? They're contrasting. They're two very different ideas. So there you go. So wouldn't make sense. It's not like she's doing a standard size because she typically custom fits them. No, again, those are opposite ideas. Moving on. All right, we got one of these. So not much for the hard module, but we know the procedure, right? Outlines. Let's go here. Read the question first. The student wants to make and support a generalization about the orbits of comets. So the thing that, there's maybe a couple things to focus on here, but the one that stands out as strongest is support. Okay, support means you got to provide evidence of something. So let's see, strong words. Let's focus on that strong word first and just filter out any choices that don't seem to support whatever the generalization is. A generalization, by the way, is just like a statement, but it's a general statement. Okay. A, astronomers estimate that the number of comets orbiting the sun is in the billions. The comet's orbits may change over time. There's nothing supporting that. Okay, maybe they're making a generalization about the number of comets, but support it. What are you supporting it with? You got nothing. You got no examples, no nothing. Like Uranus, Jupiter, and Mars, billions of comets orbit the sun. Okay, maybe support that, right? Give me something. So no. One example of a comet, I like example, that sounds like support. One example of a comet is 81P Wild, whose orbit around the sun once lay between Uranus's and Jupiter's orbits, but is now positioned between those of Jupiter and Mars. Okay, well, I like there's an example as maybe a support. I'm not sure what the generalization is, but let's keep moving. Let's see what we got in D. A comet's orbit around the sun may change over time. The orbit of comet 81P Wild once lay between the orbits of Uranus and Jupiter, but is now positioned between those of Jupiter and Mars. So again, we get the example. Trying to highlight. There we go. We get the example. We don't see an example word, but it's a good example of something that we're going to need for the vocab as well, is a colon, even though it's not a word, is a clue. A colon, remember, is saying that the thing that comes second is explaining or answering some question, giving more information about what came before it. So is what comes before it a generalization? Okay, let's see. A comet's orbit around the sun may change over time. Yeah, that feels like a pretty general statement. And then we're supporting it by saying, hey, here's this 81P Wild that's orbit has moved. I like D. So this is a perfect example of this procedure. We had a clear instruction. We used that instruction to filter out some choices that just made no sense. There were two choices left that maybe fit. And then we found a wedge to separate them. Now, in this case, I didn't go to the outline to find that wedge. I went back to the question itself. That's always the first place I look because I knew I was ignoring some potential words that mattered the first time I read it, but that's okay. Don't give yourself two or three things to think about. Give yourself one thing to think about and let that be your first guide, and you can always go back and get more stuff. But yes, D is the answer here. So now we'll go here, and it says, okay, we got all these blank ones. So let's go to question 1 and do a little vocab. All right, so let's switch this. And Same procedure as before. Read the paragraph, look for strong words that relate to the blank or underline, and pay attention to connotations, repetitions, and contrasts. Okay. In studying the use of external stimuli to reduce the itching sensation caused by an allergic histamine response, Louise Ward and colleagues found that while harmless applications of vibration or warming can provide a temporary distraction, such, okay, that's a repetition word. Such blank stimuli actually offer less relief than a stimulus that seems less benign, like a mild electric shock. So yes, there's stuff that's important after, but the fact is, I know how these work. This is basically telling me we're referring back to something we said earlier, and I think the word is harmless, right? Louise Ward and colleagues found that while harmless, right, that's a strong word, that's an adjective, right? While harmless applications of vibration or warming can provide a temporary distraction, well, maybe temporary. So I like either of those words, actually. But my filling in the blank is really obvious here. I'm going to say I'm looking for something that either means harmless or something that means temporary, right? Such temporary stimuli actually offer less relief than a stimulus that seems less benign. Benign means good, right? So if it's not benign, it's bad. So that leads me more towards harmless because that has to do with something being bad or good. Temporary is more of a time issue. So let's focus on harmless. Is there something that means harmless here? Deceptive means you're lying. No. Innocuous is dead on. That means harmless. Novel means new. Impractical means it's not practical. So B, obvious. Obvious question. You have to get this right. You have to get this right quickly. We are just literally matching our dumb summary, which we stole from the passage, right? Well, as much as possible, steal the strong word from the paragraph. We're stealing it. It's just a harder version of the word harmless. This is so easy. All right, moving on. Same procedure. New and interesting research conducted by Suleiman Al-Sweden and Moth Al-Hajj is inspired by their observation that though there have been many studies of the effect of high altitude on blood chemistry, there is a blank studies of the effect on blood chemistry of living in locations below sea level, such as the California towns of Salton City and Sealy. Okay, so what do I notice? Strong words. I saw, where is it? Though. Contrast, right? Contrast. So what are we contrasting? Okay. There have been many, right? This is getting into our passages a little bit. When we get to those, we care about quantifiers. So there have been many studies on one thing, but there are, I don't know, something like a few studies of the effect on blood chemistry, right? So we're contrasting the idea of many and few. Quarrel means fight. Paucity means a lack of something. There's very few of it. Profusion means there's a lot of something. And verisimilitude has nothing to do with number. Verisimilitude means the appearance of similarity or the appearance of truth, right? So it's just nothing to do with this. This is actually how a lot of hard questions work, and why my advice here is if you don't know definitions, go with your gut and move on, is hopefully you've at least heard someone say some of these words at some point if you don't have them memorized and you have a vague memory of what they mean. Trust that vague memory, because if you don't know paucity, verisimilitude, profusion, quarrel, you're not going to be able to look them up in the moment. You're stuck. So this is why eventually you do need to study vocab, because this is an obvious answer if you know the definitions. If you don't know the definitions, the dumb summary that we came up with here, right? The dumb summary should be obvious based on our procedure and our strategy, but you might not be able to find your match. So that's why here again, my advice is if you don't know the definitions, you got to just move on, because the definition is not going to come to you the more you think about it. You either know it or you don't. It's either automatic or it's not there. And so know yourself, know your limits. But this is a good example of, if you do know a lot of words, these vocab questions can be very, very easy. Moving on. All right, same procedure. Whether the reign of a French monarch such as Hugh Capet or Henry I was historically consequential or relatively uneventful, its trajectory was shaped by questions of legitimacy and therefore cannot be understood without a corollary understanding of the factors that allowed the monarch to blank his right to hold the throne. Oh, this is hard. Okay. So what do I even see here? I see something like consequential. I see whether maybe as a relationship word. Uneventful kind of contrasts with consequential, so we'll throw it in there. So legitimacy cannot be understood, right? So this seems almost again like a contrast without a corollary understanding of the factors that allowed the monarch to blank his right to hold the throne. So I don't think that you can get this right without understanding legitimacy. That's my guess. Basically what they're saying here is that if you are a legitimate king, then you have some sort of right to hold the throne. So here, let me turn this to blue. You might not realize it. Sometimes it doesn't. Let me highlight. You might not realize it, but this is a repetition. When they talk about legitimacy, are you the legitimate king or do you take someone else's place, right? So the right to hold the throne, it's the same thing. So I don't even know here. We want to say, okay, the trajectory was shaped by questions of legitimacy, and it cannot be understood without another understanding. Corollary means secondary understanding of the factors that allowed the monarch to, I almost want to say something like shape, right? Like shape his right to hold the throne. I don't know. Let's see what we got. Disengage means to remove. No, I would say shape is kind of like how it influences it. Annotate is when, that's literally what I'm doing by typing here. I'm adding notes to something, so that doesn't make sense. Buttress means support. Allowed the monarch to support his right to hold the throne. Okay, because if you're talking about legitimacy and whether or not if you actually hold the throne, you want to support it. Reciprocate means to kind of give back, right? So if you and your friend, if you tease your friend and make fun of them a little bit, and then they tease you in return, they're reciprocating. They're kind of giving it back a little bit. So you can reciprocate in lots of ways, but you can't reciprocate a right, I don't think, at least not in this sense. So I do think this is another one where if you don't know the words, you're kind of lost, but the sentence is hard. This is one of those, what I would say is twisted relationships kind of passages. I understood, well, as I was reading it, I knew it was twisted because of how hard it was to understand. There's a lot of words that seem to flip what's going on. And, sometimes the vocab questions have hard vocab words in the passage. It's more about those words than it is these. But I can assure you C is the answer here. This is a hard question. I am sure of my answer, but this is probably one that most people, even if they have a pretty decent vocabulary knowledge, are going to mark for review. But let's move on. Okay, these words are easier. Researcher Haesung Jung led a 2020 study showing that individual acts of kindness can blank pro-social behavior across a larger group. Let's stop there to just give you advice. We know nothing about this blank right now. We have not, this sentence has a structure, it has a point, but we haven't gotten it. But now I know the second sentence is somehow going to fill it in. So don't try to guess what that word is right now. You don't have enough information. So acts of kindness can blank pro-social behavior. Jung and her team found that bystanders who witness a helpful act become more likely to offer help to someone else, and in doing so, can inspire still others to act. So pro-social, just break the word down. Pro, you promote something, you make it work, you increase it, you help it, right? So if you're making someone more social, then you're helping people, right? So an individual act of kindness, right? A helpful act, right? That's the same thing. Right? An individual act of kindness. So this is a repetition, this whole passage. So an individual act of kindness, a helpful act, inspires still others to act, right? The larger group, right? The larger group is now going to act, right? Still others. So we want to say the same thing. We want to add in that we are going to inspire. An individual act of kindness can inspire pro-social behavior across a larger group. So inspire does find your match, make a match. Does inspire mean require? No. Does inspire mean remember? No. Does inspire mean foster? Foster means to promote, to grow. So maybe. Does it mean discourage? Well, definitely not, right? That's the wrong connotation. Inspire is positive. Discourage is negative. So there you go. A great example of, yes, maybe you could get this by knowing the words and plugging them in and seeing how it sounds, but being able to recognize the structure of the paragraph is going to make your life so much easier. Cool. Let me just make sure that's right before we move on. Yep, cool. All right, passages. And we got a lot of them. That's a lot of passages. So, all right, even with an hour and 20 minutes, I'll try to go as fast as I can, because if you know the procedure, it doesn't matter how hard the passage is. It's just about recognizing the patterns. Okay, which choice best describes the function? So follow instructions, read the question, right? Describes the function of the underlined sentence. So The number of times people get these wrong because they summarize the entire paragraph when the task is to focus on the underlined sentence. Like, guys, just do what it says. Okay. Strong words. Read the passage, focus on adjectives and verbs, not nouns. Main ideas are repeated ideas. Relationships matter. The strongest word in any passage is but. So this is literature, but I think the same things apply, right? So it's from this book. In the text, Ohiyesa recalls how the women in his tribe harvested maple syrup during his childhood. Okay. So I'm going to read everything, even though it's about the underline. I need to know the context. Now the women began to test the trees, moving leisurely among them, axe in hand, and striking a single quick blow to see if the sap would appear. The trees, like people, have their individual characters. Some were ready to yield up their lifeblood, while others were more reluctant. So the trees are like people. They have individual characters. Main ideas are repeated ideas. Now one of the birchen basins was set under each tree, and a hardwood chip driven deep into the cut which the axe had made. From the corners of this chip, at first drop by drop, then more freely the sap trickled into the little dishes. So what's the function? My dumb summary here, right? So my dumb summary is, let me do it this way, right? My dumb summary is the function is to say trees are like people, right? So let's try to force it into some of these examples I've got here. How about this one? The equal sign, right? Trees equal people. So let's see. If a choice says trees equal people, we're going to keep it. That's our filter. It portrays the range of personality traits displayed by the women as they work. Well, it's about the trees. So nope. It foregrounds the beneficial relationship between humans and maple trees. Okay, well, that's saying there's a relationship. But is it saying that the trees are like people? I don't think so. Foreground means to kind of emphasize, essentially. No. It demonstrates how human behavior can be influenced by the natural environment? No, because that's not saying trees are like people. It's just saying they influence each other, right? Trees are like people. It elaborates on an aspect of the maple trees that the women evaluate. Is that saying it? Well, okay. I don't know. I don't want to pick D just because it's all that's left. That's not a good thing to do. Okay, but this gives me another tool that I can use, right? Which is this one gives me a question I can ask. And I'll do this for some of the other choices to kind of show you, but this is another strategy I've got. Let's shrink this. It elaborates on an aspect of the maple trees that the women evaluate. Okay, turn that into a question. What aspect of the maple trees are the women evaluating? Maybe they're evaluating their individual characters, right? Whether or not they give up the sap or they don't, right? So they're evaluating their characters. So the fact that I can just point to stuff in the passage, right, the character traits, and I can answer my question by pointing to something, that's a good sign I have evidence it's right. Let's do that with C. It demonstrates how human behavior can be influenced by the natural environment. So the word that sticks to me is the word how. Okay? And specifically, right, how human behavior can be influenced by the natural environment. So how is human behavior influenced by the natural environment? Okay. Well, it's talking about the behavior of the trees, right, in this underline, right? That some here are not people. The some are the trees, right? And the trees either yielded up their lifeblood or were reluctant to do so. But how is human behavior influenced by the natural environment? I don't know. I don't know any human behaviors here, right? So that doesn't work. Here we might have to force it more. It foregrounds the beneficial relationship between humans and maple trees. Why is it a beneficial relationship? Here I can answer that question with my own common sense, right? Why is it beneficial? Well, maple syrup is tasty, right? I like maple syrup. But notice I'm answering based on my own ideas, not does it say that here? No, it doesn't say. It's maybe subtly implied, but I want to say it, right? So notice I can answer my blue question a little bit easier than I can answer this pink one. So again, I don't like that. And no, it's definitely not the range of personality traits displayed by the women, right? So what personality? Just turn it into a what? What personality traits are displayed by the women? It does not say. This is not talking about people. I know it says like people, but it's talking about the trees. The trees have individual characteristics, right? So these are the personality traits displayed by the trees. This is a trap. It's definitely D, but notice this happens sometimes. I had an idea, it doesn't work super well. But then I had other tools that I can use to find strong words in my choices. Maybe I should add this category here. Is basically when I can turn choice into a question with a word like how. That's a good way to evaluate that choice. So yeah, D is the answer here, but this is what happens in the hard modules. Sometimes we've got to adjust to the circumstances, but I still really like my dumb summary. I don't think it was wrong to say this. And in a way, right, it's still talking about personalities, right? The aspect that the women are evaluating is what we would think of as the tree's personality. So it still works. Okay, main purpose of the text, right? So here, my question is easy. Strong words when we read the passage. So let's see. The narrator works as a governess at Thornfield Hall. A governess is like a nanny or like a butler or a maid or something. I went on with my day's business tranquilly, but ever and anon, vague suggestions kept wandering across my brain of reasons why I should quit Thornfield, and I kept involuntarily framing advertisements and pondering conjectures about new situations. These thoughts I did not think to check. They might germinate and bear fruit if they could. So, all right, in strong words, right? Focus on adjectives. So, tranquil, something's wandering, right? It's vague. Looking to quit, maybe involuntarily, right? That kind of hits that idea of something wandering, kind of coming in. Pondering, thinking about something. New situations, right? So there's a lot of hard words here, but new situation is a pretty clear one. These thoughts I did not think to check, meaning to stop. They might germinate and bear fruit if they could. So, dumb summary here. I don't know. What's the main idea? Main ideas are repeated ideas. So my main idea, my main purpose here, I don't think there's a difference between main purpose questions and main idea questions. Just focus on the main thing. What's repeated? She's wondering about something, about quitting. I don't know. Let's see what we get in like that. To convey a contrast between Jane's outward calmness and internal restlessness. So let's match things, right? There is a strong word right here, calmness. Now, calmness matches with tranquility. Internal restlessness. Is she restless? Wandering? She's thinking, right? Wondering about quitting. I don't know. Seems pretty good to me. And hey, what did we say? A contrast? What's the most important word in any passage? But, right? I say it right there. The strongest word in any passage is but. You got to train yourself to just latch onto your buts. Okay. Let's look at B, though. To emphasize Jane's loyalty to the people she works for. Is she loyal? No. It says she wants to quit. Why I should quit, right? Reasons I should quit. She's thinking about them. So no, she's not loyal. To demonstrate that Jane finds her situation both challenging and deeply fulfilling. Well, do we have any evidence of it being challenging? I mean, she wants to quit, so maybe. But if she wants to quit, then why is it fulfilling? Right? That doesn't make any sense. So these are strong words. But if I go back to the strong words I saw before, I have trouble justifying them, right? If anything, they're also in the opposite order. Maybe she's fulfilled it first, and then it switches to her being restless. So I like A better. To describe Jane's determination to secure employment outside of Thornfield Hall, well, determination is a strong word, right? Is she determined to quit? Let's see, right? Vague suggestions kept wandering across my brain of reasons why I should quit. Right? So it doesn't sound like she's determined. It sounds like she's thinking about it, but I don't know if that's determined, right? She's pondering, meaning wondering. There's conjectures, there are kind of guesses. They might germinate and bear fruit, right? It doesn't seem like she's determined. It just seems like the thought is there. So this A and D are similar in a way. And I think D is a bigger trap because you're going to understand the fact that she says, I should quit Thornfield. That to you is going to stand out. And you're going to be like, she says I should quit. Right? She wants to secure employment outside. But look at what's going on around it, right? She's wondering why she should quit. Like she's not determined. So this is a common SAT trap that you got to always be thinking about when you're looking at your wedges, right? Is if A and D are both similar to you, yes, D has a lot of stuff that I didn't highlight that matches really well with the passage. But the one word determination is all it takes for that choice to be wrong. Right? Whereas choice A feels like it's leaving out some things that might be important. Yet, the things that are important in that choice are ones that we can back up with the passage. It matches. So yeah, this is a no-brainer to me. It's not that it's the best way to describe the main purpose. It's not like that's what I would say if I had to write an essay on this paragraph, but there's nothing wrong with it. Everything I see that's strong in the choice matches with the passage. Cool. And yeah, that's the answer. So let's look at 7. Which choice best describes the overall structure? This is another main idea question. So same thing. Main idea, just what's strong words? Musician Joni Mitchell, who is also a painter, uses images she creates for her album covers to emphasize ideas expressed in her music. For the cover of her album Turbulent Indigo, Mitchell painted a striking self-portrait that closely resembles Vincent van Gogh's self-portrait with bandaged ears. So she uses images to express her music. This feels like an example of that. Cool. The image calls attention to the album's title song, in which Mitchell sings about the legacy of the post-impressionist painter. In that song, Mitchell also hints that she feels a strong artistic connection to Van Gogh, an idea that is reinforced by her imagery on the cover. So main ideas are repeated ideas. She uses images to express what's in her music, right? She painted something that resembles Van Gogh. The image calls attention, right? And in the song, Mitchell also hints that she feels a strong connection to Van Gogh. It is reinforced by her imagery on the cover. So my dumb summary here, overall structure is, well, structure I might kind of lean into the fact that I saw like, okay, there's like a claim and then an example, right? And the claim might show up in the choices, I don't know, but the claim is that her images, this image expresses the music in some way. So I would highlight this stuff on the real task, but let's just see what we got here. A, it presents a claim about Mitchell, then gives an example supporting that claim. Oh my God, like that's exactly what I said. So I'm going to pick it for now, but I got to read everything still. B, it discusses Van Gogh's influence on Mitchell, then considers Mitchell's influence on other artists. So other, as crazy as it sounds, is a strong word. And I mentioned that here, right here at the bottom. Small versus big confusion. Does a narrow example justify a broad conclusion? Does that choice mention other examples beyond what's in the passage? Do they mention other artists? Well, no, they mentioned Joni Mitchell, they mentioned Vincent van Gogh. That's it. So there are no other artists. So that's wrong for that one word. It describes a similarity between the two artists and notes a difference between them. Okay, let's do what we did on one of the other questions. What's the similarity? Why are they similar? Okay, they're both artists, but I want to say it here. Resembles, but that's just describing the image. In that song, Mitchell also hints that she feels a strong artistic connection. Okay, but what is the connection? What is the similarity? Right? They never say, right? If I ask that question, I can't find anything. And then beyond that, what's the difference? What's the difference between them? I mean, I could come up with things to answer that, but that's not my job. I'm not trying to think deeply about these passages. I'm trying to read and find evidence for things. And no, I don't. There's no similarities, no difference. Nothing's mentioned. D, it describes the songs on Turbulent Indigo. Well, does it? Does it describe the songs? What does it say about the songs? It says that she sings about the painter, so maybe that's describing the song. That feels like a stretch. Then explains how they relate to the album's cover. That's backwards, right? This is the last sentence, or second to last sentence, where they describe the song. And then the thing about the cover is up here. So I still don't think it's really describing the song. Notice, too, that the word songs is plural. This is singular, right? It describes a single song. So that's not the same thing. So no, it doesn't make any sense. This is describing multiple songs, and no, that's not what the passage is doing. Plus, A feels just better, right? It presents a claim about Mitchell, right? Let's turn that into a question. What is the claim? The claim is that she uses images she creates for her album covers to emphasize ideas expressed in her music. Notice, I'm just reading. And it gives an example supporting that claim. What is the example? The example, or I should do it in blue, is Turbulent Indigo, right? That's the whole thing, right? Notice, easy to turn questions into answers using the passage. That's a really good sign. You're right. So there you go. Done. All right, number 8. Which choice best states the function of the underlined sentence? So again, make sure you're following instructions, make sure you're doing what you need to do. But when we read the passage, we're still looking for strong words kind of anywhere. It might, I don't know, the context might matter. A study by a team including finance, Professor Madhu, whatever, suggests that exposure to sunshine during the workday can lead to overly optimistic behavior. I don't know, seems kind of strong. Using data spanning from 1994 to 2010 for a set of U.S. companies, the team compared over 29,000 annual earnings forecasts to the actual earnings later reported by those companies. So the only thing I really care about here is they use data, right? And then they made a comparison. So I'll write this later, but this feels like a methodology, okay? The team found that the greater the exposure to sunshine at work in the 2 weeks before a manager submitted an earnings forecast, the more the manager's forecast exceeded what the company actually earned that year. So function of the underline, again, this is a methodology. I remember talking about that in Module 1, right? There's different pieces of the scientific method, right? How we do an experiment, right? So this study suggests this. That to me is kind of like a summary of the finding, a summary of the study. Then we get into the methodology. What did they do? How did they come to this conclusion, right? So they used data, they compared things, but notice it's not till here at the end that we get to the final step maybe of the scientific process, which is we have a finding, right? And then they give us the finding. So I just think my dumb summary here is that this is a methodology, right? And so notice my dumb summary here does not really fit any of these categories. That's okay. You got to roll with it, right? Each passage is different, but specifically my dumb summary does match with the task I was provided, right? So I'm answering the question that they asked in a very simple way, in a very dumb way, right? What is the function of that sentence? It describes the methodology. So does it summarize the results? No, we said that the results come later. No. Does it present a specific example that illustrates the findings? No. It's not the findings. Does it explain part of the methodology? Oh my God. Used in the team study? Yeah. Yes. I mean, the fact that it used the same word I did, it's a good sign. It doesn't make me, definitively pick it. You got to read D and be sure. But I mean, take the win sometimes too when it happens. D, to call out a challenge. No. Challenge the team faced. I mean, I'm sure it was challenging to go through 29,000 annual earnings forecasts. But whatever, they did it. Whether they did it and enjoyed it, I don't care, right? It's not a challenge. It's a methodology, right? So C, obvious answer here. For context, the College Board considers this a hard question. I consider this an easy question. Sticking to the task and then noticing strong words in the passage really helps. No, these particular strong words had to deal with relationships and specifically relationships between the steps of the scientific method. So that's maybe a thing to make sure you have down. Cool. All right, now this is one that, normally we might skip because these tend to be a little bit more work for some people because you've got a little bit more text to read. These choices seem long. The thought process might be different. For the sake of just keeping my video kind of sequential, I'm just going to do it. But if this were the real test, I'd probably leave this for last just because I'm like, it's a lot of work and it's only one question. There's only one of these per SAT, so it doesn't, make your choice. If you like them, then by all means do them. But this would be the point where I'm starting to think, what questions, if I'm running out of time, what questions do I want to make sure I have time to answer? This is a low priority for me. But let's do the same thing, right? Make sure you understand the task, right? Based on the text, what would the author of text 2, right, most likely say about text 1's characterization of the discovery involving EGR? So I'm interested in the discovery, but specifically, what would text 2 say about text 1? Now, you don't have to do this, but I personally like to read text 2 first because I want to get okay, what does text 2 say generally? And then when I'm reading text 1, I kind of have text 2's ideas in my mind. So we're going to do that. It takes a little faith because you're going to probably read things in text 2 you don't understand. But let's see. So same thing, strong words. When Mansi Srivastava and her team reported that panther worms like humans possess a gene for EGR, it caused excitement. How did they characterize the discovery? Exciting. However, strongest word in any passage is but, right? As the team pointed out, the gene likely functions very differently in humans than it does in panther worms. This person has likened EGR to a switch that activates other genes involved in regeneration in panther worms, but how this switch operates in humans remains unclear. So it's different. It's unclear, right? Those two words stand out as strong, right? Adjectives, unclear, different, good. And the but, if it comes down to it, and the question, and I have two choices, and one says they were excited, and one says that they were unclear, whatever word that they might use to represent that. I'm going to go with the unclear one because the however tells me that that's more important. So we're still going to read text 1 and see what they say, but we have some really good things to think about with text 2. So text 1. Most animals can regenerate some parts of their body, such as skin, but when a 3-banded panther worm is cut into 3 pieces, each piece grows into a new worm. So is that the discovery? No. Researchers are investigating this feat partly to learn more about humans' comparatively limited abilities to regenerate, and they're making exciting progress. Well, there's that word again. An especially promising discovery is that both humans and panther worms have a gene for early growth response linked to regeneration. So my dumb summary here. So how would they characterize it? They would say, it's exciting, but, right? However, I don't know. Let's just say unclear. That's the word they use. Let's stick to that. Let's be really dumb, right? So it's an exciting discovery, but it's unclear what it means. So let's literally just kind of copying the words they used. All right, what does A say? It is reasonable, given that Srivastava and her team have identified how EGR functions in both humans and panther worms. So another dumb way to think about this is it's a positive, but there's some negative to it. This seems all positive, right? So I don't like it. B, it is overly optimistic, maybe, given additional observations from the team. Yeah, I mean, that's negative, so let's keep it. I like that. Overly optimistic means it's too optimistic. So it's saying it's focusing on the negative, right? It's unclear what it means. So maybe that fits. C, it is unexpected, given that these people's findings were generally met with enthusiasm. Well, yeah, I mean, this is true that they were met with enthusiasm, I guess. But where's the negative part? It wasn't unexpected, I guess. Basically, where's my evidence that something was surprising? Do you have any words here that suggest something is surprising? Exciting, promising, these are not surprising words, right? Different and unclear are also not words that mean surprising or unexpected. So I don't like this. It is unfairly dismissive. Ooh, okay, so we gotta watch that. Unfairly dismissive, given the progress that Srivastava and her team have reported. So D is if it's unfairly dismissive, right? Let's really dumb that down. Unfair is bad, dismissive is bad. So two negatives make a positive. So this is saying it's good. It's good. It's a good thing, right? But we want to focus on the bad, right? We want to say it's bad, right? Overly is bad, negative. Optimistic is good. So a negative and a positive stays negative. So this is the right connotation. This gets on the idea that it's unclear, right? It's exciting, but we've looked at other things. And so how it works is unclear, and maybe we shouldn't be so excited. B is the right answer. But notice it doesn't use the exact words that the passage does. It's definitely, that's on purpose, right? As it wants us to have to think about it. But the words that we focused on very quickly justify the words that they're using in the choice. So you got to know what optimistic means. But yeah, I mean, I also think what they're doing is they're hoping that the word optimistic seems positive and that you ignore the word overly in front of it. But yeah, text 1 is not being dismissive. Text 1 is the one that's excited. Text 2 would say, yeah, you're too excited. Chill out. You're overly optimistic. It's a good thing, but it's unclear what it means, right? So B is saying what the instructions of the question really wanted us to do. So yeah, B is the answer. All right. Again, these are questions that I tend to leave for last because I just don't like them, but for the sake of continuity here, we're going to do them. So, follow the instructions, data from the table to complete the example, read the passage. So same thing. Some researchers studying indigenous actors and filmmakers in the United States have turned their attention to the early days of cinema, particularly the 1910s and 1920s, when people like James Young Deere, Dark Cloud, Edwin Carew, and Lillian St. Cyr, known professionally as Red Wing, were involved in one way or another with numerous films. So I'm reading this fast because I don't care. Get to your point. In fact, so many films and associated records for this era have been lost, that sounds important, that counts of those four figures' output should be taken as bare minimums rather than totals. It's entirely possible, for example, that. So I don't always come up with a dumb summary here, but this dumb summary is that the numbers in the chart are wrong. That's what it's basically saying. So let's see, let's do that. It's still not pretty, but I think this is the best version of this. Okay. So, right, it's going to be saying something like that, right? These are bare minimums rather than totals. And yet this says, here's their film credits, number of films known and commonly credited. So it's giving us this list and these numbers, but we should be saying that they're probably wrong. They're probably too low. Dark Cloud acted in significantly fewer films than did Lillian St. Cyr, who is credited with 66 performances. So rather than even think about whether that's factually true, is this hitting my dumb summary? Is this saying that the numbers in the chart are wrong? No, it's comparing two people. I don't really care who acted in more things. I just care about whether we're saying it's wrong. So no. Edwin Carew's 47 credited acting roles include only films made after 1934. Okay. I mean, that might be saying it's wrong, I guess, but maybe that's saying it's wrong, right? Because it's saying this number's too low, because then it wouldn't include the earlier ones, but his years active ends in 1934. I'll keep it, but it doesn't seem like it's saying what I wanted to say. Lillian St. Cyr acted in far more than 66 films, and Edwin Carew directed more than 58. Well, that's saying, yeah, the numbers are wrong, right? Because Lillian St. Cyr acted in 66. St. Cyr, 66. So that's saying this is too low. Edwin Carew, 58. Carew, 58 is the director. And again, they're saying it's too low. I like this. This is certainly better than B. D. James Young Deere actually directed 33 films and acted in only 10. Okay, well, what do they say about James? Well, he directed 33. So that means this number is wrong, but it's wrong in the wrong direction. We want these numbers to be too low, right? So D is saying that this 35 is wrong, but the 35 is too high then, and he acted in only 10. And again, the same thing. It's just saying this is too high. So there you go. I'm not going to go back to B. C has the right idea. And that's the thing with these graph questions is, yes, sometimes it's about understanding the facts in the data and being able to see that the numbers match up. But a lot of times it's more about understanding the passage. I mean, this is the passage questions, right? It's more about understanding what they want from us and treating this end piece as an instruction. Their instruction is not just look at the numbers and tell me some numbers from the chart. Their instruction is specific, that these numbers in this chart are wrong and they're too low. So tell me something about that. That's a much more specific instruction. So there you go. Cool. All right, let's move on to number 11. How we doing? Oof, we still got a bunch. Okay. All right, again, talking about pacing, right? This might be a question I would save for later because the passage isn't so bad, but these choices are long. And usually that is a better indicator of the difficulty of a question. The longer the choices, usually the harder the passage. But let's see, we're still going to do it in order, but make sure we start by reading the question. Make sure you understand the task. Which finding of true would most directly support this claim? So the reason that's so important is until they tell me what these people claim, I'm not really going to pay much attention to the passage. I want to know what they claim because that's everything. So let's read it all, but let's look for that piece. Mosasaurs were large marine reptiles that lived in the late Cretaceous period, approximately 100 million to 66 million years ago. Selena Suarez, Alberto Perez Huerta, and T. Lynn Harold Jr. examined oxygen-18 isotopes in mosasaur tooth enamel in order to calculate likely mosasaur body temperatures and determined that mosasaurs were endothermic. That is, they used internal metabolic processes to maintain a stable body temperature in a variety of ambient temperatures. Notice, I'm not highlighting anything. They have not told me what they claim, okay? Watch, though. Last sentence. Suarez, Perez Huerta, and Harold claim that endothermy would have enabled mosasaurs to include relatively cold polar waters in their range. So the cold. right? That's the claim. They like the cold, or they can go into the cold, right? So let's just keep it really simple and deal with that, right? So we need to support their claim. So my dumb summary is, I don't know, cold is good, right? Kind of mimicking this, something like that. Let's see. Mosasaur's likely body temperatures are easier to determine from tooth enamel oxygenating isotope data than the body temperature of non-endothermic late Cretaceous marine reptiles are. Well, easier is a comparison, right? Comparison word. And so are we comparing, the endothermic and non-endothermic and how we can determine things about them? I don't know. It just seems to be saying that they can go in the cold. This just seems like a random thought. No. B, fossils of both mosasaurs and non-endothermic marine reptiles have been found in roughly equal numbers in regions known to be near the poles during the late Cretaceous, though in lower concentrations than elsewhere. Okay, so A was just like random. B, fossils of both mosasaurs and non-endothermic marine reptiles have been found in roughly equal numbers in regions known to be near the poles. So at the poles, we know mosasaurs are endothermic, right? They do say that, and they determine that mosasaurs were endothermic, right? So they're doing that. So this is saying endo is equal to non-endo at the poles, though in lower concentrations than elsewhere, right? And this is saying the poles are lower than non-poles. I don't know. Does that have anything to do with being cold is good? I don't. Again, it seems like we're making comparisons that I don't really understand. I'll keep it in. I just don't understand the choice. But let's see if we can. So notice what I'm doing too is I'm also creating kind of simple dumb summaries about some of these choices as well. Maybe I'll have to revisit my dumb summary. Maybe it's too dumb. But let's continue. Several mosasaur fossils have been found in regions known to be near the poles during the late Cretaceous, while relatively few fossils of non-endothermic marine reptiles have been found in those locations. So, I don't know, endo equals poles, non-endo does not equal poles, right? So poles are cold, so, right? This seems to be saying poles are good, right? They're in the poles, the other ones are not, so they like the poles. I like this so far. Let's continue though. I don't know. D, during the late Cretaceous, seawater temperatures were likely higher throughout the mosasaur's range, including near the poles, than seawater temperatures at those same latitudes or day. Well, if you're telling me the temperature is higher, then are you telling me that they like the cold? No, you're telling me that they like the warmth. So this is no. We want them to like the cold. So they like the cold, right? Good for endo, right? So notice how we can add stupid little things to these dumb summaries. So the cold and poles are good for the endothermic. Yeah, the endo like the poles. The non-endo don't like them. I think it's C. I just honestly don't really want to think about B anymore. It just seems like random comparisons. C seems to fit. And then I think that's the key is, right, I don't expect my dumb summary to fit very well. I just expect it to kind of capture the idea in a simple way. That way I can look at the choices and find the best match. You know, I think ultimately what's happening here is, right, they're saying, these mosasaurs can go to the poles. So the endothermy is doing that, right? The endothermy enabled them to do that. So the being endothermic or not is what's important. So how do we support that idea? Well, if we have endothermic things at the poles, right? So the mosasaur is endothermic, right? So that is at the poles, right? And while is a but, right? So we're making a comparison. Relatively few fossils of non-endothermic, so that's different, have been found in those locations. So the locations of the poles, right? So they're drawing a contrast between being endothermic and not. This passage is saying they're endothermic, and that's what made them go to the cold. So this is saying, yeah, endo is poles. This is saying endo and poles. I love it. This is great. This is how these science ones should go. You don't have to understand exactly what's happening. You have to think about the relationships, right? And you know, maybe you bookmark it and you're like, all right, if I have more time, I'll come back. But this is something that would take me probably 2 minutes on the real test, and I would be good enough with C that I wouldn't come back. So take that the way you will. Moving on. All right, another graph. I hate these so much. Okay. Data from the graph supports the researcher's conclusion. So let's find their conclusion. Considering a large sample of companies, economics experts, whatever, assessed the number of managers and leaders from different departments who reported directly to a chief executive officer. According to the researchers, the findings suggest that across the years analyzed, there was a growing interest among CEOs in connecting with more departments in their company. So growing interest in connecting with more departments, right? So cool. That's their conclusion. Doesn't say the word conclusion, but it's got to be it. So do I even need a dumb summary here? I mean, more interest in connecting with more departments. So here's a case where I might look at the time and see, okay, time matters here. So let's do a little arrow situation. So I can't type those arrows easily on my computer. So I'm going to use the caret for 6. So that's or the shift 6 to get an increase. So an increase in time equals a increase in what? Connecting with more departments. I don't know. Increase in department leaders, right? This is seems to be what they're saying, right? So let's see if we have a choice that kind of says that. The average number of managers and department leaders reporting directly to their CEO didn't fluctuate from the 1991-1995 period to the 2001 to 2008 period. Well, it absolutely did, right? These bars are higher than these ones, right? So let's switch this around. So no. The average number of managers reporting directly to their CEO is highest in the 96-2001 period. Well, that's not even true. So no. The average number of department leaders reporting directly to their CEO is greater than the average number of managers reporting directly to their CEO in each of the 3 periods studied. That is true, but who cares, right? The point is, as time goes on, more people are reporting to the CEO. That's what we want. So this is a good example of why the facts are not always what's being tested on these. I don't care about this. It seems true, but I just don't care. The average number of department leaders reporting directly to their CEO rose over the 3 periods studied. Listen to what that says, right? As time went on, as the periods went on, right, the number of leaders reporting rose, right? As time went on, more leaders reporting. Boom. Easy. So yeah, I probably would have been nervous about doing something like this on the test because I am worried about time and these questions tend to take a lot of time, but they were really clear about what they wanted. The graph is pretty easy to read. The choice is exactly what we need. This ends up being a fairly easy question, though once again, the College Board considers it a hard question. So, not all hard questions are created equal. But we need to treat every question as if it could be really, really hard. So that way we, have a process that works no matter what. So we're able to adjust when it does get hard. So another one, we got what? 3 more? 4 more. All right. Follow instructions, read the question, make sure you understand the task. And this is exactly why, because they switched the question. Which finding, if true, would most directly weaken the claim? But again, as we read the passage, just find the claim first. Let's just deal with that. Given that stars and planets initially form from the same gas and dust in space, some astronomers have posited that host stars, such as the Sun, and their planets, such as those in our solar system, are composed of the same materials, with the planets containing equal or smaller quantities of the materials that make up the host star. Oh my God. Okay, it's a long sentence, but posited means claimed, right? So, okay, what are they saying? Same materials, right? They're the same materials. And here they get even more specific, equal or smaller quantities. Okay, let's just leave it at that for a second. Let's read this last sentence. This idea is also supported by evidence that rocky planets in our solar system are composed of some of the same materials as the Sun. Okay, great. So dumb summaries again, right? And here we're, I like these. So they're saying basically that the planets, so one way to do it is the materials, right? Materials, you got planets equal stars, right? Now, I'd probably stop there, but just for the sake of practice, right? They also get a little bit more specific with the planets containing equal or smaller quantities of the materials that make up the host star. So the planet is less than or equal to the star in terms of the amount, right? So this is the the amount of it, the quantity, right? Whereas this is the type, right? So this is also something that, you don't need to know the keyboard shortcuts for less than or equal to. Just use your scratch paper. But there you go. Okay, so now if I had to weaken that claim, well, just do some opposites. Planets, how about do not equal the stars in terms of the type of stuff? Or that the planet is, how about greater than the star in terms of amount? I don't know. Either of those is just me reversing the sign. So let's see if either of those shows up. A, most stars are made of hydrogen and helium, but when cooled, they are revealed to contain small amounts of iron and silicate. Well, the whole point here, right? Normally we think of trap answers and we say, oh, comparisons are bad. But this passage is a comparison, right? Every version of my dumb summary here is a comparison between the planets and the stars. But choice A is not doing that, right? So you got the stars. Where are the planets? I need them. I need to make the comparison. A nearby host star is observed to contain the same proportion of hydrogen and helium as that of the sun. Again, you're comparing a star to another star. So you're not doing the right comparison. So this is maybe a good point to tell you, right? This is something I said, I think, for sure in the first module. These are not words that are always wrong. These are not concepts that are always wrong. The point is we always want to think about them because the passages and the choices involve these concepts in lots of ways. And so they're not always wrong, but they're always things we should notice. And so I noticed that both A and B are not making a comparison that's similar to the one we want. Okay. C, evidence emerges that the amount of iron in some rocky planets is considerably higher than the amount in the host star. So, okay, let me just think about that for a sec. The amount of iron in some rocky planets, so the planet, is considerably higher than the amount in the star. So forgive my spelling, but otherwise, that's exactly what I said, right? Planet is greater than the star. That's the the amount, right? Literally they use the word amount here, right? So it seems pretty good. I mean, I got to check D, but that seems pretty good. D, the method for determining the composition of rocky planets is discovered to be less effective when used to analyze other kinds of planets. Well, again, bad comparison, right? In two ways. So this is, first of all, comparing the planets to other planets, right? So we don't want to do that. But also the method is less effective. We're not interested in how they figured out what planets are composed of. I don't care if they flew an astronaut there with a big scooper and just scooped up a bunch of rock or sun ooze or whatever it is, right? I don't care what they did. I just care what they found, right? So this is just a comparison of something that doesn't matter. So this, to me, again, is another example. Let's see, did they think this is an easy question? No, they say it's hard. This is easy. I probably even did more work than is necessary for this, right? Because at the end of the day, C is right because it's the only one that even compares the planets to the stars, right? So it's the only one that even comes close to that comparison. But I do think harder versions of this question will involve this idea of, making this kind of comparison. So something to keep in mind. We might need to have multiple choices and that are all kind of hitting different versions of these comparisons. And so we might need to sort through them in different ways. So cool. All right, let's keep going. All right, so this one also seems like it's going to be a pain in the neck because look at how long those choices are. But, whatever. We got a clear task, support the journalist claim. So let's see what the journalist claims. While attending school in New York City in the 1980s, this person encountered few works by African artists in exhibitions, despite New York's reputation as one of the best places to view contemporary art from around the world. According to an arts journalist, so now that's the claim we care about. Later in his career as a renowned curator and art historian, Enwezor sought to remedy this deficiency not by focusing solely on modern African artists, but by showing how their work fits into the larger context of global modern art and art history. So, most important word in any passage is but. There's a reason that's here. And so let's focus on that part, right? And notice, this is a classic SAT move, right? Let's say something, but let's also start it with a not, so that even though you have to read it, we're also telling you it doesn't matter, right? So a lot of people, though, are going to miss the not or kind of just ignore it and just not understand that this is just there to distract you. The thing that matters is what's after the but. by showing how their work fits into the larger context of global modern art. So that is the claim, is it's about the larger context, the global context. So I'm just looking for anything. I don't even need to make a dumb summary here. That's my dumb summary, right? I'm trying to match that idea. So let's see. As curator of the whatever in Munich, this person organized a retrospective of Ghanaian sculptor whatever entitled this, one of the largest art exhibitions devoted to Black artists in Europe history. So is this about the larger context of global modern art? No, it's about specifically Black artists. That doesn't seem like a larger context, right? And it's just one person from Ghana. So you don't have to know geography here, but that's a country in Africa. So no. In the exhibition, whatever, this person and Katie brought works by African artists such as this person, together with pieces by major figures from other countries. Hey, I like that, right? So you're bringing African artists with other countries. That sounds pretty global. Let's keep it. I don't know if it's right, but notice, just different words to say the same thing. His work as curator, blah, 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 showed how African movements, for our independence from European colonial powers following the Second World War profoundly influenced work by African artists of the period, such as these people. So this is just Africa. No, not global. This person organized this exhibition, not to emphasize a particular, there's that not again, right? A particular aesthetic trend, but to demonstrate the broad range, so I like that, broad range of ways in which African artists have approached the medium of photography, right? No, it's this. Right? Because they all talk about African artists, right? But only B puts it in the context of other artists, other countries, right? US and Mexico. So done. So notice how long these choices were. And you could kind of hear as I was reading them that I was skipping a lot of stuff. I don't care about the name of the thing, right? I don't care about anyone's name. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it. I don't care. Just I have a task. I think that's something I maybe need to include in this in a little bit more prominent of a way, right? These are the mistake people make with these passages is they're like, let me read and learn what it's about. Let me try to understand it all. Let me understand all the ideas. No, you have a specific task. You are on a mission. If it doesn't work towards that task, if it doesn't help you complete that task, it is not interesting. It is not important. I've heard this strategy from tutors before of like, pretend like the passages are interesting. Pretend like you really care about the topic. No, I don't care at all. In fact, I encourage you to do the opposite. Don't care about the topic. You are given a task, accomplish the bare minimum that you need to get that task done. The less work you do, the better. The lazier you are, the better. As long as you know how certain kinds of laziness can lead to traps, there's a kind of laziness I'm kind of marshaling here that allows me to get this without really caring at all about this person. No offense to this person, Enwizor. I'm sure you're a lovely person, but I just don't care. All right, moving on. 15, logically completes the text, right? These are ones where we have to kind of finish the story. So it's kind of a main idea question, but let's kind of see what we got. So same as always, read the passage and adjectives and verbs, main ideas and repeated ideas, relationships matter, blah, blah, blah. One challenge when researching whether holding elected office changes a person's behavior is the problem of ensuring that the experiment has an appropriate control group. To reveal the effect of holding office, researchers must compare people who hold elected office with people who do not hold office, but who are otherwise similar to the office holders. Since researchers are unable to control which politicians win elections, they therefore, okay, so main ideas are repeated ideas. I kind of, this unable to control feels repeated, right? They must compare certain kinds of people, but they're unable to control who wins. And then here we see that word control again, and it's probably the same idea. But I would also say that this gets back to the idea of the scientific method, right? A control group is an important piece of the scientific method, right? You are going to compare like your average person, your average whatever, your average lizard, your average planet. It doesn't matter what the topic is, but you have something that's not changing. And then in the experiment, you're changing something, and you're seeing if that change makes a difference, right? So that's how you do an experiment. You have a control group that doesn't change. You have an experimental group where you are kind of doing the experiment on that group and that group only, and then you compare the two groups and see what happens. So this is basic knowledge of science in order to kind of understand this question. But yeah, I kind of lost my own train of thought here. But since researchers are unable to control which politicians win elections, they therefore have this problem, right? There's a problem that they can't measure it. They therefore, I don't know, have a problem doing research. I don't know. It's kind of dumb. But notice, right? One challenge, one problem, main ideas are repeated ideas. So there's a problem with the research. I don't know. Let's see if anything says that. Right? So, yeah. They struggle to find valid data about the behavior of politicians who do not currently hold office. I mean, that sounds like a problem with the research, but I think it's about comparing the groups. So we're comparing people who hold office with people who do not hold office, right? So is this making that comparison? So, right, I'm going to kind of use a similar, one of my dumb summaries here, right? Hold office versus not hold office, right? That's essentially the comparison we want to make. But the point is we don't actually know what the difference is. They're not getting into that. We just know there's a problem making that comparison. Now, choice A feels like we're kind of dealing with just one type, not holding office. But they're also politicians, so they're people who would otherwise hold office. So I don't know. This just feels like the wrong comparison. B, can only conduct valid studies with people who have previously held office rather than people who presently hold office. Again, either way, you're talking about elected people versus normal people, right? These are just two kinds of elected person, but where's the normal guy? Where's the control group? So I don't know. It doesn't seem right. C, should select a control group of people who differ from office holders in several significant ways. But if you did that, if they differed, then you would struggle to make the comparison because they're already different. I don't know. At least this is the right groupings of people. So they'll find it difficult to identify a group of people who can function as an appropriate control group for their studies. Like, yeah, this is a good example of like, it's saying all the right words, right? Find it difficult, right? Well, that's a nice little match with the idea of a challenge or a problem. Identifying a group who can function as a control group, right? So I'll do yellow there, right? It's a problem of ensuring the experiment is in appropriate control, right? So they're unable to control which politicians win elections. They therefore will find it difficult to find a control. This is just repetition. They're just repeating what they said in the first sentence. So D is the answer. It's making matches, really, is all it is. Making matches. Cool. Is this the last one? Yes, thank God. Okay. Logically completes the text. So same procedure, right? Let's see what's some strong words in here. Compiled in the late 1500s, largely through the efforts of indigenous scribes, Cantares Mexicanos is the most important collection of poetry and classical Nahuatl, the principal language of the Aztec Empire. Great, don't care. The poems portray Aztec society before the occupation of the empire by the army of Spain, and marginal notes in Cantares Mexicanos indicate that much of the collection's content predates the initial invasion. Okay, so main ideas are repeated ideas. Relationships matter. I notice a relationship. So if you have trouble noticing which words matter, think about the same things that we're going to want to think about when we go through the choices, right? The poems happened before the occupation, and the marginal notes predate the initial invasion, right? There's a bunch of time words, right? So time seems to matter. Okay. Nonetheless, that's but. Some of the poems contain inarguable references to beliefs and customs common in Spain during this era, more time. Thus, some scholars have concluded that. Okay, so let's complete the text. All right, what do we got? So smush this a little bit. It's about time, so I think that's important. So if I were to kind of copy one of these, the timing matters. The time matters. That's the most simple dumb summary. If I want to get a little bit more fancy, what are they really saying here? Much of the collection's content predates the initial invasion, but some of the poems contain references to things that happened in Spain. So it's a mix. So this thing is a mix of before and after the invasion, right? I don't know, something like that. Let's just start with the dumbest of the dumb here. While its content largely predates the invasion, Cantares Mexicanos also contains additions made after the invasion. mean, sometimes you just kind of hit on it. I mean, that feels like it's perfect. Okay. Although those who compiled Cantares Mexicanos were fluent in Nahuatl, they had limited knowledge of the Spanish language. No, notice this isn't talking about time at all, right? So I'm not even going to bother to think about whether this is true. This just doesn't, I'm not concerned about who these people are and what their language was. I just don't care. It's about when did they write this stuff down? Before the invasion by Spain, the poets of the Aztec Empire borrowed from the literary traditions of other societies. There's that word, other. You got to notice, not an obvious word, but it's right here, right? Does the choice mention other examples beyond what's in the passage? Do we mention other societies? Well, the only other society we mention is Spain. So you're telling me that before the invasion by Spain, they borrowed from Spain? That doesn't make any sense. How would they do that if Spain hadn't invaded yet? They don't know who Spain is. So this doesn't make sense. D, the references to beliefs and customs in Spain should be attributed to a coincidental resemblance between the societies of Spain and the Aztec Empire. No. If you're saying it's a coincidence, you're saying the time doesn't matter, right? Because if it's a coincidence, it's just like, well, it doesn't matter before or after. It just happened to be in the poem. But the whole point is that the timing matters, right? This invasion matters, right? So you tell me it's a coincidence. You're telling me it's not important. So it's definitely A. Very obvious answer here. It's a good example too of like, there's a lot of nouns in this thing, right? And then there's the nouns you won't know, like Cantares Mexicanos, like indigenous scribes, classical Nahuatl, Aztec Empire, right? Notice how none of that made it into my dumb summary, really. Invasion maybe did, but it's the point I try to make with this dumb summary filter is that the X is not really what the passage or what our summary is about, right? So we got X's and Y's here because there are going to be different nouns, different things that matter in these questions. But the thing is less important than the word that's after it. Does it matter or does it not matter? Is it good or is it bad, right? Are two things the same, equal, or not equal, different, right? Are we trying to say they're similar? Or are we trying to say they're different? Are we trying to say one's better or worse, right? If there's a relationship of increases and decreases, right? That might matter. So all of that is just to say, like, I think a mistake people make, and what I'm hoping for with this training mode here is I think people get very flustered by topics that they don't know and never read about, don't have any background information on. It's good that you don't have any background information on it. That's not what we're trying to learn from these passages. So stick to these simple kinds of dumb summaries. And you'll notice, right, in this hard module, we definitely went off this list way more than in the first module. That's fine. That's being flexible, but our process is still kind of the same, right? And by learning the process on easier questions, you get good at knowing when to follow it and when to tweak it slightly for the hard questions. But all things considered, it's almost like I have a list of things in my mind that I'm thinking about as I read. And so not every passage feels like a brand new adventure. It's me kind of looking out for certain kinds of words. And I do want to stress, like, it's not that I've memorized certain words, that when I see them, I always do certain things. These lists here are meant to show you the kinds of things that you might want to notice, but there's more stuff, that's there. And it's much more about the concept of a comparison, the concept of time. That is more important than the individual words here, but it's meant to give you a sense of that concept. So we will do the math. Hopefully this helped. We did every question? Yes. And just to confirm, yes, A is the correct answer here. So everything is right. Again, we didn't pay too much attention to the time, but I would say, you can watch my walkthrough video of this reading module and you'll see a lot of the things I did here really slowly with you, I would have done very quickly in my own brain. And with practice, you can get quick at it too. But I would say if you're struggling, it might be because you don't have the natural habit yet. And so going slow is a way to build that habit so that eventually you stop having to think like, oh yeah, what kinds of things do I need to look for in the passage? You just kind of already know. You're pre-programmed. So let's take a break and then we'll take a look at some math. All right, now we're into the first math module. Again, I'm going to have my answer key up so that I can make sure I don't make any careless mistake. That's always possible when I'm talking through questions and explaining them as I try to solve them. We'll also be using scratch paper because we lose our typing ability, but I'm also going to do more stuff in Desmos than I probably would in the real test. And that's all just to make sure I can show you stuff on the screen as easily as possible. Now, for my strategy trainer, we only have one option for math. And that's because math really does come down to just a single strategy that we want to get back to as much as possible. So starting with this first question, we are going to see that there are, I'm going to force this strategy into stuff that is probably very, very easy for you. But I want you to understand, don't skip this, right? Because even if you're struggling with the hardest questions, it's kind of the same as on the reading. If you are struggling with the hard questions, it's probably because you don't have good procedures and moves and steps to follow that on the easy ones that will then become habits that you don't even have to think about when you get to the hard ones. So our main math strategy is plug points into equations. So I'm going to help you see that again and again, a lot of these questions essentially are plug points into equations situations. So anytime I get to a math question, even one as easy as this, I am going to look at it and say, all right, do I have points? Do I have equations? So the first question I like to ask is just, do I have equations? Because usually you can see that. And we're going to interpret that broadly. So yes, x plus 20 right here, that is an equation, right? It's something I could plug into. So check, do I have equations? Yes, I definitely do. Do I have points? Well, yeah, x equals 7 is a point, right? It's not a xy point because it's only one coordinate, but it's a number that could go into a letter. That's basically what a point is. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to plug points into equations. So I'll show you on the calculator just so I don't have to type, but yeah, right? So if I do x plus 20 and I substitute the 7 in for the x, plugging the point in, I get 27, right? So obviously this is about as easy as a math question you can get. But again, let's really try our best to force this strategy into even the most straightforward examples so that when it starts to get harder, we will have these same patterns of thought, right? That's really what we want it to be. I want it to be a routine that you think about the same few things every single time you see a math question. Sometimes we won't be able to plug points into equations, but most of the time we can, and it's certainly that's something that I want to be asking myself as much as possible so that when I do get presented with a harder question, I've got these kinds of patterns, these routines, these habits that I can follow. So there you go. That's the answer. Number 2. Okay. Do I have points? Do I have equations? Well, do I have equations? It doesn't look like it. But if I look at the question, it says the list gives the values of data sets X and Y, which statement correctly compares the mean of data set X and the mean of data set Y. Well, if I think about equations, statistics, mean is one of them. It's one that I'm supposed to have memorized, right? So I can think of it, right, as the mean is the sum. Oh boy, that's not what I wanted to happen. Is the sum. Oh, sorry, guys. I thought that would just type the way I wanted it to. Let's do it down here. I got to open this baby up. And we'll do it this way. Right? The mean is the sum of the numbers over the number of numbers, right? That's an equation you have to memorize. And so if they talk about mean, we might use it, okay? Now, in this case, right, they're asking us to compare them. So do we have points that we can plug into this equation? Yes. And there's nothing wrong with doing it. You know, it's not that bad, right? We can find the sum of these 4 numbers, these 5 numbers, right? And so if I'm kind of thinking about points and equations, I've got everything I need. I'm being asked about the means, so might as well do it. We can also, I believe, do it in a very convenient way, because if we go to the functions here, you saw it when I typed it before, but statistics right there, mean, right? And just type the numbers. So 5, 9, 9, 13. It's giving us the mean is 9, which makes sense because, well, 5 and 13 are on opposite sides of 9, right? They're both 4 away. So they're going to kind of even themselves out, and then the 9s in the middle work out, right? So that's the mean for X. The mean for Y is going to be 5, 9, 9, 13, 27, 12.6. So yeah, I plug points into equations, and it seems to work out really, really well. Oh, there we go. Perfect. The mean for Y is greater than the mean for X, right? So mean for X is greater than Y? No. Mean for X is less than Y? Yeah, seems right. Are they equal? No. And there's plenty of information, right? We can plug these points in. So yeah, B is the answer. Now, to me, this is a case where the plug points into equations is kind of second best, because this is an easy question. We're in the first module. We're supposed to understand that we can think about these means in a conceptual way very easily, right? Notice that they're the same exact set, so therefore they would have the same exact mean, except that y has added in this really big number. And think of it like if these were quiz grades, right? If you had gotten a 5, a 9, a 9, and a 13, and then you suddenly got a 27 on the next quiz, that's going to bring up your average, right? Bring up your mean. So it's meant to be such an obvious case where we don't actually need to go through the process of plugging points into equations. But a harder question about averages and means, just recognizing that you could, is very, very important. So even if you understand it without doing this, you should know how to do it. And hopefully at least I showed you that if we have a small set, we don't have to type a million things, Desmos can help us. So normally, right, what we would do is 5, or let's put in parentheses, 5 plus 9 plus 9 plus 13 divided by the number of numbers, which in this case is 4. So there you go. That's data set X. But cool. Let's move on. All right. Close. Start over. Plug points into equations. Do we have equations? I don't see any. I've got some angles, so I don't know. We have some geometry potential formulas, right? Angle rules, right? So let's think. Right triangles PQR and STU are similar, where P corresponds to S. If the measure of angle Q is 18, what is the measure of angle S? So, okay, I do have a formula. I know that if we think about S plus T plus U, that is going to give me 180. How do I know that? Well, they tell me in the reference sheet. And here. The sum of the measures and the degrees of angles in a triangle is 180, right? They tell me that. So here's another example where plug points into equations. I have an equation. It may be so obvious to you that that's a fact of triangles that you're not even thinking of it as an equation. But again, harder questions, being able to kind of write it out as such might help. And then let's use Desmos to kind of organize us here. It's making me add sliders. So we can do that, right? We know that angle U is 90, right? So let's put that in. And we know that angle Q is 18, right? And since Q matches up with T, right, because they're similar triangles, then T is 18. Let's type that. Now, it's not really sure what to do with this because it's going to solve for me. But if I want to solve for X, right, all I have to do is, remember, Desmos can solve things for you. I actually mentioned this down here. Solve for X using the Desmos vertical line method. So in this case, we do have an X. It's the S. And we can solve for X by eliminating this S. We've plugged in for T. We've plugged in for U. What Desmos is going to do is solve by giving me a vertical line. We just got to find it. So where is it? Scroll. And it's right there at 72. So that's the answer. Again, I understand this is not a particularly difficult question. There are ways to think about this without a calculator. But we're trying to bring it back to the strategy for the easy stuff so we're prepared for the hard stuff. And, this is maybe something that even if you don't quite do this on a practice test at first, at least in practice questions, even easy ones, just try to force yourself to think in terms of points and equations. You will be better off in the long run. You just got to trust me here. So yeah, that's the answer. Let's continue. Close. A rocket contained 467,000 kilograms of propellant before launch. Exactly 21 seconds after launch, 362,105 kilograms of this propellant remained on average approximately how much propellant in kilograms did the rocket burn each second after launch? So, do I have an equation? No, I don't. Now I could make one. I know what I would do, but let's kind of go another route with it, right? So I have points because I got a bunch of numbers. I also have the ability to guess and check because these numbers are limiting my potential answers. So what could we do, right? So if we can't plug points into equations, my advice is avoid pure logic and abstract reasoning. Follow instructions. Show your work in some way, okay? So what would my work look like? Well, I know that I started with 467,000 and I have 362,105. And little tip, when you type into Desmos, don't use commas for the thousands. It freaks out. So just type it without the commas. So 360,105 kilograms plus every second, there's some amount being burned, right? So plus whatever that is, and it's going to be times 21, right? So we can think of that as like a rate, right? So whatever this amount is per second, there's 21 seconds going by, right? So there's, again, a couple ways I can set this up in Desmos, but let's just treat it like a guess and check and keep it really simple. Let's just plug in the choices, right, for these parentheses. So if it was burning 4995 seconds, kilograms per second, right, choice A, then in total, I would have had 467,000 seconds to start. So I'm thinking of this as an instruction, right, where like I'm trying to hit this number. And I know how this story is working. I have this much plus 21 times whatever I burned, right? So if I test that number and it gets me what I want, then that's the answer. And so there you go. That's the answer. That's the whole thing. Now, if I wanted to think of this in terms of equations, I have one, right? I have y equals mx plus b. It's a line, and that's listed here, right? So if I'm trying to plug points into equations, I might be like, okay, I can create my own equation. I know it's a line, and the reason I know that is when they talk about the amount that's burned, it's each second, right? It sounds like a rate essentially, and that is a constant rate because it's an average amount that was burned, so it's linear, right? So let's try to make this fit, right? So we can try to solve for m and b. So let me do it this way, right? We know the b. The b is the starting point. We know we start with 467,000 kilograms, right? What else do we know? Well, we also know that the value that essentially this is a point. Oh, I wish you could highlight the numbers. That's what I'm trying to highlight, right? So if x is the number of seconds and y is the number of remaining kilograms of this propellant, then I can essentially plug that point in, right? So this can become 362,105, and this x is 21. Oop, I didn't mean that. Ugh. There you go. And it's plugging the b in, 467,000. I'm gonna do it anyway just to clean it up a bit. 467,000. Okay. So now I've plugged points into equations, and again, this kind of works with our system here, right? So why don't we just have an answer right away? Because we don't have this one piece, right? But this is where we can kind of still work within the limits, right? So solve for x using the Desmos vertical line method. Now I know technically it's an m, but if we have an equation with one variable, we can use this vertical line method to solve it. This is not the most efficient way, but again, I'm thinking ahead of harder questions where this might be useful. All we got to do in Desmos is turn that m into an x, and now Desmos knows how to read it. Notice this came on, right? So now somewhere on this line is a vertical line that tells us the value of x. Now, unfortunately, we know it's a big number, so we're going to zoom out far, and there it is. Now, why is it negative? What's going on there? Well, because it's how much it's burning, right? So the slope here is negative. It's burning fuel, so it's losing that amount. But the question doesn't really care about the negative, but there it is, negative 4995. That's how much it's losing. So there you go. Yes, I agree. I am complicating easy questions, but remember, that's the point, right? So let's do this, and there it is. I want that button to bring us back. All right, do we have equations? Obviously. Do we have points? Not really, right? Well, we have these choices, but these are x plus y, so they're not separated out in a convenient way, and this is just equations, right? But if we have some alternatives, solve systems using Desmos to find intersection points. This is a system, and they want the x and y, which is the solution, the intersection. So let's just type it in. 4x equals 20, and negative 3x plus y equals negative 7. And where do they intersect? 5, 8, and we need x plus y, so 5 plus 8 is 13. That's the answer. Now, there's other ways to do this, one of which is to recognize that we do have a point. 4x equals 20 is a point, right? Now, notice if I put that in, what do I get? I get that vertical line again, right? It's solving for x. It's telling me that x is 5, which again, you could do automatically with just basic arithmetic, but sure, x is 5, right? So if I plugged that point into the second equation, negative 3 times 5 plus y equals negative 7. It's going to solve that for me too. Now, because it's a y that's left over and not an x, it's going to give me a horizontal line. So maybe that bothers you. So you could, remember, if you're trying to find procedures that tend to work again and again, I think whenever you have an equation with one missing piece, it might just be good to get in the habit of turning that missing piece into an x. The downside of that is then you might get confused. Well, what's my actual x? The question made the x versus what's the x that I'm kind of temporarily making up for the sake of solving this question without having to do algebra, right, for using Desmos. So that can take some getting used to, but I do think that this vertical line method is really useful. There are going to be cases where just doing the algebra is too complicated. So build it into your repertoire. There we go. So to summarize, this is a point in disguise, 4x equals 20, because there's only one letter, one variable in that equation. We can solve for that, and it's a point. It's just hidden. All right, let's move on. All right. Okay, so we have an equation, right? So, okay, cool, got an equation. Let's see what they want from us, though. Do we have points? A certain apprentice is enrolled in 85 hours of training courses. The equation 10x plus 15y equals 85 represents this situation where x is the number of on-site training courses and y is the number of online training courses this apprentice is enrolled in. How many more hours does each online training course take than each on-site training course? So this is a good example of, we want to try to use plug points into equations as much as possible, but there are going to be times where it won't work. This is a case where we have the equation, but we don't want to plug in points. We're not being asked for the values of x or y. We're being asked to understand how the stuff attached to the x and y works. This is a conceptual question, right? So this is where we're maybe in some trouble because we aren't going to solve and just get the answer by like solving an equation, for example. We have to understand what they want, right? So they're telling us the online training courses are Y, right? Y is the online training. And the on-site training courses is X. So we see an X, we see a Y. What's attached to each one? Well, 10 and 15. What does that mean? Well, if X is the number of on-site training courses and 85 is the total number of hours that they spend, then just knowing how these kinds of equations work, we have a number attached to a variable, that's a rate, meaning that each on-site training course, which is the X, is going to be 10 hours total. 10 times it, right? So if there's 2 on-site training courses, I would have done 20 hours, right? If I plugged in. So when they just ask what is the difference between them, right? How much more is one worth than the other? Well, the online ones are 15 hours each, and the on-site ones are 10 hours each. So 15 minus 10 is 5. That's what they want here. So we can't really plug points into equations. And again, on easy questions, when you might not even be thinking about plug points into equations at all. It just might just be like you're automatically answering these things. But I encourage you to start really thinking about it in those terms so that you get good at knowing when you can do it and when you can't. So that way, when they do get harder, you also still have that same knowledge of this is a case where I can do plug points into equations. This is a case where I can't. It's only going to get harder. So use the easy ones as a training ground for the hard stuff. All right. Square x has a side length of 12 centimeters. The perimeter of square y is 2 times the perimeter of square x. What is the length in centimeters of one side of square y? Well, do I have equations? Yes, I have them in my brain. Perimeter is a geometry equation, right? And I seem to have some points. So let's do that annoying thing and pull up the scratch paper for this one, right? So switch colors. Get rid of that. Oh, this is so hard to draw. Oh my God. Okay, so we have square x and we have square y, not to scale. I don't even know which one's bigger. Y is bigger, good. Square x has a side length of 12. Okay, 12. Perimeter of square y is 2 times the perimeter of square x. Okay, so let's find the perimeter of square x, right? So perimeter for a square is 4 times the side length, right? S, right? So 4 times 12, that's 48. So the perimeter is 48. So we have an equation we've memorized because it's just perimeter. You got to know the concept. And then 48, right, is what we would get. So the perimeter here is 48. And then follow the instructions, right? So much of this is following instructions. The perimeter square y is 2 times the perimeter square x. So the perimeter for y is 48 times 2, which is, let's do calculator there. I think it's 96, but let's just make sure. 48 times 2, 96. Cool. Ugh, too many chords. Ugh, the math section. Too many things to write on. Too many things plugged in. All right, so 96. Squeeze it in. 96. And what do they want? Again, follow instructions. Now, that's not a choice, but it could have been. What is the length in centimeters of one side of square y? Again, we have a formula. The perimeter of something is, for a square, 4 times the side length. So plug this point in there, right? So 96 is equal to 4s. And so divide by 4, divide by 4. Let's do it in Desmos. 96 divided by 4 is 24. And there are other ways to do this, right? We could kind of guess and check our way to that and just do 24 times 4 or do all these numbers times 4 until we hit 96. So we could do that. But I like that the flow of this is very plug points into equations, right? And in this case, where did the points come from? I would say that it's basically a story, right? I mean, a geometry question is usually a story. It's a story about a picture, essentially. And so it's helpful to maybe have the picture, but that's essentially where I think of it as coming from. So not everything that's a point is going to be X, Y. Getting good at knowing when you've got something you can plug in somewhere, that's really the skill we're working on. So let's do number 8. Number 8. I have an equation. Looks good. The given function g models the number of gallons of gasoline that remains from a full gas tank in a car after driving m miles. According to the model, about how many gallons of gasoline are used to drive each mile. Okay. So if you understand, this is another one of those cases where they're trying to get you to interpret the equation. So we don't really need to plug points in. They don't give us any, right? They're asking to understand. And this, right, if we understand equations, this is y equals mx plus b, right? Y equals mx plus b. So what did they do to make it a little harder? They made the m the x, right? Or, vice versa. So they're doing that on purpose. They know you associate m with the slope, but what they really want here is the slope, and it's not this m, it's the thing attached to it, right? So how do we know they want the slope? Because they say each. When you're talking about a rate, you're usually talking about a slope when it comes to a line. So how much did they drive each mile? They drive 0.05, right? Or how many gallons are used to drive each mile is 0.05. Now, okay, let's say we were really confused. And again, harder questions, it's much more likely we're confused about what's going on, right? What do we have? We have equations. That's obvious. We have one equation. Do we have points? No. But we can arithmetize them. We can make up points, right? Because if we wanted to know how many gallons of gas are used to drive each mile, we could drive a mile, right? Let's do that in Desmos. G of m is equal to negative, I think it's going to make me do g of x, but that's okay. Yeah. Oh, no, it actually did drive. So that's cool. Well, let's do g of 0, right? Let's not drive at all. That means we have 12.1 gallons of gas, right? Because they tell us the function gives the number of gallons of gas that remains, right? So if we didn't go anywhere, we have 12.1. So then they want to know how many gallons of gas are used to drive each mile. So let's drive 1 mile, right? Let's do g of 1. Now we're at 12.05, right? So we just need to know the difference, right? What's the difference between those two things? How much went away in that amount of time, right? So that's 12.1 minus the 12.05, and it's 0.05, right? So this is, again, stuff that is obvious to most people, but we're bridging the gap. We're getting there so that we have these same patterns, these same rhythms down when these get harder. But there you go. Most people are going to be able to solve this in 2 seconds. That's fine. Just challenge yourself to force that plug points into equations in there. Arithmetize helps here. All right. Close, 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 close. Do we have equations? Yes. Do we have points? No. In fact, we're solving for a point, right? They're asking us to solve for x, like pretty much literally, but notice what they did, x minus 1. But that doesn't bother me. If I get x, then I just subtract 1 from it. How do I get x? type in the calculator, right? Use the Desmos vertical line method. How do you do, what are these called? Absolute value bars. They're right here, between the A, right around the A. So 4x minus 4, get out of it, equals 112. Look for a vertical line. Where is it? There it is, right? And they say positive value, so might as well come out here. Now look, I can't click the dot like I normally can. It's because of how Desmos is calculating things. But look, just zoom in. It's very clearly at 29, right? So x is 29, so 29 minus 1, 28. So if I had answer choices, to be clear, I could have guessed and checked with those answer choices by plugging them into x and just seeing what works. If I had answer choices, this becomes a plug points into equations question where I'm just taking my choices and popping them in for x, or manipulating them slightly because that's x minus 1, but then popping them in. I could do that, right? But I see an equation, I'm being asked for a point. That means I can solve, right? It's only one missing piece. Let's throw in Desmos and let it do it for us. So there you go, 28, nice and easy. And that's genuinely how I would do that on the test. I'm not fooling around with that kind of stuff. Okay. Do we have an equation? Yes. Do I have points? No. Right? In fact, they kind of are deliberately not giving me points, right? It gives me this relationship, which equation correctly expresses x in terms of b and y. Well, they're going out of their way not to give me the letters, right? So if I tried to type this into Desmos, right, 1 over 7b is equal to 11x divided by y. It's like, hey, you got to give me more, right? So let's pick a number for b. Let's make it 1. Fine. We can adjust this, right? So we're using the sliders. We're arithmetizing here using Desmos sliders. Basically, we're using both of these are the same strategy in this particular case. So where are we getting the points? We're making them up. But right now, if I look at this, right, it's a kind of very steep line, it looks like. It's giving me possible values of x and y. But I don't want both, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to also make up a number for y. And unfortunately, because x and y are the xy plane, Desmos isn't going to like it if I just type like y equals 1 here. It doesn't know to plug that in. So I have to do this one manually. But that's okay, because y is all by itself. This is easy for me to understand. So let's just make y 1. Now this line has changed. It's hard to see it, but now this line is vertical line. It's doing what it did before. Right? We're doing this vertical line method. It's telling me the value of x, okay? When b is 1 and when y is 1, right? And it's not a nice number. It's 0.01299. But notice how all the answer choices are also telling me the value of x based on the values of b and y. So let's just plug them in, right? So for A, right, choice A, I'm going to have 7b times 1. I got to plug the y in manually, divided by 11. It gives me a decimal. But notice, it's a different decimal than the graph is giving me as my value of x, right? So again, what it's doing here is, even though this equation is not in x equals format, it is still telling me the value of x, because x is the only unknown there, and it is graphing it as a straight up vertical line. So that point where it intersects the x-axis is also the same point all up and down it, but that is the value of x that it's calculating for me. I need that value to be the same value that this equation shows me. So A is wrong because it's giving me a different value. So let's get rid of it. Let's try B. So this is going to be y, which we said was 1. And this is something you might write on your scratch paper, but still, y minus 77b is negative 76. Again, it's not whatever this puny little decimal is. So get rid of it. Let's try C. This is 1, right? That's our y, divided by 77b. 0.0129. 0.0129. Now, it's probably C, but I got to check D, because sometimes I end up picking numbers that work in multiple answers. Let's keep C around for a second. Let's just do 77b, and again, times 1. Well, that's 77. Could have done that in my head, but either way, it's not giving me that same decimal. So there you go. This is plug points into equations as well. This is arithmetizing. And yes, many of you are going to see that it's very easy to turn this top equation into this bottom one by multiplying y, so it's on the top, and dividing by 11, so it's on the bottom, which would mean 7 times 11 is 77. So this algebra is very uncomplicated. But, you know, there will be ones that have more complicated algebra. And a lot of people who get something like this wrong and maybe pick something like A are just as confident in their wrong answer because they're just misremembering how algebra works. They're making a careless mistake because they're rushing. So just be aware that even stuff that is very, very easy to do in a traditional way, there might be errors that pop up. So pay attention when you're going over your own practice tests. Are you making those errors? Are you confident on wrong answers? This is a question most people would not bookmark. If you're bookmarking it, that's not good. But if you're getting it wrong and not bookmarking it, that's even worse, right? So keep that in mind, is like we really don't want to be putting ourselves in a situation where we're getting stuff wrong. We're thinking about plugging points in, even if it means arithmetizing, could have gotten us the question right. And to be clear, this is a case where I'd probably arithmetize outside of Desmos and just do it on my scratch paper. I just think for you guys, showing the Desmos is cleaner. So I'm just doing that for now. Again, watch the walkthrough video to see how I solve it myself when I do it in on the timed test, but it's basically just, whatever's most efficient. Okay. Do I have equations? Yes. Do I have points? Yes. Let's read it to see if the points fit with the equation, because it could be something weird going on, but let's see. The table shows 4 values of x and their corresponding values of f of x. There is a linear relationship between x and f of x that is defined by the equation f of x equals mx minus 28, where m is a constant. What is the value of m? Plug points into equations. So what's our equation? F of x equals mx minus 28. Now, I have an f of x and an x. Let's just pick one set, right? Let's just do 10 and 82. And here I'm going to actually do the substitution, right? So 82, and this is 10, right? Because that's, I hate how it keeps doing that, because that's my x, right? So now it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean? What's this m? I don't know what to do with this. Well, remember, again, once we get good at using this solve for x using the Desmos vertical line method, anytime we have an equation with just one variable, even if they're asking solve for m, just swap it, make it an x, and it's going to graph me that vertical line right there at an 11. Done. Right? That's the whole thing. And again, this is not hard algebra. Just add 28 to both sides and then divide by 10. And so 100 divided by, or whatever it is, 110 divided by 10 is 11. Not hard algebra, but again, I'm just trying to give you new routines, new habits. And if you're okay with that move I just made of plugging in 10 for x so that I'd have m left over, and then swapping that m for x so that Desmos can speak the language of solving it for me, that it's a little confusing for some people. You're like, wait a minute, x was 10. Why am I changing an x saying x is 11? It's a different x, right? It's an x I've made for the purposes of solving and letting Desmos solve for me. So do what you want, but like if you can get comfortable with that, it becomes second nature. All right, moving on. All right, perfect. Do I have equations? Yes. This top thing is an equation. They call it an expression, but it's an equation, right? And then when they say it's equivalent to this other thing, where b is a constant, what does the value be? Okay, well, if I wanted to force my strategy in here, I have an equation. I don't have points though, right? I'm being asked for b, so I could solve for b, but the problem with solving for b is I also have this x, right? So maybe I can get rid of the x, right? Well, what would that look like? Basically, I would just say, yeah, let's do it like this. Let me show you another Desmos thing, right? Let's actually make x into a. Okay, let's do that. So yeah, let's make a1, right? So here's another thing we can do with Desmos to help ourselves plug stuff in more easily, right? So before, we've been changing things into x so that Desmos would graph it for us and solve it. Now let's plug things into, let's switch x into a different letter so that we can plug in what we want. So now I'm just going to type this expression, but I'm going to do it with a's instead of x's. So minus 3. And I know, again, this is very easy algebra. This takes 2 seconds if you're doing it a different way. That's totally fine. That's not the point of this exercise. Here we go, plus 8, right? It's telling us that that's equal to negative 2, right? So I'll use this a different line just to make my point, right? We have another equation that's supposed to be equivalent to this one, right? So this one is b, and what did we say? X is a. So let's be a to the third minus 11. And still it's like, wait a minute, what is b? How do I don't know what to do with that, right? You told me what a is, I don't know what b is, fine. But we also know that these are supposed to be equivalent. So let's make it equal negative 2, right? Now, again, it's like, wait, I don't know what to do with this. This b thing is bothering me. But what do we really have here? We have an equation with one unknown that we need to solve for, b, right? It looks like there's two. There's an a and a b, but no. That's not, the a is not unknown. The a we know, we made it 1, right? So let's make the b back into an x so that way we can get that vertical line, and it's 9. Right? And again, this is something that's obvious to most people because you recognize that this is just about distributing a negative and realizing that when we combine like terms, we need to combine the two x to the third terms. So 5x to the third, negative of a negative is a positive. So 5x to the third plus 4x to the third is 9x to the third. Again, this takes 2 seconds if you have basic algebra knowledge. But it's going to get harder. It's going to get harder. And one other thing I might do to help with this is instead of having 2 equations, I just wanted to show you them, I would turn it into 1, right? So let's just make this equal to x times a to the third. So this is me substituting the a's for the x's and the x for the b so that I can solve. And it's still going to get me the 9. And watch what happens if I start moving this slider and changing that value of x. Nothing happens, right? Why? Because if they're equivalent expressions and we're finding the b, then it has to be the case that they're equivalent no matter what x is, right? So when I switch this a here to anything, it's not affecting the b because these are equivalent in all cases, no matter what that value of x is, right? So that's essentially what's happening here. It's, again, a confusing kind of way at first to start thinking about something that's very basic, but I'm trying to implant some new tools, some new ideas in your head so that you're ready when it gets tough. It's not going to get that tough in this module, though, because it's the first module. But we're setting up the table here. All right. Do I have equations? Yes. They're technically inequalities, but yes. And do I have points? Well, I have half a point, and it's supposed to be a solution to the system of inequalities. Which of the following could be the value of x, right? So I see that if I plug this into the first inequality, right, plug points into equations, right, plug points into equations, 53 is greater than 14 is just a true statement. It doesn't really do anything. So it's when I plug it into the second one that I've got some options, right? So what could I do here? Well, I could just type it as written, so 4x, and then we said y is 53, so plus 53. We could do less than 18. And basically what it's doing is it's giving me the vertical line test. It's solving for x like it's always done. But now it's doing it and saying there's lots of possible values of x. There's lots of possible values of x that could work. And we're giving you as a shaded region all of those possible values. So when they ask which of the following could be the value of x, I would just look which numbers, this is like a number line, which numbers are shaded? Well, 5 and 9, right, they're over here. They're not shaded, so that doesn't make any sense. And I can see that it's negative, and it doesn't look like -5, but let's just make sure. Is -9 in the shaded region? Yeah, there you go. Again, this is something that you could have done manually just by plugging the points in and seeing, right? I mean, you get, if you do 4 times -9, this is a little guess and check, and do plus 53, you get 17. Is 17 less than 18? Yes, true statement. So therefore, that's the answer. But, you know, different ways of thinking about it. All right, 14. Bacteria are growing in a liquid growth medium. There were 300,000 cells per milliliter during an initial observation. The number of cells per milliliter doubles every 3 hours. How many cells per milliliter will there be 15 hours after the initial observation? So, do we have an equation? Depends how smart we are. We don't have one given, but we're talking about exponential growth. So we do have some exponential formulas, right? So the open formula is a formula I made up to help us understand percents and exponentials and get them all kind of working together. The trouble with that formula is I type it as, let's see, I'm just going to write it actually. Let's do that. So I write it as, in this case, OP, or O times 1 plus or minus P to the T equals N, where O is my original value. I have that if I'm plugging points in, 300,000. The percentage is going to be 100%. So that P represents the percent change in a decimal form. So I know it says doubles. So you're like, where's this 1 plus 1 coming from? Well, essentially just simplify it and you'll see, right? When it doubles, it's a 2. And then the new value, right, is they are telling me, they're asking for that, right? So we're solving for that. And then in theory, you'd think, okay, I'm plugging in for T. So I should just plug in 15. The trouble is they made this a little harder by making it double every 3 hours. And so this is a case where my brain goes, you know what? I know that open formulas can work, but this is easier for me to follow as an instruction. So I'm going to do this as an instruction, right? So rather than write it because it's annoying, I'm just going to make a table. I'm going to show you how I think of it, right? So my initial value, when t is 0, right, is when nothing's happened, I have 300,000. And I'm just going to put it as 300 because I don't want to keep typing the zeros. So 300,000. Fine. 1, 2, 3. No, because I don't want to, too many zeros. So it's 300,000, right? So then rather than care about what happens every hour, which is what basically my version of this equation is doing, is it's telling me what happens every hour. And I'm like, no, that's too weird. This is every 3 hours. Let's just follow the instructions. So I can double things. So if I did 3, right, 3 hours go by and it's doubling. So that's going to be 600, right? Another 3 hours go by. And what happens? We double it again. So now it's 1200, right? And then another 3 hours go by. So now we double it again. That's 2400, right? And then it doubles again, right? So now we're at 12, 3 more hours and we got 4800. And then it doubles again after another 3 hours. So now we're at 15 hours total, what we want, and that's 9600. And again, remember, I took some zeros off, so we got to add them back, but that's it. So this gets to, plug points into equations. It's not a coincidence that the name of that strategy is an instruction. Take a point, plug it into an equation, right? It's an instruction because so much of the math section is following instructions. It's why I put it right here in the trainer. If you're not going to plug points into equations, find some other way to just treat the math question as following instructions. We could make an equation here, but it's so much nicer to just treat it like a list of things to do and just do them, right? It's not that much longer. If I wanted to change this, essentially what I would need to do is if it doubles every 3 hours, I would want it to be the case that if I plug 3 in for t, it doubles. So you could kind of solve for that situation by putting 600,000 here and kind of solving and kind of figuring out what it would be. But essentially, I need this to say 1/3 t. And I think if we go to the thing here, right, and we do, what did I say it was? Let's put it over here, right? So this is going to be 300,000, 300, 1, 2, 3, 2 to the t over 3. And that equals, right, n, right? Now let's swap in or let's call this x. So it's going to solve the vertical line, and then t is 15. So we think it's 9,600. So let's find it, or 96 million, 9.6 million. So it's very far out. Oh my gosh, this is so stupid. So this is why with exponentials too, Desmos starts to break down. I'm looking for a red line. Oh, there it is. And it's giving it to me in scientific notation, but I would think here with the choices, you'd be like, okay, yeah, I see the 9.6, I'm good. So that's how it's working. I believe I'm right? 10 to the, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, so that is right. But it's a great example of like when things start to get weird, right? If we know the basics, then when things get weird, we can adjust. And so I know how this open formula works for exponentials. I sensed that things were a little different, so I went with a different method. So that's also part of what we need to do more in the hard module. But let's stick to the this one for now. So that's our answer there. Let's go to 15. 15. Do we have points and equations? Well, I clearly have points, right? That's what a graph is, but I don't see an equation, but let's see what they want. The graph gives the estimated number of catalogs Y in thousands a company sent to its customers at the end of each year, where X represents the number of years since the end of 1992, where 0 is less than or equal to X is less than or equal to 10. Which statement is the best interpretation of the Y-intercept in this context? So we have this point, right, 0, 9, right? So this is another one where I don't have an equation. I don't need one because this is, they want me to think about this logically and abstractly. And thankfully, it's not that hard to do that because I know that a y-intercept is a starting point, right? So I'm just going to look at these choices. I'm going to do a little process elimination, right? What sounds like a starting point? And specifically in the story, they said it starts with 1992. So they're going to tell me that this is the value, whatever, of catalogs in 1992. So is there something that kind of says that, right? So A, the estimated total number of catalogs the company sent to its customers during the first 10 years. No, it's a specific point. What's going on in 1992? That's not what this says. B, the estimated total number of catalogs the company sent to its customers from the end of 1992 to the end of 2002 was 90. No, this is not a specific point. This is what's happening over a long amount of time. I need to know only what's going on in 1992. What is the starting point? What's going on in 92? C, the estimated number of catalogs the company sent to its customers at the end of 1992 is 9. Oh, that sounds like a starting point, right? It's what's happening in 1992. So that looks pretty good. But look at D, right? The estimated number of catalogs the company sent to its customers at the end of 1992 was 9,000. So they're saying the basic same idea about the y-intercept. The only difference now is the number. So which one is it? Well, if we look at the graph, it's 9. But I know better, by 15, there's going to start to be traps. So let's make sure. What are they saying? The graph gives the estimated number of catalogs y in thousands. So this is kind of like what I did on this question, where I chop some zeros off to make my life easier. It's the same thing here, right? This is not 9. This is 9,000, right? So D is the answer here. So not hard, but I bet a bunch of people are going to pick C because they don't read the whole thing. They just kind of stop as soon as they get something that sounds pretty good. But yeah, this is not a plug points into equations. It's similar to some other ones we've seen in this module where we're just estimating and kind of understanding conceptually what's going on, but as much as possible, try to give yourself numbers and they're going to tell you what the numbers mean. Good. All right, so that's that one. All right, here's another good example of a question where you could probably answer it in 2 seconds if you know the rules, right? So I know that when I have a radical, that basically is a fractional exponent, and that goes on the bottom of the exponent. So I know that this 9 is going to kind of be the top, and the 7 is going to be the bottom. This would take me all of 2 seconds on the actual SAT. But if we're trying to force the strategy in, right, plug points into equations, I have an equation, right? It's basically an expression, but it's supposed to be equivalent to one of these answers. So if you forgot how these radicals and things worked, you should still be able to get this right. Let's plug in, right? So let's do the 7th root. We can find that right here if we go to functions and you scroll all the way down. It's right here, 3rd from the bottom, I guess. And you can type your 7. And we're going to type in numbers here. Now, normally when I arithmetize, right, when I make up my own points, that's what we're doing, I would try to stick to zeros and ones. But when we're dealing with exponents, zeros and ones are not good because 0 to any power is 0 and 1 to any power is 1. So it doesn't change, right? So let's pick numbers like 2, right? So let's just do 2 to the 9th and then times 2 to the 9th, right? So x and y are both 2. That just keeps it simple, right? So there you go. We get some messy number. I don't care because if this choice is supposed to be equivalent, then I should get the same number. Now, here's a great example too of where, like, even if you feel like you know the rule pretty confidently, does it take you very long to go to Desmos and just double check, right? 2 times 2. I'm going right to choice B, right? I have my hunch. I think I've remembered it correctly. And that is 2 the 9/7. And look what I get. Same number, right? Now, if you remember this incorrectly, right? And let's say you had picked choice A at first, and then you moved on, you'd be getting it wrong, right? And you might not ever come back to this question. But if you pick choice A and you said, let me just double check in Desmos, right? This is the first module. I got the time. Let's see what's going on. Notice I get a different number. So I'd be like, I thought I remembered it, but I didn't. And you should keep note as you take practice tests and do practice questions, how many times do you get something wrong because you thought you remembered it right and it turned out you didn't? How many of those times could you have saved the points by just taking an extra 20 seconds and letting Desmos help you out? So there you go. It takes no time at all to get this right if you know the rule, but it also doesn't really add much in terms of time to check it and be absolutely sure you're right. Plug points into equations, arithmetize. All right, moving on. Number 17. There you go. Okay. The population of city A increased by 7% from 2015 to 2016. If the 2016 population is K times the 2015 population, what is the value of K? Do I have equations? No. But it's a percent or a percent change here. So I have these open formulas, right? So let's pull the thing up again. Now this open formula is about percent increase, right? So I have a formula for that. It looks very similar to the one we use for exponentials, except it's a single increase, right? It only happens once. So it's going to be O times 1 plus or minus P equals N. We drop the T. It doesn't happen again and again. So there's no reason for an exponent. So what do I have? What can I plug in to this equation? Well, I have the percent. It's 7%. So this is going to be 1 plus, because it says increase, and 0.07, because that's what we do with this formula. We write the percent in as a decimal. Then we got a bit of a problem, right? We can simplify that, but we're missing the O, we're missing the N, right? What is the population of city A, right, at 2015? So, right, this is the 2015 population, but that's not the value. That's not the value there. This is the 2016 population, right? Because time is passing in the normal way, right? So what do I do? Well, again, many of you are going to be able to think about this and understand what's happening, and maybe the answer right now is obvious, but it's a good example of, like, if you weren't 100% sure, just arithmetize, right? Let's just say there's 100 people in this tiny, small town, right? Let's keep it simple. 100 people are there in 2015, right? Now I can finish the job and calculate with the formula. So it's 100 times 1.07, and put it in the calculator, but you're going to get 107. So now the second piece of this thing is an easier instruction to follow. And that's a big reason why I end up arithmetizing in a lot of cases is instructions are hard to follow when they're conceptual. So arithmetizing, picking my own numbers, allows me to follow the instruction more easily. So they're saying the 2016 population, so 107, is equals K times the 2015 population, 100. So let's just do parentheses, right? What is the value of K? Hey, I have an equation, and I can solve that equation, right? And I can just do division, or if I really wanted to, since we're trying to get in that habit, right? Let's just remember that we have an equation solver. 107 equals X times 100. X is 1.07. So what's the value of K? 1.07. There you go. There are lots of versions of these kinds of percent questions where they might have asked for maybe choice A, right? That could happen. They could ask maybe, and the answer would be 7. There's lots of things that they can do. So with percentages, we got to be really careful. We do have formulas that we can go to, and we should as much as possible, but also the instructions really, really matter on these. So you got to be careful. All right, 18. Moving on. Which of the following systems of linear equations has no solution? So we have equations. Do we have points to plug into these equations? No. How do I know I don't have points? Because they told me, right? So does the question give you points? No, it tells me, in fact, that there's no solution. There is no point that's going to satisfy this system. Now, if you've memorized things, and there's an easy way to do this, which is to recognize that there's a rule for when linear systems have no solutions. The rule is that they have the same slope. So do 2 of these lines have the same slope? Yeah, right here, right? Y equals mx plus b, right? Thinking back to equations. They both have a slope of 16. But again, kind of like with that radical exponent question before, it really doesn't take more than a couple seconds to just type those into Desmos and just be like, am I sure I'm remembering that correctly? Right? So let's just type those 2 equations in, and I can see they have no solutions because they're parallel. And that's what it means when they have no solutions. They move in the same direction forever. So they're not going to cross. Hopefully that's easy. I mean, maybe you pick B because you're like, oh, is it the slopes that are the same or the y-intercepts are the same? But as soon as you type B in, y equals 6x plus 6, y equals 5x plus 6, you see they cross, right? They cross at 6, right? So the only way you'd get it wrong if you thought temporarily that B was the answer is if you just didn't understand what it meant for something to be a solution. A solution is an intersection when we have a graph. So, or when we have 2 graphs, I should say, a solution is an intersection. So yeah, the easy one, again, hopefully you've got it memorized, but it doesn't take very long to just verify. So might as well. All right. Do we have equations? Yes. Do we have points? Well, they're not X's and Y's, but W and N seem like things I could plug into. So my goal right now is when I'm reading the story, I want to plug in for W and N. So can I do that? Let's see. The first term of a sequence is 9. Each term after the first is 4 times the preceding term. If W represents the nth term of the sequence, which equation gives W in terms of N? they gave me that, they told me, right? They told me what this means. This is a good example of we're getting points from a story. It's not a very interesting story, but it's a story, right? I mean, you're following these kind of instructions, right? So I want to get a value of n and a value of w. Let's shrink this. Now, this, for people who don't speak English, I am curious how much sense this makes. But basically, when we talk about the nth term of a sequence, we mean like, is it the first term, second term, third term, 20th term, 55th term, right? That's what it means. We use th to represent it because, you know, it's just a generic way of saying like, you know, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, right? So the point is, no matter what number in the sequence it is, we should have this kind of relationship. So I have been given a point by the story. The first term in a sequence is 9. So the n there is 1, right? It's the first term. So the number term is 1. That's what that means. And then w represents the number itself, the number that we would get. And so they told me it's 9. So essentially what I'm doing, and I didn't really need to type the w as 9 here because I'm only going to type in the choices the right side of the equation. And I'm going to see, does that give me 9 when I plug in 1 for n? So essentially Desmos is going to do that part for me. So in choice A, 4 times 9 to the n, right, is 36, right? So no good, right? I need it to be 9. I need it to be, it's the first term, it's supposed to be 9. So that doesn't work. So 4, this is choice B, times 9 to the, and if you have to do complicated exponents, just throw some parentheses, n minus 1, and this tells me it's 4. So again, no, that's not what I want. I want it to be 9, right? That is the first term of the sequence. So let's try C. 9 times 4 to the n. Again, 36. No. Choice D. 9 times 4 to the n minus 1 is 9. Perfect. And just to show you, if there were multiple answers that worked, right? We always got to go through everything when we arithmetize and come up with a point like this. We got to make sure there's not multiple equations that fit that point. But it also gives me instructions on how to get another point. Each term after the first is 4 times the preceding term. So if I had picked 2, then what's 4 times the 9, right? Then it's 36. And so now we'd have a different point. So notice if I change the 2 here, then all of these changed as well. But you can see what could happen if we did that. Right now, choice B and choice D both give me 36. And since B is higher on the list, many of you might just get 36 and be like, ah, hey, B is right, and not even bother to check D. So if you are going to plug in points, you know, like this, you got to try every choice and be sure and cross things out. And if you do have multiple answers that work, then you got to just pick a new point, right? And so follow whatever instructions you're given to do that. But this is not the kind of thing you'd want to get wrong. This is an easy question. In my opinion, the College Board thinks of it as a hard question. And I bet it's because most people just don't know where to start. And so this, now we're starting to really get to the place where I think plug points into equations as a process, as a strategy, is really helping us just make hard questions easier. Right? It's just equations. As soon as I see the question, I see that I have equations in the choices. So my very first thought is, can I get some points to plug into that? And sure enough, yeah, and that's the way to do it. All right, moving on. Equations. Let's kill all this. The minimum value of x is 12 less than 6 times another number n. Which inequality shows the possible values of x? Okay, well, great example of like, I've got equations. Technically, they're inequalities, but I'd love to get some points, right? So let's plug points into equations. It seems that I can make up whatever I want, right? Because they say another number n, but they don't bother telling me what that is, right? So here I'm actually, let's go to my notes. Let's arithmetize again. And here, let's just do it one piece at a time, right? So the minimum value of x is 12 less. Oh, here, actually, you know what? Let's do it like this, right? So minimum value of x is 12 less than 6 times n, right? So let's arithmetize at the end. Minimum value of x is 12 less than 6 times, what do you want to go with? How about 2, right? So n is 2. Now just treat it piece by piece, right? Minimum value of x is 12 less than 6 times 2 is 12. Oh, that's weird. So let's change it. Let's make 10. Let's do 10. So that way it's 6 times 12 is 60, and we don't have to deal with zeros. So there you go. This is the benefit of arithmetizing, is you can adjust as you need to, right? So now, again, follow instructions. Minimum value of x is 12 less than 60. What's 12 less than 60? 48. Use the calculator if you need to. So the minimum value of x is 48. How about we just say then that x could be 50, right? The minimum value of x is 48, right? So x could be 50. So now we've got numbers, right? We got 6, we got n is 10, and we've got x could be 50 because the minimum value is 48, but it could be greater than 48. So let's just plug those in here, right? So if I did choice A, I'd have 50 is less than or equal to 6 times 10 is 60 minus 12, which is 48. So is 50 less than 48? This is choice A, just to be really clear. This is choice A. So 50 is less than 60 minus 12. 60 minus 12 is 48. No, 50 is not less than 48. So I wonder how many people are going to pick this because they see minimum and they associate that with less than. No, that's not what we want here. We can see the numbers break this down, right? So let's try B. It looks probably like this is going to be it because 50 is greater than or equal to 6 times 10 is 60 minus 12 is 48. So, okay, that's at least true, right? Yes. So let's keep it. C would be 50 is less than or equal to 12 minus 60. So negative 48. So that's not true, but I already see a problem, right? Is D will be true. 50 is greater than or equal to 12 minus 60, which is negative 48. So that is true, but I hope here common sense takes over and you're like, clearly this is just backwards. I want it to be 48 because look at, that's what showed up in our process here. Let's just stick with that. So I would hope that just seeing the numbers, you'd be much more inclined to kind of go with the more obvious thing here. But a lot of people are going to pick D because if we read this from left to right, instead of thinking of it step by step, 12 is less than 6 times another number. 12 is less than 6 times a number. It reads that way. But you've probably encountered this in school. When you have less than as an instruction, it flips the order of things. So when we write it as an equation, it ends up looking like B, where it's backwards. But you know how many people are going to move too fast and miss that? It's a lot. A lot of people are going to get D here. And again, this is fully preventable. If you're just kind of in this plug points into equations mode, you just are like, well, I've got an equation. I'm at number 20 out of 22. So it's pretty, this is a hard question, even in the first module. I don't want to make a stupid mistake. Let me take the time to visualize what's happening with numbers. Let me arithmetize some numbers so I can understand this without risking a mistake. Let's try 21. Okay, a little geometry. Do we have equations? Maybe. I don't know. Let's see what we get. The side lengths of the right triangle RST are given. Triangle RST is similar to triangle UVW, where S corresponds to V and T corresponds to W. What is the value of tan W? So I do have equations here in my mind. I'm going to have to draw here, no choice. But the equation that comes to mind is SO, Ka, Toa. So forgive my handwriting. That's an A right there. Now that's technically 3 equations, right? They're the 3 equations that give me the trig identities. But I write that on my scratch paper, so I get it out of my head. And now I'm going to draw a triangle, and it's a right triangle, and I got to figure out where things go, right? RST, right? So how do I know which one is the right angle? It matters. Now, the rule here is that in a right triangle, the largest angle, in a right triangle, the largest side is always the hypotenuse, is always opposite the right angle. Now, technically, just in triangles generally, the longest side of a triangle is always going to be opposite the largest angle. And so in a right triangle, the 90-degree angle has to be the largest angle. So that means that, let's just say this is going to be R and this is going to be T, because this has to be 52. And it doesn't matter, you could flip them, but let's just do that. And then this leaves S here. So RS is 20. And TR or ST is 48. So there you go. So what do I need to do? Right? We want tan of W. So tan of W is going to be the opposite over the adjacent. Okay. Right? So that's what TOA stands for, opposite over adjacent. So I don't see W in my picture, right? But they tell me that T corresponds to W. So W is right here, right? This is W. So I don't need to draw another triangle. I'll just use the one I've got because it doesn't matter what the actual side lengths are. It's a proportion. So what's the opposite of W? Go across, it's 20. So that's 20, 20. And then the adjacent, right, is 48. That's here. So that's 48. Oh, I don't see that as a choice, but luckily Desmos to the rescue, right? Ooh, why is this freaking out? Okay, there we go. What do we have? We have 20 divided by 48. Oh, it's a messy decimal. Oh no, I don't want to have to deal with that. Just click this button, guys. Boom, 5/12. That's the answer. So maybe you think I'm stretching it, but this to me feels like plug points and equations, where SOHCAHTOA is one of the few geometry equations or series of equations that we don't get in the reference sheet. We got to memorize it, but I'm still writing it down on my page because if I see it as an equation, I know what I need. I know I need the opposite side. I know I need the adjacent side. It's a way of kind of structuring my thought process so that I'm always kind of moving through it with a goal, with a task, with an instruction that I can follow. And plug points and equations is the most fundamental instruction in the SAT math. One more question. Okay, so here I have an equation. The graph of 9x minus 10y equals 19 is translated down 4 units in the xy plane. What is the x-coordinate of the x-intercept of the resulting graph? Do I have an equation? Yes. Do I have a point? Yes, right? X and y intercepts count as points. As soon as we mention them, we're in good shape because we know half of that point is a 0. Now here's the problem though. This is not, we can't plug 0 in here because this equation and this point are different. This x-coordinate of this x-intercept is on a different line. So this is something that can happen. And again, thinking about points and equations conditions us to start kind of noticing these little exceptions, these weird things that the SAT is trying to do. In this case, we need to find this other equation first. So the way to do that is we could graph it, right? So first, let me just do that. I'm glad this is the last question. I'm losing my voice here. So there you go. And to show it, right? It's a line. Now, here's my x-intercept, but can't use that, so that doesn't work. Trying to move it down 4 units is difficult when it's in this form. It's much easier when it's a y equals equation. So that's something you learn from practice, but if you do have to translate it, the first thing you should do is start moving it around, right? So 9x minus 10y equals 19. Anytime you're going to start doing algebra, write the starting point first. Don't start doing steps. So we want to get y equals. So minus 9x minus 9x. Show your work. Because if we lose a negative, we lose the question. We lose the points. Minus 9x plus 19. Divide by negative 10. Divide by negative 10. Divide by negative 10. Y is equal to 9/10, right? 2 negatives cancel. X minus 19/10. Now I'm going to graph that, right? Ooh, stupid thing. Now I'm going to graph that. Right, so y equals 9/10 x minus 19/10. Why am I graphing that? Because that's still the same equation. Well, that's why I'm graphing it. I just want to make sure, right? If I lost a negative, I'd see it. Right now, I'd be like, oh, hey, look, the negatives, these are different lines, but this is the same line. So this is what I want. But I also can easily start to deal with translating it down 4 units by turning this y into an f of x. Because now I'm telling Desmos, this f of x is a special equation, right? And so I could turn it off and you'll see the purple's still there. Let's turn the purple off though, just because we've got the version of the starting equation we need. And when you're doing translations, f of x is a great place to be because we can do the translation really easily. So you hopefully have memorized that if you want to move something down, you're going to type your f of x and then you're going to minus 4 on the outside of it. You can see it moves down 4. How do I know? Let's verify. Right? It starts off with a y-intercept of negative 1.9. So if we moved it down 4, it should have a y-intercept of negative 5.9. And sure enough, it does. But they don't want the y-intercept. They want the x-intercept. Follow instructions. But it's right here. So it's a messy number. It doesn't bother me because I'm going to just come here anyway. See, that bothers me though. Here, let's do this. Export to expression list. And boom, it puts it down there. So now I can see it. Now remember the rule with these things, it's all here. So if you ever need the info, make sure you know how to handle decimals here, but I also have a video on it. But regardless, the rule that I say is if you got a decimal, just type until you can't type anymore. So 6.5555, see, can't type anymore. So that's it, just leave it at that. And that would be an acceptable answer here. So there you go. No reason to convert it to a fraction. No reason to worry about rounding it. You don't have to. Just type till you can't type anymore, and that's it. That's all you need to do. Whew. Okay, not so bad. Not so bad. And like I said, I knew this was going to be easy as we went into it. I knew that I would be showing you things that are kind of tedious ways to do it, but you're not watching a 7-hour video because you're looking at speed, right? You're here for another purpose. And hopefully we've already started to work our way towards that new goal, which is understanding questions that you've been solving for years, but understanding them in a new way, a different way. Because when we get to the hard module, we're going to need as many tools as possible. And thinking about the SAT in this plug points into equations terms is very useful. There is almost never a case where I'm looking at an SAT math question and going, how do I solve this? I'm looking at every math SAT question and asking the same two things to start. Do I have equations? Do I have points? Hopefully the answer to both is yes. But even when it's not, I have ways, as you can see with these lists here, of providing equations for myself, finding points in weird places, and then hopefully getting back to that strategy or having some other methods that I can use when it doesn't work. But let's see when we get into the hard module, how often can we still stick to this plug points into equation strategy? All right, one last module, one more wardrobe change, and here we go. Again, the main point is even in the hard module where questions are going to get harder, we're going to keep trying to come back as much as possible to the idea of equations and points. And hopefully we can plug points into equations. So let's see what we got here. There are 55 students in Spanish Club. A sample of the Spanish Club students was selected at random and asked whether they intend to enroll in a new study program. Of those surveyed, 20% responded that they intend to enroll in the study program. Based on this survey, which of the following is the best estimate of the total number of Spanish Club students who intend to enroll in the study program? So, perfect. This is a great example where, yeah, you probably have an intuitive understanding, but if I'm thinking about my system here, right, equations and points, I don't have an equation to start, but as soon as they start talking about percentages, I know that I have those open formulas that I can use. Even though this is question one that's supposed to be very, very easy, I don't want to take any chances. One of the most common things people mess up on the SAT without realizing it is percentages. So we're going to use the open formula. And there's the one we're going to use here is going to be the normal open formula. So OP equals N. And the reason we're using the normal one is it says of those surveyed, right? So 20% of the number surveyed. So of usually tells me that I'm taking a basic percentage. So what do I have? I have P, right? So that's already the percent, that's 0.20. So 20% as a decimal. And then hopefully I either have the original number of students or this new number of students, right? So what do we want? We want to get the number of Spanish Club students who intend to enroll in the program. And that's what this 20% represents. So if I have the total number of students, which I do, 55, then I'm good. So that's the original value. So this is something you probably would do without writing anything on your scratch paper, right? 55 times 0.20, and we're going to do that. I'll just do that in Desmos so that we can see it. So 55 times 0.20 is 11, right? So there you go. And some of you might have actually been able to figure that out without having to use the calculator, but that's not necessary. And yes, okay, fine. Could we have gone right to the calculator here? For sure. But remember, the main point of sticking to this strategy, trainer, sticking to this strategy is that we want to set up good habits for the easy questions so that when we really need those good habits on the hard ones, we already have kind of those steps, those motions are already in place, right? We don't want to have to think about it. And so the reason many people get percentage questions wrong when they get harder is they don't have those habits in place. So even an easy one like this, we want to set it up right. And there you go. Number one, choice A is correct. Let's move on. Number two, I see equations. So that's a good start. Let's see what we got. A machine makes large boxes or small boxes one at a time for a total of 700 minutes each day. It takes the machine 10 minutes to make a large box or 5 minutes to make a small box. Which equation represents the possible number of large boxes X and small boxes Y the machine can make each day? So we're not going to plug points in here because there's a set number of X and Y, or there's, I guess, a series of values for X and Y that would make this true. But rather than kind of try to figure that out, I'm just going to look at these equations and do a little process of elimination. So it's kind of down here where I'm just going to see what I've got. Now, one thing I notice already is the X and the Y are kind of paired up in lots of different ways. And so I'd be thinking about that as I kind of look at the choices and as I go back to the passage, right? So what does X represent? X represents the small boxes. No, I'm lying. That's a misreading, right? Which equation represents the possible number of large boxes? X, right? So I did that on purpose because I think many people, you just kind of glance back and you forget that it's very easy to fall into some traps, right? So you got to make sure you recognize that even on a number 2, there are going to be answers that are very tempting if you misread something very slightly. So make sure you got it. The number of large boxes is X, and they tell us it takes the machine 10 minutes to make a large box. So I want that 10 to be paired with the X. So that's not true in choice A, right? I do see that in choice B. That looks pretty good. Then what's going on in C and D, right? I mean, why are we turning this into like some sort of weird factoring quadratic? Hopefully your instincts just tell you this is wrong, right? We have 2 different rates that are adding up to a total amount, right? It takes 10 minutes to make a large box, and there are X large boxes. So if I did want to arithmetize briefly and say, let's say there are 3 large boxes that are made, then that would be 30 total minutes. And eventually we want to add up to 700 total minutes. So it makes sense that we're multiplying the 10 by the X, and then the same thing for the small boxes, 5 minutes per small box Y, right? So this just makes sense. We've seen questions like this already, I believe, on the first module. This is just a very common type of equation we see on the SAT and in math in general. And so you do want to be comfortable with the idea of like a rate multiplying by a constant multiplying by a variable to give us some sort of total amount. So this is pretty standard. And again, we can use the question difficulty to our advantage. This is number 2, even in the hard module. I know this is going to be relatively straightforward. There are potential things to misread and mistake, but you can trust your gut here as well. All right, let's move on. Number 3. Okay, points and equations. Well, I've got equations, I got points, right? So the scatter plot shows this relationship, and we need to find the equation. So I know that there's lots of ways to do it, but my first instinct is to plug points into equations, right? I have the equations in the choices, so that's check, right? And then they have points on the graph. Now, notice what they're asking, right? The line of best fit, that means the line. So the dots here have nothing to do with anything. They're a distraction. Don't worry about the dots. It's not about the dots. So we are going to plug in a point, and the one I always try to go to if I can, use laziness to your advantage here, is the y-intercept. So if I plug 0 in for x, I should get 13.5 maybe for the y value, right? So that's the point I'm plugging in. I'll just type it here so we're all on the same page, right? That's the point that I'm thinking about. So as I go through the choices, the great thing is it's really easy to plug 0 in because all these terms get knocked out, right? So anything multiplied by 0 is going to be 0. So A could work, right? 13.5 plus 0 is 13.5. Same thing with B. But look, C and D have negative 13.5. So no, that's not right. It doesn't work. Then I would just say, all right, it looks to me like it's a negative slope, so it's probably going to be B. But you could also just throw in another easy point. Again, it doesn't take much to do it. Because I've got a decimal here, I'm going to be lazy again and choose 10. So now let's choose the point 10. What is that? 5.5. And let's see. If I plug that into choice A, 8.8 times 10 is 8. 8 plus 13.5 is not going down. It's going up, right? That's what, 21.5? I forget. But it doesn't matter. It's this one, right? 13.5 minus 8. Yeah, okay, that's 5.5. That works. So again, easy question, not so bad, but try to get in the habit of, having a plan here because they will get harder and your intuition might be wrong on a harder version of this question. So if you recognize that you can plug points into equations here, it's very easy to do. I don't think it's any slower than just looking at it and recognizing you've got a positive 13.5 y-intercept and a negative slope. I don't think you're really saving much time. Again, it's not really about saving time here, though. It's about, are we setting up ourselves for success on the hardest ones when we know there's going to be more tricks. Moving on. All right, again, what do I see? I see points, so that's a good sign. Do I see equations? Okay, no. However, it's clearly a line. They tell me it's a line. So what is the value of D, right? So there's this point that I don't know. But let's try to follow this strategy, right? So does the question give you equations? No. Can I provide one myself? Yes, it's a line, so y equals mx plus b is my equation. So let's do this. Let's smush this a little bit. How do I? Oh, there we go. That's what I want to do. So y equals mx plus b. So what pieces of that do I have? Well, I have the b, right? The b I know is the y-intercept, so that's 7. So cool, 7. Do I have the slope? Well, yeah, I have 2 points, and so I can either use the slope formula to get the slope between them, or because it's such an easy graph, I can just look, right? Rise over run, right? This is rising -7, right? It's going down 7, and then it's running 8. So to me, that's pretty easy, right? That's -7 divided by 8. And now I have the equation, right? And actually, I'll finish the job here. The point with coordinates d4 lies in the line shown. What is the value of d? So plug points into equations again, right? I mean, I have a y coordinate. I don't have an x. So technically, this would be the d that I'd be plugging in. But let's just substitute the 4 in for y. And we get our little vertical line test. And even without much of a graph, I can see that 3.42857 is the answer, right? So one of these has got to equal that. So here, let's put it down there so we can see it better. And then let's just find one of these, what are they called? Fractions, oh my God, to match that up. So obviously 7/2 doesn't work. But most people who get this wrong pick that because it's first, you see it first, and you get lazy, and you say, oh, 4 is the y coordinate. Let's see. If I go to 4 and I move over, it's between 3 and 4. What's between 3 and 4? 3.5, right? It seems obvious. But like, come on, even that number 4 in the hard module, you got to start to be suspicious of stuff like that. There's no excuse to get this wrong. If that's what you did, you're not prepared for this test. You're not thinking of it right. So why doesn't that work? Well, 3.5 is not 3.4 is really what it is. So now let's just keep going through the list here and just see what we got. 26 divided by 7. Not right, but notice it's still between 3 and 4, right? So still like looking at it, it could make sense. So that doesn't work though. And then 24 over 7 is 3.42857, 3.42857. So that looks good. For the sake of like, I don't know, maybe something weird's happening. Let's just try the other one. 27 divided by 8. No, different number. So there you go. This is choice C. This is absolutely a must answer question. You must get this right, and you must get this right quickly using this method. This is exactly what, to me, plug points into equations is doing. I'm not looking at this question and trying to reason it out and trying to figure out how to solve this. I don't have that time that I'm wasting trying to figure out the best method. My strategy gives me a method. Do I have points? Do I have equations? I don't have an equation, but I can make one very quickly. I'll show you another way to make one. To me, this is not as efficient, but some people like the regression feature. So what do we need in order to make a regression? Well, of a line, we only need 2 points, right? And we have those. We have 0, 7, the y-intercept, and we have the x-intercept, which is 8, 0. So if we do that and then click this button, and it defaults to linear regression anyway, we get this. We get this equation, and then you can do a bunch of things with it. Why is this being weird? Okay, there we go. And at that point, if I wanted to just see what's going on at y equals 4, I would just do y equals 4 and just turn it into an intersection. And look, we get 3.42857, the same thing we got before. So now we have the x coordinate, do the same thing I did and compare it. There you go. So lots of ways to do it, but all of it really involves getting an equation, right? So whether you do it manually like I did at first, or you let the Desmos take over a little bit, doesn't really matter. Point is, equations and points. That's where we're headed. All right. This one, what do I see? Okay, I have equations, I have points, right? So here, I'm gonna do this manually because it's not that hard, right? So plug points into equations. Use the strategy as much as possible, right? So for the quadratic function f, the table shows 3 values of x and their corresponding values of x. Which equation defines f, right? So 0, 14, let's start with that. It's the laziest point because I can plug 0 into all these terms and they're all gonna disappear. So unfortunately, that doesn't help me because what I'd be left with for each of them is 14. But that doesn't bother me. That doesn't make me think, oh, I did it wrong. I'm wasting time. It literally takes 2 seconds to just see if that would get me anywhere. Maybe it eliminates a choice. It doesn't in this case, but fine. Now I'm going to do the 1. And I'm going to do it in my head the same way I would on the test, right? Because I can plug 1 into these x's and it just means I have to worry about the coefficients. So 3 plus 3 is 6. 6 plus 14 is 20. So that works. Doesn't mean it's right. It means it works. Here we have 5 plus 1 is 6. 6 plus 14 is 20. That works. 9 minus 1 is 8. 8 plus 14, not 20. That's 22. 1 plus 5 is 6. 6 plus 14 is 20. So this is not a coincidence. They're trying to get you to pick A. I would bet A is not the answer, just from the fact that I know the SAT and I know how they think, and they want people to be lazy and pick the first thing that works. But unfortunately, we can't do that. But it's okay. This is part of the process, right? I have a process that forces me to check every choice because I know that sometimes the first thing that works isn't the right answer. So -1 is my last point. I know that this will work. So now I just take -1 and I plug it in. And to me, this is something I can do in my head because I know that -1 squared is just going to be +1. And that basically I have to flip the sign of this. So 3 minus 3 is 0 plus 14 is 14. So I need it to be 10. 5 minus 1 is 4. 4 plus 14 is 18. I need it to be 10. 1 minus 5 is -4. -4 plus 14 is 10. There you go. Now, again, there are Desmos ways if you really want, and it's kind of the same thing. We're just going to let Desmos plug the points into the equation for us. So -110, 0, 14, 120. Because it's a quadratic, we actually saw this happen, right? For quadratic equations, 2 points, unlike lines, if we have 2 points, we can know the line. That's always the case. If you have 2 points, you can always get the equation of the line. Quadratics, you can see 2 points isn't enough, right? When we did 2 points, we still had 3 answers that worked. So you need 3 points to really drive it home. And so now, that's what they gave us. So now I'm just going to hit the button again to do a regression. We're going to go from linear to quadratic, and it gives me 1x squared plus 5x plus 14. So it gave me the answer right away. The problem with this particular method is, again, sometimes if we don't get 3 points, we have to kind of just do the process elimination method so that the regression might not give you what you're looking for. But also the quadratic regression that's kind of defaulted in here is always standard form. So if they ask for something that's not standard form, the regression is a lot harder to do. So I still think it's good to get in the habit of plugging points into equations manually, especially when there's zeros and ones and things that aren't that hard. Moving on. This feels really good. I'm feeling good. Let's just double check that that's right. Yes, I didn't make any mistakes. So there we go. All right, what do I have? Do I have an equation? Yeah, seems that way. F of x. Do I have a point? Yeah, this kind of looks like a point, right? It's a function notation point. So we have to make sure that we know to when we are given points, even if they don't look like the standard XY format points. Okay. So what am I going to do? Well, let's just plug it in. So here I'll use Desmos, right? So if I did f of x equals x plus 15, and let's highlight it to put it over 5. Couple things I could do here. I could just do y equals 10, which is kind of what they're giving me with this, right? They're saying we don't know the x coordinate, right? But we know the y. And so if you know how to read function notation, that's really easy. Then you can just scroll until they match up and you get your x is 35, right? So just make sure they're actually asking for the value of a, not for the value of like a plus 1 or 2a or something like that. They can do all sorts of things, but that seems fine. Another way to do it is to, once we have our f of x, right, plug points into equations directly here, right? We have that f of x is 10, right? So make that a 10, and now look, we get our straight line method, and again, we can just kind of tap it and see. So either way, this is a question that, I'm thinking of this question the exact same way I thought of this question. In my brain, I've solved them the same way. But just glance at them, right? This question looks very different from this question. But my brain sees them the same way, even going back to this one. I had a little bit more work to do here, but if you ask me how to solve these 3 questions, I'd tell you it's the same strategy every time. It's the same thing I'm doing. My brain is working in the same routine. And that's really awesome that this wide variety, just these 3 questions in a row, I'm literally doing the same thing every time. It's really nice when that starts to click. Cool. All right. So now we have some geometry. Okay. So in the figure, lines M and N are parallel if x is equal to 6k plus 13 and y is equal to 8k minus 29. What is the value of z? So couple ways to do this, but let's kind of bring it back to our strategy. Does the question give you equations? Well, kind of. The problem with these equations, though, is, right, I got two missing pieces in each one, right? The k, the x, the k, the y. Plus, I've asked for z. So I don't have points to plug in. I don't have a value of x. I don't have a value of y. I don't have a value of k. So I need to get at least one of those things in order to have a chance. All right, so at least I've got a plan, though. I want points to plug in there. But I'm also thinking about this more generally as a geometry question. And specifically, we have angle rules that I think are obviously relevant here because it's a question about angles. So I'm thinking, can I use any angle rules to get me some sort of, answer? The one that I know, I'll just type it here so you can see it, is that x is equal to y. Why do I know that? Because these are vertical angles. So x is equal to y, right? That's true. That's an angle rule for vertical angles. So that's cool because I also have values for x and y. So let's type them out that way. So 6k plus 13 is equal to 8k minus 29. And again, I might write that on my scratch paper, but Desmos is easier to type. Plus, I'm trying to get you to see Desmos's power a little bit better, right? So this is the same as this, except I've substituted. So let's get rid of this. I don't need this anymore. You get the error, as always, right? It's like, I don't know what to do with this. But remember, if you want to solve an equation with one variable, turn that variable into x, and Desmos will solve it for you. So these k's, I know that there's an x in the question, but it doesn't bother me to very temporarily just say, okay, that's x, and now it turns into something it can graph, and somewhere, there it is, it's the line that tells me the answer, right? 21. But what is 21? It's not this answer, right? This is a trap because they don't want the value of k, which is what we just found. We just found k is 21. What we want is the value of z. So how does z relate to either x or y? Well, if you're familiar with this picture of a transversal, right, we know z can kind of get slotted in right there, right above the y, right to the left of the x. So those two things would add to 180, right? So this is very annoying. What happens if there's supposed to be I just want to drag it. So let's just create another equation, right? So x plus z is equal to 180, right? I know that's true. So let's start substituting, right? I know x, right? X is 6k plus 13, okay, plus z is equal to 180, right? Now, what Desmos is doing is it knows to take the k that I've already told it and put it in here for k. But it doesn't like the z. It's like, I don't know what to do with that. That doesn't mean anything to me. So again, we could change that z to an x and it'll solve it for me. Let's turn this one off and let's find, there it is, 41. And of course I could have done this manually. It's not very hard, but find the value of x, which would be 6 times 21, which is 126 plus 13, so 139. And then subtract that from 180, and you would get 41. Yeah, that works out. And notice 139 is a choice as well. They're hoping you misread, right? This is as our most geometry questions. This one is essentially also testing your ability to follow instructions. So if you solve for k here, again, inexcusable. It says it right there in black and white, what they want. You gotta follow instructions. So there we go. And still, we followed our own instructions of plug points into equations to get this. Another way you could have done it, right, is if you want to do x plus z equals 180, substitute in the x, and then instead of substituting in, like we could have actually kept this as z, and then get rid of the 180, and then just guess and check, right? Add a slider, and just say, what if z were 3? That doesn't give me 180. What if z were 21? That doesn't give me 180. What if z were 41? Hey, what do you know? I get what I want, right? So lots of things you can do. And again, I don't know that Desmos is more efficient here. I'm just typing it, showing you, just it's a little easier to put on the screen than the drawing pad, where my handwriting isn't that great. But there you go. Cool. We got another question. Let me just double check that I did it right. Of course I did, because I always do it right. Let's do number 8. Line P is defined by 2y plus 18x equals 9. Line R is perpendicular to line P in the xy plane. What is the slope of line R? So this is a good example where we do have an equation, but we are not going to plug points in because we are being asked kind of like we were on this one. We are being asked to interpret an equation, right? And so there's special rules for perpendicular lines. You need to have this memorized. Perpendicular lines have negative reciprocal slopes, right? So they're asking for the slope of the other line, and they tell us that they're perpendicular. So this is a good example of the SAT giving you a very distinct instruction, but kind of finding a backdoor way to ask it, right? What they're asking is, what is the slope of this line that they gave us? Once we have it, we can apply the process to turn that slope into a perpendicular slope. But first, we got to start with the one that they gave us, which of course is not in y equals mx plus b form. But again, I'm still thinking points and equations. It's just this time I'm focused on equations. So here I'm going to go to the scratch so that I can just show you the algebra, because honest to God, on the real SAT, this is something I am not doing in my head. If I lose a negative, then I'm screwed, right? So don't lose negatives. Show your work. Minus 18x, 2y is equal to negative 18x plus 9. Divide by 2, divide by 2, divide by 2. Y is equal to negative 9x plus 9 halves. We can just leave it at that. So the slope here is negative 9 over 1. So negative 9 over 1 is perpendicular to 1/9. And this is another case where it doesn't take very long to check your work. Let's type in 2y plus 18x equals 9, our line that we started with. Here it is. And if you hit that home button like I just did, it's going to center you on the 10 by 10, but it's going to do it in a way that it's always square, right? So if you were checking for perpendicular lines, you need it to be in this kind of like box way where everything's a square. Otherwise, it'll get distorted. But let's just say make a simple equation now where we have a slope of 1/9 and y equals 1/9 x is perfect. And you can see, right, this forms perpendicular lines. This is clearly a right angle. So there you go. If you wanted to test out the other answers, you could, but this is great. And this is getting to, right, avoid pure logic and abstract reasoning. You know, I didn't think about the slope. I showed my work to get it. But also because I'm nervous and I know it's easy to mess this up by losing a negative or messing with the fraction, it doesn't hurt to just graph an equation and show my work, show my thinking in some way that's a little bit more understandable. Anyway, that is the answer. Let's move on to number 9. And here we go. A sample of oak has a density of 807 kilograms per cubic meter. The sample is in the shape of a cube where each edge has a length of 0.9 meters. To the nearest whole number, what is the mass in kilograms of this sample? Okay, so this is a good example of, the same kind of thing. Do we have points? Do we have equations? We have clearly some points, right? All these numbers seem to be points. Do we have equations? No. Do I have one I can provide? So many people will kind of get flustered here and be like, I didn't know I needed the equation for density. They never told us that. Well, guys, they give it to you. Density is in kilograms per cubic meter, right? So density equals kilograms per cubic meter. They give us the density of 807, right? They're asking for the mass in kilograms. So we don't know this. But we do know that we must, in order to figure out the kilograms, we must know the cubic meter, right? So how do I know? Well, they told me 0.9, but that's the length in regular meters of the cube, right? So they're telling me that this cube, they're telling me one side of it is 0.9. But of course, if it's a cube, they're all 0.9. But that means we need to find the volume, which they do give us the equation for. The equation for the volume of a prism, which is what a cube is length times width times height. And so lucky for us, they're all the same. So the volume here, plug points into equations. Volume is 0.9 times, I'll write it out more formally, times 0.9 times 0.9, right? So cool. Now if we solve that and we get the volume, we're good to go, right? So volume, or how about just 0.9 times 0.9, 9, I'm trying to do this with something in my hands, times 0.9, 0.729, and that's 0.9 to the third for anyone who's curious. So that's 0.729. So that's our volume. Volume equals 0.729. So now we've got 0.729, and just to make it really clear, we don't know that piece, but now we can solve for it. We can either just type that equation here and it'll give us the x as a vertical line as normal, but here I'm just going to multiply 807 times 0.729 is 588, and it does say to the nearest whole number. So we just round, and there you go. I'm just curious if I did 807 times 0.9. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So here's your trap, right? And again, this essentially, why would someone fall for this trap? They're falling for this trap because they're not reading instructions, right? They see a number, they're plugging in things, they're not reading what they're given. The 0.9 is the length of the cube, right? The cubic meter is a different unit, right? It's what you get when you have, a cubic meter is a 3D space with a meter in each direction, right? So that's not a cubic meter. This is something that some people have a lot of trouble understanding. A cubic meter is not the same unit as a regular meter, right? They're different things. Yes, they both say meters, but they're completely different units. They measure completely different things. Meter is a unit of distance. Cubic meter is a unit of volume. And similarly, square meters would be a unit of area. So they're measuring different things. There's obviously overlap, but they're different things. But this is essentially just a plug points into equation situation yet again. You've got to be able to read the instructions to pull the equation out for things like density or speed or acceleration. The units will give you the equation. So just use them. All right, moving on. Cool, I've got an equation. Sounds like a good start. So the function P models the population in thousands of a certain city T years after 2005. According to the model, the population is predicted to increase by n% every 18 months. What is the value of n? Read instructions. This is months, and they're saying this is years. So we got a problem. So let's solve that problem, right? So 18 months is going to be, how should I show this? Maybe let's write it. It's easier. So, start off with the idea that 18 months, I don't even know, this is just obvious to me, is 1.5 years. If you need to convert, right, you have how many years is 18 months? Well, 1 year is 12 months. So you end up kind of just doing 18 divided by 12, and that's 1.5. So now plug points into equations, right? So if I plug the points in, right, I'm going to do some of my scratch. If I plug it in, then I'm going to have P of, what is it? I already forgot, 1.5, right, is equal to 290 times 1.04 times, I hate these little fractions, 4/6 times 1.5. Now, if I had written that as 3/2, that's easier to do, but it's fine. We'll go to the calculator. 4/6 times 1.5 is 1. Now, some of you might have realized this, but I think it's important to recognize that some people are going to get this question right by accident, I guess is it. Because they're going to look at this and be like, oh, that just tells me the percent, right? 1.04, right? That's a 4% increase. But if they had told us a different amount of time, then this equation wouldn't have been a 4% increase because the amount of time that's passing wouldn't have resulted in an exponent of 1. So it's just a quirk of this particular equation that 18 months, which is a random amount of time, ends up being not so random, ends up being the perfect fit. So you just got to get comfortable with that, but I think it's good to just test it out. So now what I'm seeing is basically my open formula, right? So the n is over here, right? That's what we're trying to find. We have our original value, 1 plus p to the t, right? So this ends up being 1, meaning one cycle. Not 1 year, not 1 month, one cycle of the thing. So one cycle in this case is 18 months, right? So every 18 months, it's going to increase by 4%. So just make sure you pick the right answer because of what they're asking for, right? They're telling us, according to the model, the population is predicted to increase by n% every 18 months. What is the value of n? So the answer is C, right? Take that answer and plug it into the sentence. Arithmetize the sentence. Guess and check the sentence. The population is predicted to increase by 4% every 18 months. Yes, that is true. So And we could calculate, 290 is the starting point. What happens if we multiply out the 1.04 and it's going to be a higher number, and then we could find the difference and all that, but not necessary. The reason people are going to get it wrong is they're just going to see the 1.04 and think of it this way. And a different version of this question could have resulted in 1.04 being the answer, right? They could have said, according to the population, according to the model, the population is predicted to increase by a factor of n every 18 months. Increase by a factor of n every 18 months. What is the value of n? In that case, the factor is 1.04 because that's what we're multiplying by. But here, we don't want that. We want the 4 because that's the percentage. And the way this is worded is they want the percent. So you got to be really careful with percentage questions. I said this at the beginning, is the wording can be slightly different and it'll completely change your answer. But here I'm still thinking plug points into equations, still doing it. Cool, let's move on. All right, equations, obvious. In the given equation, k and n are constants and n is greater than 1. The equation has no solution. What is the value of k? So right here, this is an instruction not to plug in points because there are no points. There are no points that are going to tell me what this thing is, right? There's no answer is essentially what it is. There is no value of x that will make this true. So don't bother putting a number in. But this is also an instruction in disguise for something else. It's telling me to think about a certain process, right? So if they're asking ever about the number of solutions, then I'm always thinking first, what kinds of equations do I have, right? So for number of solutions, first choice is x or x squared. What kind of thing do we have? Do we have a line with x's, or do we have an x squared with, a quadratic, right? So I'm seeing the x squareds here. This is a line, right? So boom. That means I'm interested in slopes. And there's a specific thing to memorize, and it needs to come to you quickly. You can't be wondering about it. You got to just know it. No solution, right? That tells me. So I'll go down here. No solution is going to be same slope. And technically, it's going to be different y-intercept. Basically, what we have is parallel lines, right? So now, this is where I start manipulating things to my benefit. This is technically not 2 lines, this is 1 equation, but I don't want to think of it that way. So I'm just going to basically cut it in half. So the right side is a very easy y equals mx plus b equation. Negative 28 over 15 x minus 36 over 19. And if I'm interested in the slopes, I'm interested in this. Ugh, God, this is so hard to draw. So now I want to make my other equation kind of look like that. So the parentheses make this not look like the y equals mx plus b that I'm used to and that I want to get back to here. So let's get this to look more like that. So if I distribute this 2, I would end up with 2kx minus 2n. And remember, the slope of a line is always the stuff attached to the x. So right here, the slope is 2k. Okay, so, well, now I have an equation, right? Essentially, my knowledge telling me it's the same slope is an instruction to form an equation where negative 28 over 15 is equal to 2k, right? Same means equals. Slope, those are the 2 slopes, right? So a bunch of things we can do here. I mean, let's go to Desmos because that's kind of where we've been solving a lot of these problems, because I can take negative 28 over 15 equals 2k, and I can say, okay, let's make that k into an x, and suddenly I get my solution, which is negative 0.9333. So it's a messy decimal, but that's okay. So let's export it so I can see it, and then negative 0.9333. Just keep typing till you can't type anymore, and there you go. And notice too, right, they did say that n is greater than 1, but we're not solving for n, we're solving for k. So slightly different. If you wanted to solve this by hand, right, my advice is just multiply by a half, right? When you're dealing with fractions, don't divide a fraction by something, multiply. So then this cancels, and 2 cancels negative 28 to get 14. So negative 14 over 15 should be the value of k. Let's verify. Negative 14 divided by 15. Negative 0.933333. So yeah, And remember that you got to keep typing. Type until you can't type anymore. That's the rule. For any of these SPR, student produced response questions, just type until you cannot type anymore. That's how you deal with repeating decimals. You don't need to round. You don't need to do anything else. Just type till you can't type anymore. Very simple. Awesome. So little plug points in equations, but we are drifting a bit for some of these topics. That's not that surprising. That's just the way it goes. So let's look at number 12. A gift shop buys souvenirs at a wholesale price of $7 each and resells them with each at a retail price that is 290% of the wholesale price. At the end of the season, any remaining souvenirs are marked at a discounted price that is 80% off the retail price. What is the discounted price of each remaining souvenir in dollars? Okay. I've been saying that so many questions are about following instructions, and oh boy, we have one. But in terms of plug points into equations, I know it's a percent. I know I'm dealing with those open formulas. So I'm going to make sure, I'm going to use the scratch, I'm going to make sure I'm using the right open formula. There's two, okay? Right, there's the basic open formula that looks like the word open, and then there's the one for percent change that looks like this with a slight manipulation here. Okay, so a gift shop buys souvenirs at a wholesale price of $7 each and resells them each at a retail price that is 290% of the wholesale price. So of is telling me use this one. This is the of equation. So 290%. So P is going to be 2.90, right? We just move the decimal place to turn it into a percent, or into a decimal from a percent. And the of is telling me what the original value is. The wholesale price is the original value, right? So it's telling me which formula to use, and it's an instruction about what goes where, how to plug points into these equations. So now I'm plugging in the 7 because that's the wholesale price. So that is my original value. So, okay, what's the new value? Well, that's the retail price, retail, okay? Should we solve for it? Probably, mostly because why not, right? It's easy to do. So let's clear out Desmos a little bit. And 7 times 2.9, 20.3. Okay, so my retail price is $20. Ooh, this is very annoying today. $20.30. Cool. Now what? Right? Follow instructions, right? We're just going piece by piece. At the end of the season, any remaining souvenirs are marked at a discounted price that is 80% off the retail price. So now you're telling me to use this formula because 80% off means we're subtracting. It's a decrease of a percent. But getting back to what I've been saying about how important it is to treat the math section as just a series of questions where the main skill is following instructions, right? Look at the difference between which formula we use. 290% of versus 80% off. Literally, 1F, okay? That's all that matters. So if you're the kind of person who doesn't give any Fs, well, you're going to have trouble with something like this. You've got to recognize that that one letter is completely changing how we solve this thing. So now we just follow instructions. Percent off means it's a subtraction. So this is 1 minus and 0.8. The best thing about the open formulas is they're very intuitive once you know which one to use. If it says percent off, that's a decrease, it's a minus, right? Don't try to work it backwards. Just do what you're told. Now, that's 80% off the retail price. Do I know the retail price? Yes. That's $20.30. So I'm solving for the discounted price. Discount. So let's do it. 20.3 times 1 minus 0.8 is 4.06. So I'm going to write it down on my scratch paper. In case for some reason I've got more time and I want to come back and review this, I won't do that in this video, but if this was a real test, I'd write it down so I don't lose track. And honestly, if I'm writing scratch on the real test, I'm constantly showing what question it is so I don't lose things. Organize your scratch paper. That's a cluttered scratch paper is a cluttered mind, and that will get you to make more mistakes. So 4.06 is the answer, right? What is the discounted price of each remaining souvenir in dollars? Yeah, so if they had said like to the nearest dollar, then it would be 4, but that's not what they're saying. So just don't round. They, in dollars, this is $4.06, but a cent is part of a dollar. So this makes sense. So that is the answer. This is the kind of question that you cannot get wrong. You cannot hesitate on. It is purely following instructions. And if you've studied for the SAT, you should know the open formulas because of my videos. And this is just putting things in the right place and letting the calculator do the work. It's so straightforward, but it is something that most people will have a lot of trouble with because they don't have an equation to go back to. And they're not really aware of how important following the instructions is for stuff like this. Moving on. All right. In the given equation, so equation, nice, C is a constant. The equation has no real solutions. If C is greater than n, what is the least possible value of n? So this reminds me of what we talked about back here, right? The number of solutions, we have two options. We can have an x or x squared, right? They're telling me there's no solutions, but this time I see an x squared. So now our process is a bit different, all right? So we've got to think about this. If there were answer choices, and you probably could still Desmos if you really wanted to, but I wouldn't trust it here. I would worry that maybe I'd end up playing with sliders and stuff for a long time. So I'm not going to Desmos. Instead, I recognize that I basically have to move from the equation they gave me to a new equation. So I'm still thinking plug points and new equations, but because I've done my studying and my memorization, I know that the equation that actually matters when we're talking about the number of solutions is what's called the discriminant. So again, if you've studied, this should be something you know, right? The discriminant is b squared minus 4ac. And if we have no solutions, that value is less than 0. It has to do with the way that this piece works within the quadratic equation. I'm not going to go into much detail here. I want to keep moving, but now I have an equation. Now, do I have points? Yes. I have values of a, b, and c based on this equation. And so because it's equal to 0, it's in standard form. I'm allowed to just take these numbers. So b is negative 34, a is 1, and c is c. So you can plug in letters. Those count as points sometimes. So let's clean this up. So let's move over here. And watch this. Negative 34 squared. That's odd. I thought that when you squared a number, it becomes positive. It does, but we didn't square negative 34. According to the calculator, we squared 34 and then we multiplied the result by negative 1. That's how calculators read negatives. So this is a good example too of like, you gotta know how the calculator works before you start relying on it. You gotta put that in parentheses. Now, many of you would just skip that and just kind of be like, okay, I'm just gonna do 34 squared because I already know it's gonna be positive. I don't need to worry about that negative. But it's a good example of how you can be, really great with the calculator. But if you don't understand the underlying math, if you put garbage into the calculator, it's going to give you a garbage answer out. And so you've got to make sure you've got that down. One of my favorite math teachers used to say that. Garbage in, garbage out. That's the calculator. So we have a number, 1156 minus 4c is less than 0. So couple ways to go here. My instinct is just to get c alone. Mostly because, when you have an equation with one variable, you kind of want to just do that. And we've been doing that by going to Desmos, but here I'm going to do it by hand because I sense something weird happening. I sense that the c is greater than n. So I have my c here, but they want the n. So I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to move this over because I don't want to deal with a negative with a inequality because negatives, remember, and inequalities behave in odd ways. So you want to try to reduce the chance of you making a mistake. So 1156 is less than 4c. Let's divide by 4. And let's see what that gives us. 289. Okay, so I have 289 is less than c. But I want c is greater than n. So how about we flip it around, right? Let's get c on the left. In order to do that, we would write it on the left. And notice the inequality symbol opens to the c. So that's good for us because, right, we want it to open towards the c, even in this other thing. And then 289. So, okay, what is the least possible value of n? They're not asking for the least possible value of c, right? In which case I might have to say it's 290. Right? Or something like that. They're not saying it's an integer, so I don't know. But if I'm just looking at this in a very stupid way, I see that my n has been replaced with 289. That's the answer, 289. Right? This is the benefit of kind of like showing your work, is sometimes you see things that you might get a little bit weirded out by, but it's just kind of obvious. If I just make my equation that I solve for using plug points and equations, if I just make that look like the equation they gave me, it's kind of obvious, right? So, I'm not even going to bother trying to fiddle with Desmos here, because the problem is n is not part of this quadratic, right? C is part of this quadratic. So screw it, I will go to Desmos. X squared minus 34x plus 289, right? So it's going to give me a quadratic. I'm not going to put the 0 because I want to see the quadratic. If I do that, I see that my quadratic has one solution, but it's supposed to have none, right? So if I go to 290, now notice no solutions. But the problem is, if I went to like 289.1, I also have no solutions, right? So what's the deal? Well, the 289 is kind of like the cutoff. And that's really what they're asking for. They're like, where's the cutoff? Where's the point where it stops being no solutions? And it's just a weird way to ask it. But I come back to treating this like following instructions. If we recognize that that's underlying a lot of these questions, then we see this C is greater than n thing as an instruction. And I'm very unattached. I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm a robot. What gets plugged in where? Well, I did the plug points into equations. I got this kind of representation of C. And so if I line it up robotically, 289 seems like n. Like that's the best way to think about it. Is almost like not thinking about it, because basically what they're asking for is kind of different from what it feels like they're asking for at first. They want when there's no solutions. 289 is a case where there is one solution, but the way this thing is set up, that 289 is still functioning the same way to tell us when there's no solutions. It's just very odd, but following instructions, I think, gets us there. I think if you start using Desmos here, you might run into trouble, because I think you're less likely to pick 289 as the answer. You're more likely to switch it to 290 or something, and that's just wrong. That's not how it goes. So be careful. But there you go. Plug points and equations saved me again. It's a confusing equation that we had to use. It is a difficult topic, but this is, the memorization piece. Is if we have all these equations down, anytime I need an equation, I'm pulling from this very limited list, and it's helping me stay on task. So let's move on. Let's move on to 14. Let me just make sure 289 is the answer. Yes, it is. Question 14. Dataset A consists of the heights of 75 buildings and has a mean, I've got an equation for that, of 32 meters. Dataset B consists of the heights of 50 buildings and has a mean of 62 meters. Dataset C consists of the heights of the 125 buildings from datasets A and B. What is the mean in meters of dataset C? So great example where, do I have equations or can I provide them myself? I can provide them myself. Let's do it, right? So switch to green. The mean is equal to the sum of the numbers over the number of numbers. Do I have points? Yeah, right? They tell me 75 buildings has a mean of 32. So for dataset A, right, 32 is equal to the sum divided by the number of numbers, the number of things in the data set, right? So there's 75 things in this data set. Well, what do I do? Well, probably just solve for the sum, right? Why? Why not? Right? 32 times 75. Like, if you can do something, you probably should do it, especially when it comes to plugging points into equations. Just, I don't know, do it, see what happens, and don't worry about, it doesn't take long to do it. You're not wasting time. Even if we never use this 2400, it doesn't take more than a second to get it. Let's just see what we got. Now, plug points into equations again, right? I have the same equation, but now for dataset B, right? So I have new data. So what do they say there? The mean is 62, so let's put that in. I still don't know the sum, but now I have a total of 50 buildings. Okay, well, same thing, right? What's the sum there? That's going to be 62 times 50, and we get 3,100. I keep dropping the pen on my little pad here, and it's rolling and moving my mouse, which I didn't I feel like that should be, they should program that out. Okay, what do I do next? Data set C consists of the heights of the 125 buildings from set A and set B. What is the mean in meters of data set C? It's a great example of how plug points and equations can get you where you need to go without having to think too hard. I need to get a mean, right? But notice this time, if I use that same equation, the thing they're telling me I don't have is the mean, right? What is the mean? So that means I must have the sum and the number of numbers. Well, they tell me now data set C consists of 125 buildings, right? The 75 from set A and the 50 from set B. So I have that. Do I have the sum? Well, even if you didn't understand what we were doing, I would hope you'd be like, well, I got these two sums and I added the 75 and the 50. So maybe I should add the 2400 and the 3100, right? So that's 5500. So 5500 divided by 125, plug points and equations. Does that give me a number? Let's see. 5500 divided by 125 is 44. And that's the answer. I love this question because it's such a good example of like, some people are going to read this and understand the grand plan. They're going to know, okay, I first have to do this, then I have to do this, then it's going to give me this answer, and this is how this all fits together. They understand the process, and they see all the steps at once. And that's awesome. Good for you if that's you. But if it's not you, don't let that hold you back. We have little things we can do. Plug points and equations gets the ball rolling. It gives us a small task, and you got to trust the process that it'll work itself out. And maybe for those of you who saw the grand plan on this one, you might not see the grand plan on another hard question, right? We're only at question 14, so it's going to get worse. So this idea of like, how do I figure out what to do when I don't see the big picture? That's so crucial for the SAT in both modules, the math and the reading, right? You got to be able to give yourself tools to get things moving, to get out of being stuck, to prevent yourself from staring at a question. You have to have tools for doing that. And essentially that's what plug points into equations is. It's a toolbox I can reach into of equations, of points, of other slightly weirder kind of things, but it's a toolbox that I'm constantly reaching into so that at no point am I staring at something and wondering what to do. I always have stuff I can do, and I trust that a lot of times it'll work. Awesome. So that is the answer, confirmed. Here is a tough one. We have equations. Okay, so expression 4x squared plus bx minus 45, where b is a constant, can be rewritten as hx plus k times x plus j, where h, k, and j are integer constants. That's probably important. Which of the following must be an integer? So now I know it's important because they're giving me an instruction. So there's a bunch of ways to think about this. From experience, I know what the right way to do this is, right? So if I tried to plug points into equations here, well, there's a couple ways to do it, but if I tried to plug points into equations here, I do have this kind of scary thing where it's like, well, there's a lot of stuff to plug in, right? So they don't give me points, really. They do give me these equations. So maybe though I can arithmetize. The problem is, what am I arithmetizing for, right? I have b, h, k, j, and the x. And there are certain rules that need to be followed, right? Some of them are explicit, that h, k, and j have to be integers, right? But there are other rules that you might not notice. And this is where if you plugged in 0 for x, you'd eliminate a bunch of things and you could still probably get the answer. But I hesitate to do that here because I think seeing the big picture is useful. So I still treat it as an instruction, right? They're giving me an instruction without giving it to me in explicit forms, right? They're telling me 4x squared plus bx minus 45. So 4x squared plus bx minus 45 is equivalent to, can be written as this thing. Now they don't look equivalent, right? They look different. This is a standard form quadratic. This is a factored form quadratic. So my kind of like default instruction here is make one of them look like the other one, right? So now I have a choice. Should I try to factor the top equation to make it look like the bottom equation? That's hard. Factoring's hard. Plus, if I'm missing pieces, it's even more hard, right? Or I can FOIL the bottom to make it look like the top, right? So that's going to be my move. So hx times x is hx squared. Hx times j is plus hjx. K times x is plus kx. And k times j is plus kj. And notice, even though they're equivalent, I did not write an equal sign and write them next to each other because I want to line them up. I recognize now that there were other instructions, other rules that were given to me that I can see much more clearly now that I've got them lined up this way, right? Because I know that this 4x squared term and this hx squared term have to line up. And since there's no other x squared terms, that means h is 4. There's no negotiating that. So this is why arithmetizing on a question like this is risky, is there are some things that aren't numbers we can make up randomly, right? We can't make up random numbers for h here. The h is a specific number. They gave me rules about that. They just did a good job of hiding those rules. So this helps me though, because I can already see choice C here, right, is 45 divided by h. So if I know h, I can just see if that works, right? So let's see, 45 divided by h is 4, is not an integer, right? That's a decimal. So that's gone. Now I see BH, BK, my laziness is taking over and telling me these might be more difficult because I got to figure out what B is in order to be able to really know what's going on here. But D is a little simpler because if I could figure out what K is, then I just need to see if to kind of do the same thing I did with C and just see if it gives me an integer. So I got two pieces here. I have this hjx plus kx, which is supposed to be bx. So again, laziness kicks in. There's a lot of unknowns here, right? It's hard for me to combine these two terms to get b. Plus, even if I did, I don't know what's what, right? There's 4 things, but not including the x, that I don't know here. So this is tricky. But on the other side, I see that negative 45 is supposed to be kj. So that's only got 2 things. And plus, I also know the k and j have to be integers. So I can think about that and be like, okay, the negative's there, but it almost doesn't matter, right? Because I'm not really thinking about the -1 as being a factor. I'm thinking what goes into 45, right? What are integers that divide evenly into 45? Well, 1 and 45 for sure, right? I remember my times table, so I know that 5 and 9 go in, right? And then just try to make other pairs, right? Well, if I broke this 9 apart into 3s and moved one of the 3s over here, I'd have 15 times 3. And that should do it. So there's only, 3 combinations. If you start adding in the negative, it's -1 and 45, or +1 and -45. You could do that. Plus which one's K, which one's J. It doesn't matter. The point is, negatives have nothing to do with integers. So whether K is positive or negative is not going to affect whether it's an integer. But the reality is K can only be these 6 numbers or their negatives, right? And if I divide any of them by 40 or 45 by any of them, I'm going to get an integer, right? Because that's literally just what I did to factor this in the first place. 45 divided by 1 is 45. 45 divided by 45 is 1. 45 divided by 9 is 5. 45 divided by 5 is 9. 45 divided by 15 is 3. 45 divided by 3 is 15, right? So any value that K could be would force me to get an integer here. It could, I don't know exactly what it is, but I know that no matter what, this has to be an integer. So this would be a question that I'd probably mark for review because I'd be like, I feel like that's sufficient proof for D. I essentially am plugging points in new equations, right? I'm plugging in values for K to see how this behaves. I'm not quite arithmetizing because there are so many rules about what's going on, but I still don't know exactly what K is. There are ways to maybe take a chance and arithmetize and maybe eliminate A and B that way. But I would probably wait on those things if this were the real test. I would mark it for review, be happy with my proof for D, and say if I, for some miraculous reason, have more time, I will go back and try to prove A and B wrong. But honestly, I don't think it's necessary. We've got it. We've got the proof here. If you understand what integers are, you're good. But the main takeaway from this is how we need to be able to find instructions that were given that are not given in an explicit way, right? They're telling us to FOIL here. They're telling us to distribute those parentheses terms in FOIL. Of course, they don't use those words. But knowing the SAT, I also am thinking generally of kind of like a overarching instruction of like, if I can do something, I probably should do something. And so the fact that this question seems to be about quadratics, and I know that foiling and factoring are important ideas that orbit the idea of a quadratic, I'm going to do it because it gives me something to do, and I don't like staring at a question. It doesn't take very long. And as soon as I write it down like I did on my scratch, I recognize, ooh, I learned some things here. I learned more about this question. There were some hidden rules, some hidden instructions buried in this thing that now I can use. So I love this question. It's very difficult. The first time I ever did it, I had some trouble, but I'm still convinced that thinking about points and equations and maybe thinking about specific topics, quadratics being their kind of own topic, that's really helpful. Moving on. Okay, so this question already looks familiar, right? I have equations, that's good. Technically, one of those equations is a point, right? Y equals negative 1.5, it's an equation, it's written as an equation, but it's a point because it's just a value for Y. So maybe I can plug that in, right? But let's read the instructions first. In the given system of equations, A is a positive constant. The system has exactly one distinct real solution. What is the value of A? So we're back to that idea we saw before of the number of solutions. So going all the way back, right? It's this again. They're telling me the number of solutions. I see an x squared, so I got to think about that. So I'm probably going to use this discriminant idea again. You can use Desmos. There are ways to do it. If we had answer choices, it'd be even easier. But in the spirit of sticking to plug points into equations, let's do that. So I know that I'm going to use this b squared minus 4ac. And since it tells me one distinct real solution, I've memorized what that means. That means this has to equal 0. So I got to get b, a, and c, like I did before. Plug points into equations using this discriminant. Problem is, we can't just plug in stuff from here because they're not saying that this bottom equation has one distinct solution, right? Or what we would think of as an x-intercept. It's saying this entire system has one solution, right? So I have to merge these equations, and this is where plug points into equations comes into play. Put that negative 1.5 in for y. So negative 1.5 equals, equals are so hard to write on this thing, x squared plus 8x plus a. Now, again, feels like, oh, let's just take 8 as b and a is 1, right? A is not a here because a is c because they're doing that on purpose to mess with us. But no, we can't do that. We're still not in standard form because we're only in standard form when this is equal to 0 or equal to y. So we got to move that 1.5 over. And it goes with the a because neither of them has an x, right? So remember, a is a number. It's a number we don't know. It's not an x. X is not a number. X is a variable. So we get 0 is equal to x squared plus 8x plus a plus 1.5. Now this doesn't bother me. I've done this so many times. This is very routine. I am going to plug into the discriminant here, and I'm going to do it using 1 as a, right? So this a here in front of the x squared term, that's 1. So let's put the b in as well. So 8 squared minus 4 times 1. Now, the tricky part is the c term is everything that doesn't have an x on it. So it's not a, it's not 1.5, it's the two of them together. So a plus 1.5, and that equals 0. And now, what do I have? I have an equation. I can solve for a. And again, laziness kind of takes over for me, is I'm just going to let Desmos do it. Because if it's an equation with one variable, just let it solve it for you. So minus 4 times 1 times a plus 1.5 equals 0. Again, Desmos freaks out. It's like, what is this a? I don't know. Just turn it into an x, and it solves it, and it gives us 14.5. So that's, to me, the easiest way to do it, because it didn't really require a lot of thought. Again, I have a process that I follow for this number of solutions thing. I tend to go to the discriminant unless there's some very easy way to guess and check. So to me, that's pretty easy. And yes, there's a complication that a plus 15 is the c value. That's odd, but I've seen that complication before. It's not that big of a deal. And because I'm thinking robotically about plug points into equations, I just know, okay, this is the c term. It doesn't matter that it's weird looking. It's the c term. It's got to go in. So this doesn't bother me. And then certainly rather than deal with the distribution and the negative and all that, I'll let Desmos handle the solving. But some of you are going to go to Desmos right away. So let me show what that's going to look like. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. You're just going to type the equation. So y equals negative 1.5 and y equals x squared plus 8x plus a. And we get a slider for a. Well, we get a slider for y as well, but we're not going to mess with that one. Right? So it's supposed to have one distinct real solution. And since we have a system, solution here means intersection, right? An intersection. The purple and the green have to intersect. So what you're essentially doing is you're trying to make up values for a. You see this equation, and you're trying to plug points in for a by doing a little bit of a guess and check and using the slider to do that. So you're going to play with the slider, and you're going to see that the equation, the purple, switches and moves. And if we go all the way to 10, we can see it's getting closer to being above this, right? So what if we switch this to like 20, right? Now where is it? Oh, now it's way above. So that means our slider must be somewhere between 10 and 20, right? So what if we, you can manually move it, or you can just type. So 15, we're getting really close, right? So let's change it to 14. Too low. Right? Now, most of you then are just going to say, okay, 15 was too high, 14 is too low. What about 14.5? And it looks good, right? And if we zoom in, does it dip below in any way? No, it looks like it just hits it, right? So there's one solution, one intersection. There's my answer. The risk here is, what if my answer wasn't 14.5? What if it was like 14.515151 repeating? Some weird fraction, some weird decimal. You could be playing with this slider for a very long time, trying to get 4 decimal places worth of, or in this case, I guess it would be 2 decimal places worth of accuracy. And I don't love that. I don't like cases where Desmos might not be precise enough, where my guess and check might require a level of precision that isn't going to work nicely. And I do think the College Board knows that we're trying this stuff with Desmos. And I think that they're much more likely now to write questions where the answer is a decimal or some weird decimal, like a number of sevenths or thirds or something that is going to be very difficult to guess and check your way to. So just keep that in mind, is the plug points into equations method doesn't really require that kind of guessing and checking and finding the right decimal. So, you've been warned. It wouldn't matter here, but I'm thinking ahead is all it is. So you got some options, but just keep that in mind. All right. This is probably not a plug points into equations because there's a lot of points and I don't want to have to plug them in. But let's see what it says. The dot plot represents the 15 values in dataset A. Dataset B is created by adding 56 to each of the values in dataset A. Which of the following correctly compares the medians and the ranges of datasets A and B? Okay. This is a case where if you were really good at Desmos and had a lot of time, you could plug points into equations, essentially. You could create the data set, recreate it in Desmos, follow the instruction of adding 56, and literally calculate the ranges and medians of these things. However, I don't think that is going to be time efficient for really anybody. So these are questions where I tend to kind of disobey my own rule, right? Avoid pure logic and abstract reasoning. We're basically going to have to reason it out here. So what's happening, right? So essentially, how do I want to do this? I know. You can't do this in the real test, but for simplicity's sake, right? We can do this and pop that in there, right? So we have this, and let's do another one, right? So I can really show off what's happening, right? So first of all, let's make an edit, right? So this is not dataset B, A, this is dataset B. And what happens with dataset B is created by adding 56 to each of the values. The values are down here. So this 22 is going to become 22 plus 56, 78. Okay, so this is 78. This is going to be 79. This is going to be 80. This is going to be 81. And this is going to be 82. Now, I probably would not do this on the real test. I just know that, let's start with something simple. Let's start with range, right? What is range? This is a plug points into equations, actually, situation. I think I have it listed here. Range. Very easy equation, right? Range is the maximum minus the minimum. So all you really got to do is know how to read a dot plot or here, the maximum value for data set A is 26, and the minimum value is 22. It doesn't matter that there's only one 26 and there's 5 22s. It doesn't matter how many there are, right? It just matters that that's the highest value in the set. There's 1 26, 2 25s, 3 24s, 4 23s, 5 22s, right? So I don't care how many, but there you go. So that means I've got a range of 4. And I know that if I were to add 56 to each of those values, the maximum is going to be bigger, the minimum is going to be bigger, but they're going to be bigger by the same amount. So if I do the maximum minus the minimum here, I'm going to get 82 minus 78, which is still a range of 4. So it doesn't matter that I've shifted everything, the range is consistent. So let's do one thing at a time, right? The range of B is equal to the range of A, that's true. The range of B is greater than the range of A, no. The range of B is equal, yep. The range of B is greater, no. Now we can think about the median, right? So how do I get median? Normally, median, I'm going to kind of cross out I'm going to cross out values, right? So I cross out 1 from each end, 1 and 1, right? 1 and 1, 1 and 1, right? So let's do it in chunks now. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So here's my median, right? It's the 23s. It's this 23, but it doesn't really matter. Now notice the data set B is the same shape. So relatively speaking, the median is also going to be in the same spot. But now the median goes from being 23 to 79, right? So the median has changed because everything's moved up. But the median is not a kind of like the range is, like based on 2 values. It's a single value and all the values have increased. So the median is going to increase. So the median of B is equal? No. The median of B is greater. Yeah, so C is the answer. I probably would not have any work for this on my actual test. It would be something that I can think about. I understand how median and range, and if they went into it, mean and all that kind of, and standard deviation and all this stuff, how it all changes when we make adjustments to a set. This takes practice, but this is one of those rare cases where I do think we just won't have the time to prove it even the way I did here. I think you've got to be able to understand, okay, if I did the range, everything shifts, but it still shifts by the same amount. So 26 minus 22 and whatever it was, 82 minus 78 are going to give me the same values. And then median, I don't need to figure out what it is. I just know all the values are bigger. So whatever the middle number is now bigger as well. That's basically it. There aren't many of these in the SAT though. So most of the time we aren't going to have to go into the conceptual abstract reasoning. All right. Love it. I see an equation. I see maybe another equation. I see more equations. So I want to plug in points. Do I have points? I have a graph. That seems good. So what do they want here? The rational function f is defined by an equation in the form f of x equals a over x plus b, where a and b are constants. The partial graph of y equals f of x is shown. So this graph matches this equation. If g of x equals f of x plus 4, which equation could define the function g? Okay, so lots of ways to do this. Essentially, though, if you had no idea, take a point off of the graph and plug it into the equation. So I'm going to do this in the most old school way I can think of. There are some shortcuts, but let's pick a point, right? So we have, first of all, let's write the equation. F of x is equal to a over x plus b. And I think people forget this. That's why it's listed here. Does the question give you points? Graphs are points. It's collections of points. So don't forget that. So let's pick one. How about right here, -5, -6, right? So let's pick that one. So if we do that, let's put it here. So -5, -6. So -6 is y. We don't know a. -5 is b, or is x, sorry, and we don't know b. So right now, many of you are going to start solving and moving things around. I'm not, because I know that generally speaking, if I have an equation with 2 unknowns, I'm stuck, right? I can't solve for A if I don't have B. I can't solve for B if I don't have A. So one equation with 2 variables, 2 unknowns, is a dead end in math in most cases. So I could you might be thinking, can I arithmetize? Well, probably not, right? Because this equation is producing a very specific graph. So I very much doubt that I can pick any number for A and B. The numbers I pick are going to be, are going to affect the shape of this thing. And this is a case where you could go to Desmos and type in a over x plus b. In fact, why don't I just do this? It'll take me 2 seconds. And just type in f of x equals a over x plus b. Add some sliders, and you can see, right? Like if I start messing with a, it changes. If I start messing with b, it changes. So what are the odds that I'm going to happen upon the exact right values of a or b? Honestly, I think they're pretty low. Some of you have no choice. You're going to do that, and you'll probably get there eventually, but I would not want to do this. I think this is another one of those cases where I'm going to use Desmos, and it's very open-ended. I could be at this for an hour and still never find the number, so I don't like that. But doing it by hand is actually really nice, because I also know that if I have one equation with 2 unknowns, I'm stuck. But if I have 2 equations with 2 unknowns, that's a system of equations. That I'm not going to be stuck on. So let's just pick another point, right? So I did -5, -6. How about -7, -2, right? So -7, -2. So -2 is equal to a over -7 plus b. Now, both equations are messy, but from my perspective, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's a system of equations. And how do I solve systems of equations? Solve systems using Desmos, right? It doesn't matter that they're x's, they're a's and b's, right? Let's just convert a comma b to x comma y, right? Because Desmos doesn't speak the language of a's and b's. It speaks the language of x's and y's very, very easily, right? So let's do that. So let's take my 2 equations. So -6 equals, and let's substitute x for a and y for b. So now I get a shape, right? Now notice this shape has nothing to, it doesn't look like this at all. It's not going to, right? We're not recreating that quite yet. But let's do the other equation. -2 is equal to x for a and y is b. And they have an intersection point, 6, 4. So what did I just found, right? 6, 4. Ooh, come on. 6, 4, right, is my xy intersection for this system. And 6 then is a, right, because that was my x. And 4 is my b, because that was my y. So now I have this equation. And let's just verify that, right? So f of x equals a was 6 divided by x plus b was 4. And we get something that kind of looks like part of this. And if we zoom in, what do we see, right? Do we see the points we want, right? I see -7, -2, right? So yeah, there we go. -7, -2. I'm not going to, oh, there it is, right? I had the point -5, -6, right? So -5, that's -6. So here, it's not zooming the way I want. So -5, -6, right? And we could kind of find other points that match, right? -6, -3, things like that. But now we got to make sure we follow the rest of the instruction. If g of x equals f of x plus 4, which equation could define g? Well, luckily, Desmos handles this kind of stuff really well. So now I've got the other equation in purple. And technically, one of these is supposed to do the same thing. One of these is the purple. So let's turn the green off, and let's just type choices. So 6 divided by x. Different, right? That doesn't look like the purple. How about 6 divided by x plus 4? Not quite. 6 divided by x plus 8. Ooh, that looked good, right? That looks pretty good. So probably that, but I don't know. It doesn't hurt to try the other one, right? So actually, let's do a different line here. So 6 times x plus 4 divided by x plus 4. And that should just be a straight line. Yeah, there you go. So that's just a vertical, horizontal line. So that's no good either. So the x plus 4s are canceling there. So yeah, done. And there are other ways to do this. You could start off basically, instead of finding the equation manually like I did, you could do a regression and figure it out using the points, right? Because we have points, so we can give it the same points I gave it, right? So -5, -6, and -7, -2. And you can try to do a regression. The problem is where is this one, right? It's not quadratic. It's not a cubic, quartic. It's none of these, right? So you got to make it up yourself, right? So if you do linear, you're getting a line. We don't want a line, right? So we have to do a custom regression. So one way you can handle that is you can hit these dots, export as custom regression, and it's going to give you the notation that you need to use. So now we just got to get our equation to match their notation, right? So we, instead of using x's and y's, we're going to use x1 and y1, which tells it to go back to these points. And so and instead of using equals, we use this little tilde. So what I would do is just do, okay, this is f of x is y, so y1 equals, or tilde, a divided by x1 plus b. And we see now it looks like what we want it to look like. And notice what it gives me. A is 6, b is 4. A is 6, b is 4. I'm comfortable doing that, right? I know the regressions well enough that I could do this pretty quickly. And at this stage of my SAT career, that's probably what I would do. But I really like this method because it goes back to just like, especially if you're stuck, points and equations. They gave us points, they gave us equations, plug them in. The hardest part for most people is they're going to get to here and think I'm stuck, right? I don't know how to deal with this, right? What do I do? I can't make any sense of this with an A and a B missing. So the key is knowing the bigger math idea that if you have two equations with two unknowns, you can solve everything, or Desmos can solve everything, right? So this is solvable because we have multiple points. So you just got to get comfortable recognizing one equation with two variables is a dead end, but two equations with two variables is a system, and you can solve it. Awesome. I love this question. Very easy once you get comfortable plugging points in. Okay, and let me just make sure it's right. I know it's right because I've done it a million times, and there you go. Yep. Okay. All right. Points and equations. Do I have an equation? Yes. Do I have points? I don't know. Let's see. In the given equation, A and B are positive constants. The product of the solutions to the given equation is KAB, where K is a constant. What is the value of K? So I don't have points. I kind of have values of K, so maybe I can guess and check there, but then I've got this problem of A and B, right? So this is a case where I'm like, all right, I definitely have an equation. It's a quadratic. I know what that's supposed to do. So, all right, do I have points? No, I don't have any x, y's. They're not talking about intercepts here. Well, maybe they are. Maybe this is x-intercepts. Function notation, nope. Graphs and charts, nope. Stories, nope. Guess and check. Again, I can do that for the K, but there's also this A and B that are kind of not there. So maybe I can make them up. Maybe I can put some points in and arithmetize. Again, these two things end up being kind of the same strategy. Whether you use Desmos to arithmetize or you do it manually, it's basically the same. So let's use Desmos so I can show it off. 757x squared plus 57b plus a, x plus ab. I'll do equals 0, and it's going to prompt me, and there you go. So it's basically right now saying it's arithmetizing A is 1 and B is 1, right? It's arithmetizing those two things. And so what is it showing me? It's showing me the solutions when A is 1 and B is 1. Now, if I adjust these values, you can see that the solutions change. Just keep it as 1. So what do I need, right? Well, they tell me the product of the solutions is KAB. That's an instruction, right? So the product of these solutions, right? So this is maybe something I have to write, right? So it's kind of giving me another equation. This one it's telling me as an instruction, right? So the product, so solution 1 times solution 2 is equal to KAB. Plug points into equations. I have A and B, right? A is 1, B is 1. Do I have the two solutions? That is what they gave me, right? So one of the solutions is -1. The other is something annoying, so let's copy it down so I can see it. But -1 and -0.01754. Let's trust the process, right? I have the ability to solve for K here, right? In fact, this all goes away. The negatives cancel, and the 1 goes away. So 0.01754 is K. Is that one of these? I don't know. Let's find out, right? Probably 1 over 57. 0.01754. Plug points and equations. I mean, did I know it was going to work out in this particular way? No, absolutely not. I'm not that good at math. I don't have this kind of like scientific mind where I can just kind of look at a question and instantly see the entire process to solve it. I'm good at problem solving, but I'm not good at problem seeing, if that makes any sense. I don't have that intuition. So I've developed this little strategy to give me stuff to try. And that works out really well. And I promise you, if we start changing these values, we're going to get different solutions, but the overall thing will work out. It doesn't really matter. So this is just one way of doing it. There's a lot of ways to do this. I'll save the other ways. I think you can watch my video on this question that's specific on this question, and you'll see I think I do try it a bunch of different ways. But I really like this method because it's very robotic. I mean, I have an equation. I don't have points. Maybe I can make them up. It works out. And the reason I can make them up is, notice the AB is kind of here. It's here. Right. And so it's one of those things that in some mathematical way, the A and the B are canceling out. Right. So the K is the thing that we can solve for. It has a specific value. The A and the B, no matter what those values are, for some mathematical reason, the K is going to be consistent. The question is kind of telling me that. So I know I'm not arithmetizing the K. Again, maybe there's a way to guess and check it with the choices, but it doesn't really matter. I took a chance on the A and B being, whatever I want them to be. And again, because of Desmos being able to adjust them and whatever, it doesn't really take much. You just got to recognize what you're given. That when you type this in and you make A and B numbers, what are these vertical lines? Oh, that's a good point. This is why even when the algebra was really easy to solve before, I was still typing things into Desmos to show you the vertical lines, because I want you to get comfortable recognizing that when you give it an equation, which only has one variable, it's going to show you solutions, and they're going to look like vertical lines. So I know this looks like it has three variables, right? X, A, and B. But remember what we did. We made A and B numbers. So they look like letters, but they're actually numbers. So this whole equation that I typed only has one missing piece, the X. Right? So this is no different from way back in some of those earlier questions when we were typing in very simple equations and it was solving them for us. It's the same thing here, but obviously we've come a long way. And that really is why, even on the easy stuff, if you can understand those kind of little moves that you're making, when it really comes time for those moves to shine, you're ready, you're comfortable, you understand what Desmos is telling you, so that way you can use that feature to the fullest advantage. This is awesome. I love this question too. This is a great test. All right, moving on. All right. Oh, we have an equation. Great. So what can I do with this? Well, it's a graph of this thing is in the xy plane is a circle. What is the length of the circle's radius? Well, it's giving me an instruction. It's telling me to graph it, right? The graph of this in the xy plane is a circle. Just graph it in the xy plane. That's exactly what Desmos does. So just let's do it. Let's see what we get, right? This would be a case where I actually don't know what's going to happen. I know what a circle looks like, so I'm assuming I can find the radius. So equals 199 over 2. And what do you know? We get a circle. So what most of you are going to do is you're going to zoom in. You're like, hey, okay, there's my top 0.9487949. Actually, let's shrink this. And here's my bottom. Right, so that's the diameter. But notice those numbers are messy, and they're not the top and bottom. This is the SAT being tricky, and why so much of your success on the hard questions on the SAT comes from knowing that they're hard questions. This is number 20 out of 22. We know they're messing with us here. You really think it's just going to be about graphing it? I mean, it is about graphing it, but you got to look. Notice we have 2 points really close to each other, right? Which one is the top? It's not this. That's 9.487. This is 9.5, right? That's the top, right? So this just happens to be a y-intercept. Desmos graphs for things, or Desmos will, for most situations, it's going to give you the points that represent the y-intercepts, the x-intercepts, and any maximums or minimums. So even for a circle, right, we have a maximum and we have a minimum, right? So that maximum is there, right next to the y-intercept. And the minimum is down here, right next to it. So what do we have? We have 9.5 and negative 10.5. So how do you find the distance between 2 points? You subtract them. So 9.5 minus negative 10.5 is 20. That's the diameter The radius is half of that, 10. So we're done. That's it. No need to convert this thing into the normal circle equation. No need to complete the square or any of that. Just let the calculator do it. But I think I teach this question with my students all the time, and I'd say about 50% get it wrong. They type it in, but they don't know what they're looking at, right? So they will either use the y-intercepts to incorrectly get it, right? Or they will use, for some reason, the x-intercepts. And I can see why, right? It looks really close. The y-intercepts, at least we have the maximum right next to it, so you can kind of say, hey, wait a minute, there's 2 points. Let me make a decision. With the x-intercept, we don't get a second point. And the reason for that is that Desmos doesn't label x and x-mins and x-maxes, right? It doesn't have any sense of the domain of it. It understands the y range, right? The maximum and minimum for y values. That's mathematically important stuff in a lot of cases, but it's not able to kind of tell you the horizontal maxes and mins. So if you know that, then it doesn't matter. You just kind of look around and figure it out. But this would be a kind of thing where even if you didn't, I think there's a kind of person who just clicks on the first points they see and uses those. And that person is not going to do well on the SAT, or at least not perfectly well. But there's another kind of person who looks at all the information and says, wait a minute, I got all these points. I have to make a choice here. Which ones are the ones that matter? And they'll look at them all and come to the conclusion that the actual diameter of this thing is 20. So which kind of person are you? I think you should think about that and try to figure it out and notice what your current habits are. Because the best way to form good habits is to recognize when you've already got some bad ones. And some of you are going to go way too fast with this question and get it wrong for no good reason. This is not plug points into equations, though, right? I mean, I'm just kind of graphing it, right? But it's in that same zone of like, don't think about it, right? Don't reason it out. Just see it with your eyes. All right, 21. Okay. Oh, I hate this question. Okay. So I've solved this before, so you've known that all along that I've been looking my answer key. But let's see if we can bring this back to points and equations, right? So two identical rectangular prisms each have a height of 90 centimeters. The base of each prism is a square, and the surface area of each prism is k centimeters squared. If the prisms are glued together along a square base, the resulting prism has a surface area of 92/47 k centimeters squared. What is the side length in centimeters of each square base? So a bunch of ways to do this. You can find all sorts of methods on the internet. So the first thing I would do on the real test is I don't want to think about this logically, abstractly. I want to see it. So I'm going to draw some prisms. Okay. So let's do that. So bear with me here. I'm not a good artist as it is. Plus I'm using this kind of wonky pad. So this is a prism. And then, well, this is what I can do. You can do one of these. Can I copy it? Edit, copy, paste. Ah, perfect. Okay, cool. So we're going to cheat a little bit. So there's my two prisms, right? So they're separate and we're going to glue them together, right? So what do I know about these prisms? Well, they tell me they have a height of 90. So 90, 90. Okay. The base of each prism is a square. Cool. And the surface area of each prism is k. So the surface area is k, which has a lot of unknowns. If the prisms are glued together along a square base, so we merge them here, right? It has a new surface area of 92/47 k. So glued surface area is 92/47 k. So again, this is one of those cases where some people are going to have some sort of light bulb go off in their brain where they realize what's going on when you glue these together. I'm not one of those people. I'm a plug points and equations guy. So I'm going to look at this and I say, okay, surface area ain't so bad, right? I get the area of the surfaces and I can kind of add it all up. So I can basically figure out an equation that gives me this k. And the problem is I don't know the length and the width, right? They're x's, and they're the same because they told me it's a square. So the x's are the same, right? It's the length and the width are the same. So surface area, it's not here. It's not here, right? We have the volume of a prism, but we don't have the surface area. But surface area is kind of like perimeter. you really don't need to be memorizing formulas. You just need to understand what it is. That way, no matter what shape you're given, you're just like, okay, add up all the faces, right? So for a pyramid, there's a crazy formula, but if you realize it's 4 triangles in a square or a rectangle, then you're just like, okay, I know the area of a rectangle and I know the area of a triangle. So there's other things you can do. So perimeter, add up all the outside lengths. Surface area, add up all the outside faces. So I really want to do that here, is really what it comes down to, is I want to add these things up. The problem is, if I were to make an equation, right? So the area of like this face here is 90 times x, right? The width times the height. And then there's 2 of those. Actually, there's 4 of those because it's all the way around. Plus, then I have the x squareds where we have these faces here. So these are x squareds. So this is just, fine. This is a good example of I got an equation. Can I provide it myself? Yes. It's a, where is it? Surface area equation. So I can do that. But my quite honest feeling here is it's going to be a giant pain in the ass. And that's annoying. And I want to plug points into equations. So this equation, when I make it, is going to have a value, this x, that's kind of everywhere. And I already have the k, right? So that's already a problem. Luckily, the thing that makes the equation complicated is the x. But they give me 4 values of x. So why don't I just assume it's b for a second? Why don't I just pretend it's 8? That way, instead of dealing with this annoying situation where I have to build this complicated equation, I can just be like, all right, let's just make it 8. And let's just see what happens, right? At least then I can understand this in a better way, right? So these squares, these square bases, the squares, right, are going to be 64 each. That's a 64 because it's 8 by 8. So there's 2 of those. And then there's 4 of the rectangles, which we said are 90 by 8, right? So that's 720. 9 times 2, or 8 times 9 is 72, plus the 10. So there you go. So that's one of these things. And though it's 6 faces total, 2 of the squares, 4 of these. So let's add that up, right? So that's going to be, actually, I don't need a calculator for that. That is going to be 784, right? So that's the total. That's K. Okay. Now, if I glue them together, right, what happens? Well, I still have 2 of the squares, right? So 2 of those 64s. I got 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom. But the ones in the middle, right now, they're glued together. So they don't count anymore because now they're inside the prism when they're glued. Okay, and now I have 4 of the rectangles, but they're longer rectangles this time because they're not 90 times 8. They're 180, right? It's both of them together. So that one I am going to use a calculator for. 180 times 8 is 1440. Okay, so that's 1440, right? And let's do the same thing and add that up, and that should be 1504, but let's just double check. 1440 plus 64, 1504. Okay, so 1504, and that's this. That's the 92/47ths K, right? Well, plug points into equations. I have K, right? So it's 784. So what is 92/47ths times 784? Is it 1504? That'd be awesome, because then I'd be done, right? So let me really make sure we can see it here. Oh, darn it. I don't know why I thought that was going to work. So let's do it. Let's shrink it a little bit. There we go. What was I doing? See, I already lost my train of thought. So this is going to be 92/47ths times K, which is 784. 784. And I get 92/47ths. Is that right? 92/47ths K is 1534. So what does that mean? That means that that's wrong, right? But I know that that's right. So I must have screwed up here somewhere. Did I mess up 180 times 8? No, I did that. Did I mess up? There's 4 of those. Oh, idiot. I did 64 plus 720, right? So that's not going to work. So this is the downside maybe of guess and check, is I might then move on to other choices, but really I messed up here. This is wrong. and this is wrong. 2 times 64 plus 4 times 720. And I promise you, if I were on actual scratch paper, I wouldn't have made that mistake. It's just that I'm trying to squeeze stuff into this little space. So that K is 3008. The glued together ones are 2 times 64 plus 4 times 1440, and that's 5888. So that's the glued together one, 5888. And now, what do? We do 92/47 of K, which I have the correct value now, and it proves that 5888 is the answer. I told you at the beginning I hated this question. This is why, right? There's so many moving parts. But for me, being able to kind of get the moving parts to be simpler is easier, right? Even that mistake I made is a good example of something that is easier to correct when I have numbers, right? If I make the wrong equation, I'm just looking at a bunch of random X's and stuff. But if I make the wrong calculation arithmetic error, I'd see the numbers don't work, right? So what would I do if I had made that mistake that I originally made in red, right? So I would then say, okay, these numbers don't quite work. Let me redo it with 9 as my answer. Let me do it with 4. I forget what the problem was, whether I would have gone up and down. But regardless, I would have seen another problem, but my process wouldn't have been any different, right? I'm still guessing and checking. So I'm still going to be adding things up and being like, wait a minute. At some point, I think I would realize, oh, it's not 64, it's 2 times 64, right? I should have written it with parentheses. I just wrote it as a box to show you guys. But so yeah, I would have written it like this on my actual scratch paper. But that's the kind of thing that I think is easier to fix as a mistake as you're working with numbers. I'll show you the other way to do it, which is to create equations, right? So let's pretend that instead of 8, these were X's, right? So then I'm still making the same equation. But now, instead of 64, it's X squared, right? Because that's the area of that particular side. And then it's 4 times 90x, because the 90x is the big rectangle, right? So that is equal to K. Actually, let's write it the other way. That's equal to K. So that's that. And right, we can see we have, it looks like a straight line, but it's not. It's just the numbers are so big that it's going to shoot straight up. But there you go. I think, unless I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what it's doing, but it doesn't matter. Point is, now my other equation, right, is going to be 2 times x squared again, right, because it's still the same squares, and then times or plus 4 times the 1440, which would have come from 180 times x now, right? So now I have these two equations, and somewhere they intersect. But what's reality is this is 92/47 K is equal to this, right? So now we're starting to get somewhere. And notice where does 8 come from? Well, essentially what's happening is because I've labeled it this way. Think about what Desmos is doing. It's again, where if you really know Desmos, it's very wonderful. So if I didn't guess and check here, and I did create my equations, there is no chance I am solving a complicated equation with all this algebra. I'm absolutely going to Desmos. So think about what Desmos is doing here. I've told it, kind of like f of x, I've told it K is this, right? And then it's going, okay, well, we'll do the substitution for you. So now it's taking 92/47 and it's putting 2x squared plus 490x in for this K. But it's doing it without me having to worry about distribution and fractions or anything like that. But when it puts it in there, think about what we have then, right? We have a long equation, and how many variables are in that equation? Just x's, right? Just x's, just that x that I had made here as my 8, right? So I'm giving it a long, complicated equation with just one variable. And how does Desmos handle equations with one variable? It solves them with the vertical lines, right? So that's what it's doing. And then there are two solutions here, because technically 0 would work, but obviously you can't have a dimension of 0, so it doesn't make sense in the story, but it makes sense mathematically. But there you go. This is another way to do it that I actually really, really like, but if I'm being honest about what I would do in the real test, I probably would just guess and check. I just feel safer having numbers because I can understand what I'm doing more. Notice how complicated this equation is. if I type this wrong, Desmos is going to give me an answer, but it doesn't mean it's the right one, you know? So I don't like an equation because everything has to be perfect all at once. With my method, I can do it one step at a time. Even though this one piece wasn't perfect, I was able to kind of follow my train of thought and realize what went wrong and figure it out. And so by having numbers, I'm able to kind of break this thing down, break these equations down into smaller pieces and understand them better. If I try to go this algebraic equation route, it's a little harder, at least for me to do, because everything's got to be right at once. So it all stems back to this, is I wanted to have equations with points. Guess and check here saved me. It let me do the points. Whew, tough. I hate this question. Even after all these years teaching it, it still bothers me. It's hard. It's a hard question. All right, what do we have here? In the xy plane, a parabola has vertex 9, negative 14, and intersects the x-axis at 2 points. If the equation of the parabola is written in the form y equals ax squared plus bx plus c, where a, b, and c are constants, which of the following could be the value of a plus b plus c? There are so many ways to do this. Let's really just plug points into equations here in so many different ways. Okay, so initial thoughts, right, is, do I have equations? They gave me one. Yes. It's not pretty, but there it is. Y equals ax squared plus bx plus c. Standard form, right? But it's a quadratic. And do I have a point that goes in that equation? Yes. 9, negative 14. So let's just put that in. Negative 14 equals a times 9 squared plus b times 9 plus c. So clean it up. Negative 14 is equal to 81a plus 9b plus c. Now, this gets back to something we've seen in other questions, is I got a bit of a problem here. I have one equation with 3 variables, right? We had 2 variables before, so we need to reduce the number of variables here. But it does want me to get the value of a plus b plus c, right? So that's something, I guess. Notice one thing too, is it says what could be the value of a plus b plus c, which tells me maybe I can arithmetize, because maybe there's something going on where these numbers don't really matter. But it also suggests that maybe there's multiple values of a plus b and plus c, and so I might have trouble arithmetizing the right ones for these 4 answer choices. So, okay, what do I do? One thing that also comes to mind is that when I have quadratics, I have what I've put here is the axis of symmetry formula, because that's how most people learn it. But I just think of it, you might have learned it as, let's put it out here, x equals negative b over 2a. Okay. And that gives you the vertical line that goes down the middle of the parabola. But I honestly don't really like to think of it that way. I prefer to think of it as h equals negative b over 2a, because h and k are what represents our vertex. And we don't really care about some random line that goes through the parabola. I care about the vertex. I care about points and equations, right? So the h is the x coordinate of the vertex, which I have, right? It's 9. Now, again, I don't have the b and the a, but at least here, kind of natural inclination takes over to just like, let's clean this up a bit, right? Let's multiply both sides by 2a, and I get 18a equals negative b, or negative 18a equals b. And again, my natural algebra inclination is to reduce the number of variables, get numbers. So negative 18a is b, I can just substitute, right? Let's pop that in there. So negative 14 equals 81a plus 9 times negative 18a is b, so negative 18a plus c. Well, I'm getting somewhere, right? I can clean this up a little further. So negative 14 equals 81a minus 9 times 18, negative 162. 9 times 18, negative 162. 162a plus c. And let's move this over here so we can do some more calculating more easily. 81 minus 162, negative 81. Okay, so hey, we've simplified this. Negative 14 is equal to negative 81a plus c. And what do I want? Where do I want to end up after all of this? I want to end up with a plus b plus c. But hey, wait a minute, I already got b. B is negative 18a, right? So that's really a minus 18a plus c. again, there's lots of ways to do this, but my general algebra move is like, let's see if we can keep reducing the number of variables. If I can get C in terms of A, I'll only have to worry about the A. That's something. So I can kind of do that here, right? Because I could solve for C the same way I solved for B on the other one, right? So let's add 81A to both sides. And I get 81A minus 14 is equal to C, and then that can go in here. And we're getting somewhere. 8 minus 18A plus 81A minus 14. Right? This is my answer at this point. So let's combine like terms. 1 minus 18 plus 81 is 64. Okay. 64A minus 14. That's my answer. But obviously that's not an answer. So what gives? So let's do it in this order, right? If I'm still thinking plug points into equations, still thinking along those lines, right? I kind of have an equation, right? Because 64A minus 14 equals these four things, right? 64A equals negative 23 or negative 19 or negative 14 or negative 12, right? Which of the following could be the value? This is an instruction. It's saying that's an equation, right? So I can kind of just very quickly do like a little bit of math. So 64A minus 14 equals negative 23. Let's solve for it, right? I mean, I'm going to shortcut it with Desmos here, but you get the point. We've done this a million times already, right? So 64, let's replace the A with an X just so that I can solve. Minus 14 equals negative 23. We get 0.14063. Okay, or negative 0.14063. So A equals negative 0.14063. Is that right? I don't know yet. Let's just see what we get, right? Let's just do this a bunch of times. So we get 64A minus 14 is equal to negative 19, right? So same thing, just switch it. And we get whatever that is. A equals negative 0.07813. Squeeze it in. All right, again, I don't know what that means, but C is 64A minus 14 equals negative 14. Well, I don't even need Desmos for that, because if I add 14 to both sides, that's going to cancel out. So I'm going to get 0. Now that's interesting, right? So why is it interesting? Well, if A is 0, then it's not a quadratic anymore. Then it doesn't have a vertex, and it's not a parabola, right? It can't be 0, because then it loses its x squared. It loses the very thing that makes it a quadratic. So, okay, that's wrong. What about D? What happens then? 64A minus 14 equals negative 12. Again, let's let Desmos just take care of that for us. 0.03125. So A equals 0.03125. Let's put a little 0 in front. Okay, now this gets back to something else we've been talking about a lot, is we got to follow instructions. And one thing about these hard quadratic questions is they're giving you a lot of instructions, and it's your job to squeeze as many instructions out of this thing as possible. And some of them were obvious, right? Vertex, we know what that is. Plug points in equations, right? We need to plug that in because that's pretty straightforward, right? That's our instruction. We've given ourselves to do as much as possible. Now our instruction is kind of more interpretive, right? Is A. What does that mean? Well, A tells us the direction of the parabola, right? If I have y equals 2x squared, we get a parabola that opens up. But if we switch that to negative 2, we get a parabola that opens down, right? So what's the difference between the remaining answer choices, A, B, and D? Two of them are negative, and one of them is positive. Maybe I'm supposed to know something about the direction of this particular parabola, right? Maybe there's something to realize there. So what do I know? Well, they gave me another instruction I've been ignoring. It intersects the x-axis at 2 points, right? So where is this point, negative 9, negative 14? It's down here. Oop, there it is, right? So in order for this parabola to point to hit the x-axis at all, it has to open upwards, meaning the A has to be positive. And the only one that gave us a positive A was choice D. And that's the answer. Now that's a roundabout way of solving this, but this is a tough question, right? There's a lot of information and they're doing their best to make that information not obvious, right? I mean, I knew that this was going to matter, but it doesn't come to me at first as mattering, right? It just seems kind of random. But there's lots of ways we could use it. We could maybe even use the discriminant a little bit, right? That's that b squared minus 4ac. If we know that it has to intersect the x-axis twice, that means that b squared minus 4ac has to be positive. So there are ways to solve this using that. Maybe we could make up values of a, b, and c. Maybe we could do y equals ax squared plus bx plus c and come up with values that give us this. Now the problem is, see, right? We can't change that too much, but we get close. How do we kind of make it fit, right? There's too many unknowns. So this is why I don't like Desmos for this. It's like, how do I get there? So being able to mess with the sliders makes this really, really difficult because it's hard to, I need to get this purple thing to kind of land right in that spot. That's very difficult to do, adjusting it, right? And the truth is, there isn't just one set of values for A, B, and C that is going to make that work. So, maybe there's other ways to do this. You could maybe do a little bit of a regression and try to figure out values of A, B, and C that way, but I don't think it's worthwhile. But even though this was a messy solution, it required a lot of thought, it required a lot of different moves, I do want to stress that there are going to be SAT questions like this, where there isn't some neat little trick and it just all magically works out. Plug points in equations can often be that neat little trick, but it's not always that way. And so what we want to do, I'm going to end on this idea. I promise we're almost done. We want to use plug points in equations and have certain moves that work in lots of cases and help us work through things that are very, very different looking, but work through them in very predictable ways. Right? So we don't have to spend a lot of brain power solving everything like it's a brand new adventure, like we've seen it for the first time. We want to have strategies for reading as well that we kind of rely on to keep us moving, to give us a routine, to give us a starting point for as many questions as possible, no matter how different they are from each other, right? Most things are going to have some combination of points and equations in math. That's true. But then when we get to these places where things seem really, really crazy, we might need to do this kind of trial and error thing. But notice how many times we ended up using a little bit of a plug points into equations in some way. And we had to make difficult choices about which equations to use. The axis of symmetry was kind of a weird move, but I do know that it tends to work. They talked about vertex. Axis of symmetry thing has to do with vertex. So it's not hard to connect some dots and then to get back on this plug points into equations plan. But a lot of times what you're going to have to do is trust the process a bit and just kind of try things and move through things. And hopefully we've saved so much time being efficient with the strategies on some of the easier, more predictable things. Then we get to this unpredictable stuff. We have the time and the brain power to work it through and try different situations. Again, this is one where I would maybe go to my video on this particular question. I think I go into a couple other ways to solve this, but I don't want to get too much more into it for now. I think looking at it from that plug points into equations lens is really useful for realizing that even on the hardest, weirdest stuff, we do have this kind of idea that we can keep coming back to, that can keep inspiring us to try new things. And that is genuinely how I am solving these questions. And I get an 800 every time, pretty much, not always, but 90% of the time that I take a math section, I'm getting an 800. And it's because I have these things that are so reliable for me that I'm able to solve pretty much anything, just kind of coming back to the same few ideas. Equations, points, maybe a little Desmos, but yes. Please let me know what you thought of this. I know this was a very long experiment that I did here. It's something that you might try on your own if you've already used this test up and want to try it again and really dive deep into the process here and kind of force yourself to use the strategies. It's not something I would do for the first time you're ever taking a practice test for sure, but let me know if you have any comments, questions, if you have any recommendations, and I'll try to make more of these for the other practice tests. But if you somehow miraculously watched every minute of this thing, please comment, because I'm curious if anyone is bothering to do that. Just filming it was hard enough, but hopefully you got something out of it. As always, I'm Mike Settele. Thank you so much for watching and supporting the channel. And remember, when it comes to your scores, don't settle for less. Settele for more. Best of luck.